2116 Goose, Raising Plan, 1. Xia Ruofei stayed in the company until around 11 o'clock. He picked up his bag and left for the farm. He could make it in time for lunch in the canteen. Now, Xia Ruofei was getting lazier and lazier. If he could avoid cooking, he would try not to cook. He had lunch with the workers in the farm cafeteria and returned to the small villa for a short lunch break. He went downstairs at 2:20 sharp and walked to the complex building that had become much more deserted. Chairman Shui Jinshan and Chao Taishu had already arrived at the small meeting room on the second floor. The meeting room looked very clean, and it was obvious that someone had cleaned it in advance. Otherwise, there would definitely be a layer of dust on it since no one had used it for such a long time. There was also a steaming cup of tea on Xia Ruofei's seat. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "You're well prepared. I thought I'd have to clean up before the meeting." Chairman, after factory manager Shui called me in the morning, I asked my wife to bring a few employees from the cafeteria to clean up the conference room and boil 2 pots of water, Chao Taishu said with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law," Xia Ruofei said. "It's just a matter of convenience, you don't have to be so polite," Chao Taishu said. Chao Taishu used to be a fisherman. During the no-fishing season, he would farm a little. After working at the Peach Blossom Company, Xia Ruofei entrusted him with important tasks. Now, Chao Taishu was in charge of the farm business. Chao Taishu did not let Xia Ruofei down. He managed the farm in an orderly manner and took in dozens of workers who were all very impressed with his management. The current Chao Taishu was more dignified than before and looked like a middle-ranking employee in the company. Xia Ruofei came to his seat and sat down, indicating for Shui Jinshan and Chao Taishu to sit down as well. Then, he went straight to the point and said, "Jinshan, big brother Chao. The company is preparing to develop a new product, which will mainly involve the business that you two are in charge of. We need the full cooperation of the pharmaceutical factory and the farm, so I called you here today to let you know and to give you some preliminary work," Wang Yao said. Shui Jinshan and Chao Taishu were very excited when they heard this. Shui Jinshan, in particular, immediately said, "Chairman, we're going to release a new product. This was a good thing. I also think that our pharmaceutical factory's product line is a bit too singular. We only have 2 kinds of jade skin cream and heart-nourishing soup," Xia Ruofei laughed. "Kanayama, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. This time, the farm is the main focus of the product. The pharmaceutical factory is just a support." "Ah?" Shui Jinshan was stunned. Chao Taishu became extremely excited. He rubbed his hands and said, "Chairman, if you need us to do anything, just assign us the task." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I'll give you a brief introduction. The company might be trying to start the breeding industry soon, mainly the Strasbourg goose." "What goose?" Chao Taishu was a little confused and couldn't help but ask. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's a Strasbourg goose. Big brother Chao. You don't have to know what it's called. It's just a kind of goose, but it's different from the ones raised at home. This kind of goose is mainly used to provide foie gras, a very common ingredient in Western food." After all, Shui Jinshan was a university graduate, so he was more knowledgeable than Chao Taishu. He immediately replied, "Chairman, foie gras isn't cheap. I've heard that the price of foie gras in some top restaurants is comparable to gold." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, that's right. The products produced by our company must be the best of the best, and the foie gras this time is no exception. At this point, Xia Ruofei looked at Xue Jinshan and Chao Taishu and continued, the breeding of Strasbourg geese is mainly done on the farm. Isn't the farm expanding this time? We need to revise our plan and draw out enough area for breeding farms. Kanayama, you're in charge of the entire construction site, so I'll leave this job to you. No problem. Xue Jinshan readily agreed. He then asked, Chairman, do you have any specific requirements for the construction of the farm? Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, just build it like a normal farm. But remember, design it to be spacious. If the terrain is suitable and there is enough space, try to design it as free-range farming. Don't design it like those overseas, where you can breed it densely. He was also worried that Xue Jinshan would inquire about the information after hearing that they were raising Strasbourg geese, and finally design a concentration camp-style farm specially prepared for the feeding method, so he specially reminded him. Xue Jinshan nodded and said, sure. I'll consult a professional in this field later. The expansion of the farm has just finished leveling the land, so there's still time to modify the design. Xia Ruofei nodded. You can consult a professional. However, you must remember what I've just said. Understood. Xue Jinshan said. Xia Ruofei then looked at Chao Taishu and said, Big Brother Chao, you have to make preparations in advance. First, you have to recruit some employees. If they have working experience on the farm or have been in the breeding industry, you can have priority in recruiting them. The person in charge of the farm must have experience in this area. 2117 Goose, raising plan point 2, all right. Xue Jinshan replied. Xia Ruofei continued. I was talking about work for the future. There are still a few things that I have to complete now. Hearing this, Xue Jinshan and Chao Taishu immediately perked up and listened carefully to Xia Ruofei's assignment. Xia Ruofei didn't assign any tasks immediately. Instead, he asked, Kanayama, are the production line resources at the pharmaceutical factory tight? The jaded skin cream and heart-nourishing soup are both in short supply, said Xue Jinshan. Besides the regular maintenance, our production line is basically in operation 24 hours a day, with 3 shifts. Of course I'm nervous, otherwise I wouldn't have rushed to report to urge the construction of the branch factory. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, if I need to use a production line to produce other drugs, will the impact be huge? It might not be a long-term use, but it needs to be used once in a while. Xue Jinshan thought for a moment and said, Chairman, there will definitely be an impact. After all, the production line is constantly producing jade skin cream and heart-nourishing soup. Both of them are money. Moreover, if we change to producing other drugs, it's not as simple as turning it on and shutting it down. First, there must be a set of automatic control processes. You know more about this than me. In addition, for example, if we were producing the jaded skin cream before, the production line must be thoroughly cleaned, otherwise it may pollute the new drug. When we change to producing the jaded skin cream again, it must also be thoroughly cleaned. Xia Ruofei nodded. That's true. But for the sake of the farm's work, it's acceptable for the factory to be affected a little. Ah? Xue Jinshan didn't understand. What does this have to do with the farm? Xia Ruofei said, to breed the Strasbourg goose, we need a special Chinese medicine preparation. This involves trade secrets. We can't entrust the production to other manufacturers. We can only solve it ourselves. If that's the case, then our pharmaceutical factory will fully support you. Shui Jinshan immediately said. Even if we set up a production line to produce this potion, there wouldn't be any problems. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, it seems Kanayama has a high level of awareness. However, there was no need for the pharmaceutical factory to make such a huge sacrifice. We'll only carry out small-scale experimental breeding in the early stage, so the demand for Chinese medicine preparation is not high. We'll find a time to stop the production line, thoroughly clean it, and then produce a batch of it and put it in the cold storage. Even if it's affected, it'll only be used once. Shui Jinshan nodded and said, sure. However, you'll have to personally control the process. Now, the control process of the heart, nourishing soup and jaded skin ointment was written by Xia Ruofei on the computer according to the method of brewing these two medicines. Even Shui Jinshan himself was not clear about the specific steps. He might know what ingredients to put in first, what ingredients to put in later, and other external processes. After all, a more skilled worker would understand after working for a period of time. However, Xia Ruofei was the only one who knew the details of the internal fusion, the specific temperature, and the precise time. After the process was written, it was sealed together and even a self-destruction program was added. Once someone broke it by force, the data inside would be destroyed. This was also the best way to ensure trade secrets. Of course, Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Chairman, it's not a problem to solve the problem in the early stage. But if we want to do large-scale breeding in the future, we'll definitely need to use the production line, Shui Jinshan continued. Haven't we already started the construction of our pharmaceutical factories branch? Xia Ruofei smiled. This is what I'm thinking. When the time comes, I'll set up a production line dedicated to producing this kind of Chinese medicine preparation. Its usage frequency will definitely not be as high as the production line of the jaded skin cream. When it's not in use, it can be used as a backup or a rotation. If it's really not possible, we can order an additional production line. I think the territory of the branch factory is big enough, so it's definitely not a problem to add an additional production line. This way, it won't affect your previous plans. Shui Jinshan's face broke into a smile and said, this is good. This is good. Then get ready as soon as possible, Xia Ruofei said. I'll write the control program in 2 days. All right. Shui Jinshan said. Xia Ruofei then said to Cao Taishu, Big brother Cao, in addition to preparing for the recruitment in advance, we also need to conduct a month or 2 of experimental breeding, so we need to find a suitable place and find a professional to take charge of it. All right. Cao Taishu quickly said. He then asked, Chairman, how big is the place? Xia Ruofei said, it doesn't need to be too big. At most, I can raise 6 or 7. And it's a free-range method. The main purpose of this experimental breeding was to verify whether the quality of foie gras could be maintained at a higher level in the outside world. Hence, it did not need to be done on a large scale. This time, there were not many Strasbourg geese imported. Xia Ruofei still needed them to breed more breeding geese in the Archean realm as soon as possible. Cao Taishu thought for a moment and said, then I'll put it under the hillside of the orchard. There's an open space over there. I'll get someone to fence it in the next 2 days. In addition, if you want to raise the geese, you have to dig a pond. The villagers definitely knew a little about raising chickens, ducks, and geese. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, sure. You can arrange all these. When you need money, just get me to sign the form and go to the finance department to withdraw the money. All right. Chow Tai-shu said, Chairman. I've thought about it. I think I should take responsibility. I don't feel at ease leaving it to others. You still have to manage the farm, do you have enough energy? Xia Ruofei asked. It's fine. Chow Tai-shu smiled. And said, I don't have any specific work to do now. It's all done by the workers. Leave the goose raising matter to me. I'll find another worker to take turns, keeping watch at night. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, okay. If you're on duty at night, remember to pay for the overtime. No need, Chairman. My salary is already high enough, Chow Tai-shu quickly replied. We have to take the money we deserve. Xia Ruofei said, besides, aren't you going to get someone to take turns keeping watch with you? If you don't get overtime pay, how will others get it? This matter is settled. All right then. Chow Tai-shu said, thank you, Chairman. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's enough. I'm just getting paid according to my work. There's no need to be so polite. Today's main things are these, you guys go do it separately. Is there anything else you're not clear about? No more. Xue Jinshan and Chow Tai-shu responded in unison. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Then, he had to push this matter forward as soon as possible. If you have any questions, you can report to me directly. All right. Understood. Xue Jinshan and Chow Tai-shu went off to complete their own tasks. Xia Ruofei returned to the study in the small villa and started drawing on a piece of paper. He wrote down the prescription that he had finally decided on and then began to design the process of mass production. The prescription was not complicated. The production process was much simpler than that of the heart, nourishing soup and jaded skin ointment. Xia Ruofei quickly broke down the general steps. In order to mass produce on an automated production line, the design of the steps was the most important. After a few modifications, the overall structure and steps became clearer. Xia Ruofei looked at it once and felt that there were no more problems. He then stuffed the piece of paper into the small shredder and memorized the contents. After that, he entered the space and picked 6 young geese to continue breeding in the mountain and sea realm. He then had Xia Qing place the remaining young geese in the Archean realm and raise them. Xia Ruofei told Xia Qing to feed the geese with the normal method without adding any Chinese medicine. The only task for the geese was to reproduce as much as possible and expand the population. Xia Ruofei did not want to import a large batch of young geese just to build a farm. Not only was it a waste of money, but the import procedures of living things were too complicated, especially the inspection and quarantine process. It's better to do it himself and have enough food and clothing. 21:18 The parents are not here. 1. After settling all these matters, Xia Ruofei walked to the small balcony connected to the bedroom. He laid on the deck chair and prepared to enjoy the afternoon's leisure. However, his phone rang. After a while, Xia Ruofei picked it up and saw that it was Ling Qingxue, so he immediately picked it up. My wife, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei, where are you? Ling Qingxue asked with a smile. Oh, I'm at home on the farm. Xia Ruofei answered subconsciously. You seem to have forgotten that you have a home in the city, right? Ling Qingxue asked. You haven't lived in this house for a day, have you? Xia Ruofei heard Ling Qingshua's unfriendly tone and quickly explained with a smile, I came back here today to find Shui Jinshan and Chao Taishu to arrange some work. I was just preparing to return to the city. In fact, if Ling Qingxue had not called, Xia Ruofei would have stayed at the farm for the night. This was how lazy people were. If they could lie down, they would not sit. They were already at the farm, why bother going back to the city? Wasn't he sleeping anywhere? However, he would never admit it. That's more like it, Ling Qingxue said, if there's nothing else, then come back earlier. You're a big boss, and you're cooped up in the farm all day long. What's wrong with you? Yes, sir. Xia Ruofei laughed and immediately said, why do I feel that something is wrong? You should be at the company right now, right? Why do you sound like you're at home? Ling Qingxue burst out laughing and said, it seems that men also have a sixth sense. I am at home. It's in our house. Ling Qingxue had even emphasized the word we. It was obvious that she was in Xia Ruofei's villa. Ling Qingxue also had a set of keys to the house. What's the situation? Did the sun rise from the west today? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, why is your old capitalist so kind today? Why did he let you off so early? How could you say that about my dad? Ling Qingxue lowered her eyes and said, hee hee. A slip of the tongue. I misspoke, Xia Ruofei said. Virtue. Ling Qingxue pouted and scolded him. Then, she said, in a low voice, my dad went to the Luoqing branch office for an inspection and won't be back at Sanshan tonight. There's nothing going on at the company today, so I'll go home first. Speaking of this, Ling Qingxue acted like a spoiled child and said, why are you asking so many questions? It's up to you whether you want to return or not. It's just that the environment here is better, so what's wrong with me being willing to live here? Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's heart was already burning. How could he sit still? It was as if there was a spring under his butt, and he jumped up from the recliner. I'm coming back now. Qingxue. Wait for me. Xia Ruofei said. Okay, drive slowly on the road. Ling Qingxue said, I'm done talking to you. There's still soup in the pot. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei quickly said, no, no, no. What do you want to eat? Wait. For me to come back, I'll make it. Ling Qingxue did not inherit any of Ling Xiaotian's cooking talent. The dishes she made were too horrible to look at. Xia Ruofei did not want to be the one to test the poison. It's fine, it's fine. Aren't I free? I just wanted to make you something delicious. Ling Qingxue didn't have the awareness of a newbie at cooking. She still smiled and said, drive slowly on the road. It will be ready when you come back. Xia Ruofei sighed in his heart and said in despair, all right. I know, he could only pray that Ling Qingxue would not set the kitchen on fire. He had not even lived in this house for a day. He didn't want the kitchen to have to be renovated. Xia Ruofei rushed down the stairs as fast as he could. When he was picking up the car, Little Black and the others ran over. Again, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. Xia Ruofei suddenly had the idea of bringing the two dogs to the villa in the city. However, he thought about it again. Little Black and the others were on the farm. Even if he wasn't home, Yi Lingyun and the others would still help to take care of him. If he left them in the city, he could only ask Ling Qingxue for help. Of course, this wasn't too troublesome. The main thing was that they didn't have a dog raising license or any registration. It was fine to raise them in the farms in the suburbs, but it couldn't be done in the high-end villa area. Black and the other dogs were all fat and strong, at least medium to large dogs. Even if the owners didn't say anything, the property management would definitely interfere. Hence, Xia Ruofei could only put this thought aside for the time being. He was going to find someone he knew to get the dog raising license first, then consider this matter. In any case, Little Black and the others were all very intelligent. They would definitely not harm other owners in the urban villas, and they could also play the role of guarding the house. Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 back to the Jiangbin Villa district at lightning speed. He didn't park the car in the garage, but drove it directly into the parking space in the courtyard. Then, he jumped out of the car and jogged into the villa. Xia Ruofei sniffed as he entered the house. Fortunately, there was no burning smell. Just as he thought of this, Xia Ruofei saw Ling Qingshui in her home clothes. She was standing in the living room and smiling at him. Didn't you say you were going to cook? Xia Ruofei asked, stunned. If I didn't say that, would you have returned so quickly? Ling Qingshui smiled. 2119, the parents are not in, too, what? Xia Ruofei's eyes widened. Ling Qingshui finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing, clutching her stomach as she did so. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Qingshui, when did you become so cunning? You actually know how to use this trick to urge me to go home? People grow up in struggle. Ling Qingshui giggled and said, the great man told us that it's endless fun to fight with others. You actually dare to treat me as an object of struggle. Xia Ruofei chuckled as he moved closer to Ling Qingshui. Miss, do you know the consequences of provoking me? I was just joking. Ling Qingshui opened her eyes wide and showed an innocent look. You wouldn't be so petty, would you? Humph. I'm so stingy, Xia Ruofei said. Since you lied to me, you must be prepared to receive your punishment. With that, Xia Ruofei lunged towards Ling Qingshui. Ling Qingshui cried out in shock as Xia Ruofei caught her. The two of them fell onto the soft and wide sofa cushion in the living room. Xia Ruofei could feel the softness of the delicate body under him, especially when that pair of long, elastic legs subconsciously wrapped around his waist. He was originally half joking about punishing Ling Qingshui, but now he suddenly felt the primitive flames start to burn. Ling Qingshui and Xia Ruofei had been together for a long time. Naturally, she was very familiar with Xia Ruofei's every reaction. When she felt that Xia Ruofei's breathing had become heavier, her heart trembled for no reason. However, Ling Qingshui still managed to retain a bit of her rationality and said in a trembling voice, Are you Ruofei? Not here. I think this place is pretty good, Xia Ruofei said as he lowered his head and kissed her. At the same time, a pair of big hands began to wander around. The curtains aren't drawn yet. On the other side of the living room, there was a whole floor to ceiling glass, giving a very wide view. Min River is right outside, and even the beach belongs to our family. Where's the person? Xia Ruofei said, I don't think anyone would be so bored as to stare at us with a telescope from the other side of the river every day. In fact, if someone was watching them, Xia Ruofei would have noticed it long ago with his sharp senses. Therefore, he could be said to be fearless. But we haven't had dinner yet. Let's cook first, Ling Qingshui said weakly, feeling weak all over. Let's exercise. First. We can eat more later. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he pressed down on her without any room for discussion. Ling Qingshua's resistance was actually a subconscious act of self-restraint. In reality, her body had long gone soft, and her body's reaction was very real. She hugged Xia Ruofei very, very tightly. The heater in the house wasn't on high, but the temperature seemed to be rising. In the winter, the villa was bathed in the spring light. Before they knew it, the sky outside had already turned dark. Only then did the two of them stop their activities. Ling Qingxue snuggled into Xia Ruofei's arms. Her beautiful face was red. She could not help but feel embarrassed when she thought about what had happened just now. It could be said that this was the most daring time she had ever been with Xia Ruofei. The two of them even moved the battlefield to the floor, to ceiling window, and looked out at the scenery outside as well as the surging Min River. It was as if the people on the other side of the river could discover the spring here at any time. The excitement was indescribable. Ling Qingxue pinched Xia Ruofei and said, "Aren't you going to get up and cook? My stomach is growling." Xia Ruofei laughed and stood up to pick up the clothes on the floor. He picked out Ling Qingshue's clothes and handed them to her. "You should also put on your clothes first. Don't catch a cold." No. Ling Qingxue said softly, her heart warmed. Xia Ruofei quickly put on his clothes and walked over to increase the temperature of the heater by a few degrees. He then said, "Wife, be good and rest for a while. I'll go cook. After you're dressed, turn on the living room lights. The sky is turning dark too quickly, just now." The two of them had been making love from the afternoon to the evening. Although they realized that the sky had turned dark, they were not so bold as to turn on the lights and continue fighting. If that were the case, someone passing on the road across the river would be able to see the situation here at a glance. Ling Qingshue's face turned red as she replied, "I know. I know. Hurry up and go." Xia Ruofei laughed and walked into the kitchen. Ling Qingxue had already bought a sumptuous amount of ingredients, and the large refrigerator next to her door was almost full. Xia Ruofei's cooking skills were quite good. Very quickly, he made 3 dishes and a soup. When the last soup was done, the mixed grain porridge in the pressure cooker was also ready. Xia Ruofei was wearing an apron and mittens. He brought the last soup into the dining room. After the soup was served, Xia Ruofei took off his mittens and stuck his head out of the dining room. "Qingxue, stop watching TV and come over for dinner." "They're coming." Ling Qingxue got up and ran over. "What delicious food did you make?" "Wah! It looks pretty good." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and stuffed it into her mouth. After chewing a few times, she said, "It smells so good." Xia Ruofei patted Ling Qingshue's head lovingly and said, "Why did you fight back? Hurry up and wash your hands. I'll go get you some porridge. Don't eat it secretly." Again. Ling Qingxue made a face and said, "I know. You're just like my dad." After saying that, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this time, she felt like her sister was being doted on like a daughter. This feeling was quite good. The two of them finished their dinner affectionately. Ling Qingxue volunteered to do the dishes while Xia Ruofei went to the living room to clean up the battlefield from the afternoon. Ling Xiaotian was not coming. back from Luo City tonight, so Ling Qingxue would naturally not go back to stay. She stayed over at Xia Ruofei's villa. The two of them had been intimate for a long time in the afternoon. After dinner, they sat down and chatted for a while. Then, they went upstairs to the master bedroom. After setting up the time formation, the two began to practice the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra together. In one night, the two of them had been cultivating in the array for about 3 to 4 days. Ling Qingshua's cultivation had improved by a huge margin, and Xia Ruofei felt that he had benefited a lot as well. Of course, there was still a long way to go before Ling Qingxue and Xia Ruofei could try the joint training of their spirit bodies. It was already 2:00 in the morning when the two of them finished their cultivation. Although it was only 4 to 5 hours of sleep, it was more than enough for a cultivator. The two of them did not roll around in the sheets again. They just took a shower together and fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, after Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had breakfast at home, he drove Ling Qingxue to the office and then drove straight to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Xue Jinshan had also specially come to the factory today to accompany Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei first inspected the busy production workshop and then came to the heavily guarded control room. This was the core of the factory. Xia Ruofei had arranged for a few veterans to guard it 24 hours a day. In this control room, other than the veterans in charge of security, only a few technicians in the factory had the authority to enter. Moreover, they could only use the control program and could not see the back-end code at all. It was impossible for them to crack the production process of the jaded skin cream. After Xia Ruofei entered the control room, everyone, including Xue Jinshan, left the room. Xia Ruofei used his authority as a super administrator to open the editing software of the control program and created a new program. Then, he began to input the control code according to the process he designed yesterday. With the improvement of his spiritual power, Xia Ruofei's brain development must have far exceeded that of ordinary people. It was not only in his memory, but also in his logical thinking. It was not a complicated program. Xia Ruofei spent half an hour writing it. He ran it in the computer and modified a few pen mistakes and complicated logic. The control program was completed. Xia Ruofei skillfully packaged the program and added a self-destruction program in the case of a violent crack. He named it Strasbourg, which was also known as Strasbourg. This program was specially used to produce Chinese medicine for breeding Strasbourg geese. After keeping it, Xia Ruofei got up and walked out of the control room. He said to Xue Jinshan, who was waiting outside, "Jinshan, find some time to free up one of the production lines. We need to test this control program. If there are no problems, we can start production directly. This will save the most time." 21:20 Everything is in place. 1. Since the big boss had personally given the order, Xue Jinshan naturally carried it out with great efficiency. In the afternoon of the same day, he made arrangements to stop one of the jaded skin cream production lines. Then, he organized people to thoroughly clean the production line in preparation for the trial production on the next day. In fact, from an economic point of view, the best choice was to stop the production line of the heart, nourishing soup. After all, the price of the jaded skin cream was so high, and the heart, nourishing soup was a semi-charity project in the country. In order to allow more patients to afford the medicine, the profits had been reduced to a very low level. However, Xia Ruofei had specifically instructed that the production of the heart, nourishing soup must not be stopped. The heart, nourishing soup was still in short supply in the domestic market. Many people with autism were waiting to use it. Xia Ruofei knew this very well. He would rather the company make less money and sacrifice some short-term benefits than see the production of the heart, nourishing soup decrease. The next day, Xia Ruofei personally came to Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory. Shui Jinshan had already purchased the required medicinal herbs according to Xia Ruofei's request yesterday and had made the preliminary preparations. Xia Ruofei personally replaced the control program of the production line with the new program he had written yesterday morning. And then pressed the start button. The highly automated production line immediately began to run, and the herbs that were matched in proportion were put in through the feeding port. The production team followed Xia Ruofei's design strictly. After more than an hour, the first batch of medicine was produced. The medicine was automatically sealed in a transparent, environmentally friendly Chinese medicine bag, 500 milliliters each. Xia Ruofei randomly picked one and tore a small hole in the package. He took a light sip and closed his eyes. Although the medicine was produced for the goose, Xia Ruofei did not have any psychological barriers, because he knew that it was pure Chinese medicine. It was effective for humans too, but it might cause a weak body and not lead to a serious fatty liver. Unless he drank it like water every day, drinking 10 to 20 bags a day. Xia Ruofei did not intend to conduct a more detailed test on the medicine as it did not need to be so precise. Besides, with his current strength, even if he tasted it with his mouth, he would be almost certain. This was enough for the breeding of the Strasbourg goose. The reason for the first small-scale experimental production was mainly to prevent obvious process errors that would cause changes in the composition of the medicine. It turned out that Xia Ruofei's design was very rigorous. The produced medicine was basically the same as the one he made by hand. Xia Ruofei randomly took a few more bags of medicine and checked them carefully. Finally, he was relieved. He clapped his hands and said, "All right." There was no problem with the control program. Kanayama, let everyone rest for 10 minutes, then we'll start production. Once we've used up all the raw materials, the jaded skim cream production line will be able to resume production. Yes, Chairman. Shui Jinshan quickly said. Xia Ruofei had estimated that the raw materials prepared by Shui Jinshan could produce about 1,000 bags of medicine. This amount was enough to last the 6 Strasbourg geese for 2 months. As for the storage of these drugs, there was a very advanced cold storage on the farm. After the production factory produced them, they could be directly transported to the cold storage for storage. It was very convenient to take and use them when feeding. After Xia Ruofei explained the follow-up production and transportation matters to Shui Jinshan, he left the pharmaceutical factory. When he drove back to Taoyuan Farm, Chow Taishu was busy at the small hill near the orchard. A plot of land had been marked out for the breeding of the 6 Strasbourg geese. It was only a temporary place for raising 6 geese, so it was not troublesome to set up. The main thing was to dig a pond here as the activity place of the Strasbourg geese. Chow Taishu directly coordinated a small excavator from the nearby farm expansion site and dug out the pond in no time. He also specially dug a small water channel from the small river next to the pond to ensure that the water in the pond was running and would not turn into stinky puddles. Xia Ruofei walked over and saw Chow Taishu directing the workers to clear the weeds in the field. On the other side, there were a few masons laying bricks and applying cement for the small water channel. There was also a master who was in charge of building the goose house with bamboo. Everyone had their own duties and were busy. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was approaching, Qiao Taishu hurriedly went up to him and greeted him, "Chairman." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Big brother Qiao, you're progressing very quickly. The work here is very simple, and we even have the help of excavators. It's done in a few moments." Qiao Taishu laughed. "N?" Xia Ruofei asked, "How long more before it can be put into use?" Qiao Taishu said, "Now, the pond has been dug. The cement for the water channel will be done today. It may take a few days to dry. The rest of the work can definitely be done in the next 2 days. The goose house will be built today, and the field will be cleared. Then, we can transplant some grass that the goose will eat by the pond, and then tie the fence. Everything will be done." Xia Ruofei said, "Aren't you guys going to take turns to keep watch? How do we do it? If we don't have a place to sleep?" "It's fine. We just need to find a place to shelter from the wind and set up a military bed and a thick coat," Qiao Taishu said with a smile. 2121 Everything is in place, too, randomly playing the zither. Xia Ruofei said, "The weather is so cold. How can we sleep in the wild? I'll talk to the Jianda group. Isn't there a mobile building at the construction site next door? Let them help us build the smallest sized temporary house next to this place. Anyway, this place is still very empty. Chairman, there's no need to go through so much trouble. It's only a matter of 1 or 2 months, Qiao Taishu said. 1 or 2 months is not 1 or 2 days. How can there be no shelter at all?" Xia Ruofei said, "There is a lot of rain in the winter in the 3 mountains. Where are you going to hide if it rains?" "All right, this matter is settled." Qiao Taishu also knew that he had not considered this carefully. He did not dare to say anything more, only repeatedly expressing his thanks. Xia Ruofei immediately gave Liang Weiman a call. Liang Weiman naturally wouldn't object to such a small matter and immediately made arrangements. Now, the Peach Blossom Company's basic infrastructure projects were basically handed over to Jianda Group. Liang Weiman had always placed Xia Ruofei's matters as the top priority. Not only did he ensure quality and quantity, but he was also very efficient. Currently, the construction of the pharmaceutical factory and the expansion of the farm were also under the responsibility of Jianda Group. The construction site was not far away. Therefore, after a while, a truck drove into the farm, and the workers came with a mobile house. The familiar workers built a single-story house in a short time, and they even connected electricity from the nearby cold storage. Xia Ruofei went in to take a look. Although the room was not big, it was not a problem to put 2 single beds in it. Moreover, it was well sealed. At least it would not be exposed to the wind and rain. The most important thing was that after the electricity was connected, the cold and air conditioner that had been installed together with the house came in handy. After the heater was turned on, the inside of the iron house was as warm as spring. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction. He encouraged Qiao Taishu with a few words, and then asked, "Big brother Qiao, I will send the young goose over in 3 days. Do you have any problems with the time?" 3 days is enough." Qiao Taishu did not hesitate to say, "Chairman, I think 2 days is enough." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's not on this day. Didn't you say that we have to wait until the cement of the water channel has dried up?" "All right then. Then you can bring the young goose here 3 days later." There won't be any problems here, Chow Tai-shu said. MMH. By the way, the pharmaceutical factory will be producing a batch of Chinese medicine today. It's needed to breed the Strasbourg goose. After you've received it, store it in our cold storage, Xia Ruofei said. All right, Chow Tai-shu replied. I'll tell you in detail how to use it and what you need to pay attention to during the breeding process. In 3 days, Xia Ruofei said. By the way, go and purchase a batch of cornmeal in advance these 2 days. This is also for the goose. We'll prepare it in advance. Okay, Chairman, don't worry. I'll remember it all, Chow Tai-shu said. All right, you guys go ahead. I'll go back first, Xia Ruofei said. After distributing these tasks, Xia Ruofei was finally free from these administrative tasks. He had been living in the villa in the city for the past 2 days. After all, it was quite troublesome to travel back and forth every day. After Ling Xiaotian returned, Ling Qingxue could no longer stay over at Xia Ruofei's place. Although Ling Xiaotian did not mind, as a girl, Ling Qingxue was rather embarrassed. Moreover, she could not bring herself to leave her father alone at home while she went to spend the night with her boyfriend. But even so, because the two families were very close, Ling Qingxue still had many opportunities to be with Xia Ruofei. After dinner, he strolled a few steps and arrived at Xia Ruofei's place. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei's dinner had been settled at Ling Xiaotian's place for the past 2 days. Wasn't it normal for the young couple to go out for a walk after dinner? Hence, Xia Ruofei finally had nowhere to vent his energy. Besides, the two of them had time to cultivate together. With the help of the time array flag, even an hour was enough for them to cultivate in the array for 2 to 3 days. Ling Qingxue's cultivation was improving steadily, and everything was developing in a good direction. Feng Jing's villa was already under renovation. The designers of Jianda Group worked through the night to communicate with Feng Jing, and the design plan was quickly approved by her. After that, it was time for the renovation team to enter the site for construction. Feng Jing trusted Jianda Group a lot, so she left all the renovation to them. She basically didn't need to be on site to supervise the work. She just came over every day after work to check on the progress, and at the same time, she started to order the necessary furniture, household appliances, and daily necessities online. Shi Chong quickly got Xia Ruofei's yacht driver's license. It looked like a car driver's license, but it was only valid for 5 years. After that, he would have to take the test again. However, the Asma yacht was still in the process of being modified. After Xia Ruofei got the yacht, according to the agreement between the two parties, he chose about 500,000 yuan worth of equipment to be replaced and installed by the yacht club. Hence, Xia Ruofei had not had the chance to personally drive the yacht out to sea. On the 3rd day, after Xia Ruofei woke up, he drove straight to Ling Qingxue's house and had breakfast with the father and daughter. Then, he drove Ling Qingxue to work. The past 2 days had basically been like this. Ling Xiaotian was now in a semi-retired state, so he would not go to the company every day. Even if he did, he would not go so early. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, had taken up most of the responsibility of the company. Unless there were special circumstances, she would always come to work on time. The two of them did not go out together. In the past, Ling Qingxue would usually drive herself. Now that Xia Ruofei had moved in, he was basically in charge of sending her. Xia Ruofei did not find it troublesome at all. After all, he had not taken much care of Ling Qingxue before. Now that he had the opportunity to do more for her, he felt that it was only natural. Of course, this was also because Xia Ruofei always felt that he owed Ling Qingxue. Whether it was Song Wei's incident or Monica's incident, Xia Ruofei always felt guilty and guilty. After returning home from Ling Qingxue's company, Xia Ruofei immediately took out the cage that contained the 6 Strasbourg geese that he had prepared in the medium. Then, he took all 6 cages to the villa's yard and put them there. At around 10 o'clock, Yi Lingyun drove the pickup truck from the farm to Xia Ruofei's villa. "Brother Xia, your place was hard to find," Yi Lingyun said with a smile. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "We're familiar with each other. Now that we know the way, we should come here more often." "All right," Yi Lingyun said. "You don't live on the farm much now, so we don't have many chances to meet." Yi Lingyun was now basically devoted to the tea-making business. Lei Hu was mainly in charge of the security department. He rarely went to the company's headquarters in the city and spent most of his time in the employees' apartment on the farm. After the headquarters moved, the staff apartments were no longer so tight. Yi Lingyun could enjoy the treatment of having 2 rooms and 1 living room by himself. Xia Ruofei laughed. "You should also bring a few disciples out soon. I don't want my right-hand man to be tied up in tea-making all day long. You still have to come to the headquarters to take up a position in the future." "I know, Brother Xia." Yi Lingyun smiled and said, "Oh right, these are the cages. Load them all into the car, and then we'll go back home," Xia Ruofei said. "All right." Yi Lingyun quickly put the cages into the back of the pickup truck, then carefully secured them with straps. Then, Xia Ruofei drove his off-road vehicle and Yi Lingyun drove his pickup truck. The 2 cars drove out of the villa district, one after the other, and sped in the direction of the Peach Garden Farm. 2122, Keeping People by Heart, 1, Taoyuan Farm, under the hillside of the orchard. Yi Lingyun unloaded the cage from the pickup truck. Chao Taishu was already waiting there with a few workers. They quickly came to help when they saw the situation. Chao Taishu took the 2 cages, and the 2 workers he brought also took the 2 cages from Yi Lingyun. "Xiao Luzi, slow down. This thing is precious." Chao Taishu saw that a worker was so impatient that he almost tripped, and quickly reminded him. He led the workers to carefully take the 6 Strasbourg geese out of the cage and placed them in the new goose house. Then, he jogged to Xia Ruofei. "Chairman." Chao Taishu smiled as he greeted him. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Chao Taishu, saying, "Brother Chao, not bad. You're very efficient. This place has been completely renewed." Although this area was not big, it looked very clean and neat. It was surrounded by a bamboo fence. The goose house near the hillside was about half a meter above the ground, and it still maintained the original color of bamboo. The green goose house was refreshing. Not far from the goose house was a newly dug pond. A lot of green grass was transplanted beside the pond, which were the most common kinds of grass in the countryside. Of course, the Strasbourg goose was still very small at the moment, so it was mainly fed. Hee. In fact, there's not much work, Chao Taishu laughed. "Don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of these geese." "All right." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I'll tell you the things you need to pay attention to." "All right, Chairman, let's talk over here." After Chow Tai-shu finished speaking, he led Xia Ruofei to the wooden house next to the fence. Xia Ruofei walked in to take a look. The place had been tidied up. There was a single bed like those in the student dormitory on the left and right side of the window. The bedsheets and blankets had been laid out. In the remaining space of the mobile temporary house, there were bags of cornmeal. Chairman, we bought quite a lot of cornmeal this time. This is only a portion. The rest is in our warehouse, Chow Tai-shu said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Xia Ruofei said, the main food for the Strasbourg goose is cornmeal and the batch of Chinese medicine from the manufacturer. Xia Ruofei explained the key points of feeding Chow Tai-shu one by one, including the feeding frequency, the ratio of Chinese medicine to cornmeal, and other things too. Take note of. Chow Tai-shu was also very serious. He took down everything that Xia Ruofei had said and even repeated it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's about it. Brother Chow, don't be too nervous. Just treat it as a normal goose. How many people in the countryside had never raised a goose? It's not difficult at all. Chow Tai-shu laughed and said, that won't do. The geese in the countryside could be reared freely, but these geese were precious. That was a foreign goose that was specially imported from abroad. If I don't take good care of them, I won't have the face to work here anymore. It's not that bad, Xia Ruofei said, just follow the instructions I gave you. Feed them on time every day and pay attention to them. Don't get sick. That's all. All right, I got it. Chow Tai-shu said, Chairman, I've already arranged the manpower. Xiaoliuzi, who was moving things with me just now, is also from the same village as me. Although this kid is a little rash when doing things, he is a proper graduate of an agricultural school. It's just that it is difficult to find a job after graduating from secondary school. It has been half a year since he graduated, and he has not had any serious work to do. So, I brought him here to give it a try. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, sure. Just treat it as an internship here. He would be put on probation and his salary would be 70% of that of a regular worker. The next step is to start the breeding of goose in Strasbourg, and we need a lot of manpower in this area. If the young man's work is good, we'll officially hire him. Chairman, there's no need for the salary, just food will do. Chow Tai-shu quickly said. He's been idle at home, and now he has the opportunity to work in our company, which is already very good. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, since he's working, of course he has to be paid. However, whether he could become a full-time employee or not would still depend on his own performance. Big brother Chow, it's settled then. Remember to report to the company that the finance department wants to make a salary statement. Okay, then I'll thank you on behalf of Xiaoliuzi. Chow Tai-shu said happily. They were all from the same village, so they were more or less related. Xiaoliuzi was Chow Tai-shu's distant nephew. When he had just graduated from secondary school in June and July, Xiaoliuzi's family had asked Chow Tai-shu for help, hoping to bring their son into the Taoyuan company to work. Now, the living conditions of the villagers who worked for the Paradise Company were obviously much better than others. Their high income also made everyone very envious. However, the farm had been well staffed for the past 6 months. Although Chow Tai-shu was the person in charge of the farm, he could not simply put in people. Xia Ruofei trusted him so much. He was also extremely loyal to the company and would not do anything that would harm the company's interests. This time, Xia Ruofei wanted to develop the breeding of Strasbourg geese. Coincidentally, Xiao Liuzi had graduated from an agricultural school, so Cao Taishu wanted him to work here first. When the large-scale breeding began, he could arrange for him to work here. 21-23, tying the heart and keeping the person, too. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to be so forthright. Not only did he agree to it, but from now on, it would also be Xiao Liuzi's trial period. This made Cao Taishu pleasantly surprised, but he was also very touched. He knew that Xia Ruofei had absolute trust in him. And he also reminded himself that he must not betray Xia Ruofei's trust. After sending Xia Ruofei off, Cao Taishu walked to the side of the fence of the goose house. The workers who helped had already returned to the vegetable greenhouse. Xiao Liuzi was standing by the goose house and looking curiously at the Strasbourg geese inside, as if he wanted to see how they were different from the geese raised in the countryside. "Little Six, come here!" Cao Taishu shouted. Xiao Liuzi quickly ran over and said, "Uncle Taishu, you were looking for me?" Cao Taishu cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Liuzi, I just mentioned your matter to the boss. Did the boss agree to it?" Xiao Liuzi asked nervously. He had been unemployed at home for the past 6 months. When he had just graduated, he had worked in a nearby factory for a while, but it had nothing to do with his profession. Every day, he had to work on the production line. Because he was not skilled, his salary was low, and he soon wanted to quit. Later on, he would occasionally work part-time at home, but he basically didn't have much income, so he was very concerned about this job. Cao Taishu looked at Xiao Liuzi and said, "With your Uncle Taishu taking action, how could the boss not give him face?" "He's agreed." Xiao Liuzi's face was full of anticipation. N. Cao Taishu nodded his head and said, "The boss said that this period of time will be considered your probation period. If you do well, you can become a regular employee. By then, the farm will have a large breeding farm and you will have to raise at least a few thousand geese. Then, you can start working at the farm." "That's great. Thank you, Uncle Taishu." Xiao Liuzi was so happy that he almost jumped up. "I'm not done yet," Cao Taishu said. "This child, you're so impetuous. He had to change this bad habit. Otherwise, you won't be able to do your job well." Cao Taishu was no longer the honest farmer he was before. Now, he had the dignity of a leader. His face turned serious, and Xiao Liuzi quickly said, "I understand, Uncle Taishu." Cao Taishu nodded and said, "The boss said that during the probationary period, you'll be paid 70% of the salary of a regular new employee on the farm." Xiao Liuzi was stunned. He asked with his eyes wide open, "There's also my salary. What are you saying? You're working here, can I not pay you?" Cao Taishu slightly raised his head and said, "Does our boss look like someone who lacks money?" That's right, Xiao Liuzi quickly smiled apologetically. And then asked, "Uncle Taishu, then 70%. How much is that?" Cao Taishu cleared his throat and said, "I'm not too sure about the exact standard, but it should be around 4,000 yuan. So many." Xiao Liuzi immediately cried out, "Uncle Taishu, you're not joking with me, are you?" Cao Taishu's eyes widened and he said, "When have I ever joked with you? Was 4,000 a lot? Which official worker on our farm has a lower salary than this?" "Xiao Liuzi, I'm telling you, our company now has a tiered salary. The salary for new employees is low, and you only get 70%, so it's only 4,000 yuan. You have to work hard, and you'll get much more when you become a full-time employee. Furthermore, the year-end bonus would be a huge sum. In the future, when his salary was raised, he would get even more money. If you win the title of outstanding employee, your salary will be directly increased by one level. Xiao Liuzi was fascinated and couldn't help but ask, Uncle Taishu, then how much is your current salary? I'm an old employee, so my salary is relatively high, Chao Taishu said in a reserved manner. I also have a management bonus. You don't have to ask me how much it is. In any case, it's not lower than the county head salary. The division leaders in Sanshan only received about 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. However, civil servants received a spiritual civilization award at the end of the year. In addition to the high housing fund and car allowance, their actual annual income was about 200,000 yuan. As the person in charge of the farm, Chao Tieshu's income was indeed higher than that of the county head. Xiao Liuzi couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he heard this. To them, the county head was a very high official. Chao Taishu, who was in charge of a farm, actually received more than the county head. This was simply like a fantasy. However, Xiao Liuzi did not doubt Chao Tieshu's words. After all, a probationary intern was given more than 4,000 yuan. There was still a huge difference between an intern and a farm manager. Chao Taishu said again, Xia Ruofei, you have to do a good job. If you don't perform well and can't become a permanent employee, you won't just be embarrassing yourself. I recommended you and picked you up, so I'll also be embarrassing you. Xiao Liuzi quickly patted his chest and said, Uncle Taishu, don't worry. I will definitely perform well. Just wait and see. I'll move the things over today, and I'll be living on the farm for the next 2 months. That's not necessary, we can just take turns to keep watch, Chao Taishu said with a smile. It's fine, it's fine. I'll be idle at home, so I might as well do more. Xiao Liuzi said, Uncle Taishu, you have to manage the entire farm, so you can't keep an eye on this place all day long. If I stay here, I can share your burden. Chao Taishu nodded and said, that's fine. By the way, the boss just told me some things to pay attention to when raising geese. Come with me, I'll tell you, alright. Xiao Liuzi hurriedly followed Chao Taishu into the mobile home. Xia Ruofei didn't know that his small decision had made Xiao Liuzi so excited that he was completely devoted to the small farm. In fact, he had never been stingy with his employees. As long as his employees were loyal and treated the company as their own career, he would not have to worry about them. As for the extra manpower cost, it was nothing compared to the huge profits of the company. Take the farm as an example, it was nothing to pay a few tens of thousands of yuan a month. Perhaps a complete Strasbourg foie gras was enough to pay the salary of several workers. After Xia Ruofei had arranged his work, he did not return to the city. Instead, he went to his bedroom in the small villa, locked the door and windows, and entered the spirit map space. There were still a lot of materials from the last batch of materials for making the spiritual puppet. He finally had some free time today, so he planned to use this opportunity to process as many as possible. In the afternoon, Xia Ruofei did not leave the origin space. He only stopped to eat some fruits before continuing his work. While he was building the orchard, Xia Ruofei had also planted a few fruit trees in the Archean realm. For such a long time, Xia Qing would harvest the fruits every time they ripened, so there were quite a few cherries and lychees in the origin space. The fruits grown in the spirit map space tasted much better than the fruits in the orchard outside. It was truly a mouth-watering experience. With Xia Ruofei's current cultivation, it was fine even if he did not eat a few meals. He just had to maintain a regular routine and eat a few fruits. He worked for more than 10 hours. Xia Ruofei felt a sense of achievement as he looked at the array runes and the materials that were polished into various shapes. If he had the time to process some every day, he estimated that he would be able to process all the materials he could in 2 weeks at most. The next step was to combine these materials. Of course, Xia Ruofei's current cultivation was not enough to assemble a complete soul puppet. According to Xia Qing, it was mainly because his spiritual power cultivation was not enough. In the process of assembling, it was not a simple combination of materials. The most important thing was to fuse the array together seamlessly, which required a very high level of spiritual power. Especially the core formation of the spiritual puppet. It was the most complicated formation that Xia Ruofei had ever seen. He could not even process the few materials that made up the formation, let alone successfully assembling it. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. It was already 1 or 2 o'clock. He felt that his spiritual energy was getting depleted, so he stopped what he was doing. Just as he was about to leave the medium and go to the outside world to rest, a white light flashed before his eyes. The white realm fox suddenly appeared in front of him. 2124 The abnormal realm fox. 1. During this period of time, Xia Ruofei had entered and exited the spirit map space many times. However, this little guy was always hiding in the various space nodes to comprehend the spatial rules tirelessly and had no time to bother with Xia Ruofei. This time, it came out on its own, and Xia Ruofei was a little curious. He chuckled as he greeted the white fox and said, "Little guy, what's the matter?" The white realm fox supported itself on its 2 feet and waved its front claws at Xia Ruofei while squeaking. Xia Ruofei had spent some time with the white realm fox and could roughly guess what it was trying to convey through its body language. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked with a smile, "You're saying that you're very hungry and want to eat world stones?" The white realm fox nodded. Xia Ruofei smiled and shrugged. "But according to our agreement, you have to help me find the world stone before I can give you a share." Back then, he had kept the 3 world stones in the spirit map space. He was not in a hurry to let the space absorb the swan. Since there was no way to upgrade the space after absorbing it. Instead, he had left them in the space. The white world fox could see them but not eat them. This gave it some motivation to work hard with him to find more world stones. The white realm fox squeaked and gestured with its forelimbs. It meant that Xia Ruofei had not gone out to travel during this period of time. Even if it wanted to find a realm stone, it had no way. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "You're right. I'm really busy these days. But you have to bear with it. I'll take you out in a few days, and you can use your senses to sense it." The white realm fox had a bitter expression on its face. It rubbed its stomach as it lay down, made a kicking motion, and then lay motionless on its back. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. This little fellow's body language was quite vivid. It was clearly saying that if there were no more world stones, it would starve to death. However, Xia Ruofei would not easily believe the words of the strange white fox. Moreover, this Little fellow looked very lively. How did it look like it was about to die from hunger? Even though it had not eaten a world stone for a long time, it was definitely not so serious that it would starve to death. On the contrary, Xia Ruofei was worried that once he gave it a world stone, it would not have the motivation to find more after eating it. After all, this little fellow seemed to be able to go without eating for a long time after eating a world stone once. Now that it had taken the initiative to come out and ask for the world stone, it meant that it was really hungry. It was not easy for Xia Ruofei to have a chance to control it, so how could he give it up so easily? Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, all right. Stop pretending. Quickly get up. The white realm fox rolled to its feet and looked at Xia Ruofei indignantly, as if protesting that Xia Ruofei had left her in the lurch. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, little guy, if you really want a world stone, then go and sense it properly in a few days. I promise you, I'll take you out for a walk in at most 7 days. And if I really find something, even if it's just a world stone, I'll let you eat it first. Is that okay? Xia Ruofei's plan was this: the yacht should be ready in a few days. By then, I'll bring enough supplies and sail out to sea alone. It'll be a good way to relax. At the same time, I'll let the white realm fox sense the realm stone. Who knows, there might be some new discoveries. After all, a world stone was something that could only be encountered by luck. Running around the world to find it was similar to trying one's luck in the sea. The probability was actually about the same. The white realm fox also realized that there was no point in acting pitiful. It could only nod its head in disgust, squeak, and leave in a flash. In the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei's senses had almost no blind spots. With a sweep of his mind, he saw that the white realm fox did not burrow into a spatial node to comprehend as usual. Instead, it found a soft patch of grass and lay down weakly, looking very tired. Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself, it seems like this little guy is really hungry. It should be fine after a few days, right? You won't really starve to death, will you? He was a little uncertain and felt very strange. He was fine 2 days ago, why did he suddenly become so hungry? Xia Ruofei was still a little worried, so he sent a telepathic message to Xia Qing and asked, Xia Qing, come over here for a moment. After Xia Qing received Xia Ruofei's order, she immediately put down her work and appeared in front of Xia Ruofei in a flash. He bowed slightly and respectfully said, Master. Xia Ruofei asked, the realm fox doesn't seem to be in a good state of mind. It even took the initiative to ask me for realm stones. It said that it would starve to death if it didn't eat anything. How did this happen? Wasn't it still fine 2 days ago? It's all right, Master, said Xia Qing with a smile. The life force of a realm fox is very strong. It'll be fine. Do you know the reason? Xia Ruofei asked. Master, I'm guessing that it has made great progress in its comprehension of the spatial laws. Perhaps it's about to make a breakthrough, said Xia Qing after a moment of silence. Breakthrough? Xia Ruofei asked. That's right. After the realm fox breaks through the bottleneck in its comprehension of the spatial rules, it will have a qualitative leap. Xia Qing explained, energy is required for a breakthrough, and the main source of energy for a realm fox is the realm stone. Xia Ruofei nodded. No wonder. Is it really okay with its current state? 2125, the abnormal realm fox, 2, it's fine. Xia Qing said with a smile. I guess it's just that the energy of the world stones he ate has been exhausted, which is why he looks so listless. However, the life force of a world fox is extremely strong. Even without any source of food, it can live for a long time. If it really can it can enter a state similar to hibernation like some animals. In this state, the body's energy consumption is very low, and it can hold on for a year and a half without a problem. Xiaqing paused for a moment before continuing. I think it's just anxious to break through. That's why it let go of its restraint and came to ask Master for the world stone. When it couldn't get it, it acted pitiful. Hearing Xiaqing's words, Xia Ruofei's heart settled and he said, so that's how it is. I was so soft-hearted that I almost gave it a world stone. Pay more attention to its condition. If the situation doesn't look good, let me know immediately. Xia Ruofei felt that Xiaqing's analysis should be very close to the truth. He was also very happy in his heart. This way, the world fox's need for the world stone would become even more urgent. It would definitely use 120% of its strength to sense the world stone and would definitely not hold back. Yes, Master. Xiaqing replied respectfully. Xia Ruofei nodded and left the spirit map space in a flash. He appeared in the bedroom outside. Xia Ruofei kept the painting in his palm and went to the bathroom to take a quick shower. He changed into his home clothes and took the time to rest. For the next few days, Xia Ruofei basically lived in the villa in the city. However, he would come to the farm during the day to check on the condition of the 6 Strasbourg geese. In addition, the plan for the expansion and transformation of the farm was also being adjusted, and the design of the Strasbourg goose farm was soon out. Xia Ruofei could also discuss the design with Xue Jinshan and the other designers at the farm and give suggestions for changes. The entire breeding farm was designed to raise 2,000 Strasbourg geese. There was a spacious and beautiful aerial goose house, a winding man-made stream and pond, and a large activity area. In addition, according to Xia Ruofei's request, there was a special area for breeding geese and a facility for hatching goose eggs. Since he wanted to carry out large-scale breeding, he naturally had to form a continuous cycle. It was impossible to wait for a batch of geese to be slaughtered and take the foie gras before starting to raise the young geese again. In the future, the farm would definitely have a fixed output every month or even every week. Xia Ruofei used these few days to finalize the revised design draft. The construction site also started to build vegetable greenhouses and farms according to the new plan. Other than these things, Xia Ruofei spent most of his time in the small farm villa, tirelessly processing the materials for refining the spiritual puppet. Looking at the mountain of raw materials decreasing bit by bit, and the parts with various shapes and complicated array patterns increasing in number, Xia Ruofei felt a strong sense of achievement. Every day, at 4 or 5 o'clock, he would leave the spirit map space on time and drive to the Lingji restaurant headquarters in the city. He would be just in time to pick Ling Qingxue up from work. Sometimes, the two of them would eat out directly, and sometimes, they would go back to have dinner with Ling Xiaotian. After dinner, they would take a stroll to Xia Ruofei's riverside villa, or shamelessly roll around in the sheets to digest their food, or simply go to the spacious master bedroom to set up a time formation and cultivate. It could be said that Xia Ruofei's life was very regular. In the past few days, Xia Ruofei did not forget to pay attention to the white fox's condition. The little guy's movements were getting less and less. He looked sickly and would sometimes lie on the ground for hours without moving, If it wasn't for Xia Qing's assurance that the white realm fox would not be in any danger, he would have given it a realm stone long ago. After about 6 or 7 days of this routine, Qin Lan from the yacht club called to tell Xia Ruofei that his yacht had been completely modified and asked Xia Ruofei to go over and check it. Xia Ruofei also wanted to go out to sea as soon as possible. After all, the White Realm Fox's condition made him more or less worried. However, Xia Ruofei also knew that it would not be easy to find the World Stone if he were to go out aimlessly. Fortunately, he still had 3 World Stones from the last time. He could still use them in case of an emergency. Although Xia Ruofei was not friendly to the White Fox, they had gone through thick and thin together. If the little one's life was in danger, Xia Ruofei would not be indifferent. Hence, after Xia Ruofei received the call, he immediately drove to the dock of the yacht club. The modified yacht was already quietly moored at the dock. The exterior didn't look any different from before. Of course, there weren't many changes internally either. Using 500,000 yuan on the yacht wouldn't be able to do much. Xia Ruofei mainly changed the jacuzzi and upgraded the stereo system in the cabin to 7.1 channels. Just this set of stereo equipment alone cost nearly 300,000 yuan. With a few other minor changes, the 500,000 yuan quota was used up. Xia Ruofei still had to pay another 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Accompanied by Qin Lan, he came to the yacht mainly to check the refitted parts. The sound effects were much better after the modification. The melodious music seemed to be in every corner of the cabin, with a clear sense of layering. The bass effect was simply shocking. He could imagine the yacht bobbing up and down on the blue ocean. All he could see was the endless ocean, as if he was the only one left in the world. Then, he lay on the deck and looked up at the sky. The beautiful melody echoing in his ears. The feeling of being completely relaxed and free made Xia Ruofei yearn for it. Xia Ruofei had even specially released the restrictions so that the White Fox could sense the situation outside. The little fellow already knew that Xia Ruofei was going to bring it out to sea in the next few days. Now that it saw Xia Ruofei on a beautiful big ship, it was instantly excited and gestured for Xia Ruofei to set sail, quickly. Xia Ruofei said to the realm fox, telepathically, "Little fellow, don't be anxious. We still need to do some preparation work before going out to sea. We'll definitely be able to set off in a day or 2, so just bear with it for now." The white realm fox pouted in disappointment and fell back to the ground. Xia Ruofei checked the yacht and was very satisfied with the modifications. He signed his name on the form without hesitation. From that moment on, the registered paradise was officially handed over to Xia Ruofei. However, it would still stop here. This was the exclusive berth of the Peach Garden. In order to facilitate this deal, the yacht club had given the right to use the berth for 3 years, 2 years of free maintenance, and 2 years of management fee exemption. Now, the Peach Garden could use these resources of the yacht club for free. After signing, Xia Ruofei said to Qin Lan, "Manager Qin, please arrange for someone to fill up the yacht. I might have to go out to sea in 2 days, all right?" "Yes," Qin Lan replied. Ma Shan then asked in surprise, "Mr. Xia, are you sure you want to fill it up?" The yacht's fuel tank was relatively large, and it could hold several tons of fuel. It's not cheap to fill them all up. If you're only going for offshore navigation, I suggest adding a part. For a medium-sized or large yacht like this, a full tank would cost At least 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. Even rich people might not do this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll fill them all up. I'll transfer the fee to you in advance." The customer's needs came first. Qin Lan had already reminded him. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was insistent, she naturally did not say anything more. She just nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to come over in the afternoon to cheer for us." In fact, even if he filled up the fuel, Xia Ruofei might not be satisfied with the flight. Not only did he have to fill up the fuel tank, but he also wanted to bring more diesel in the space to increase the range. 2126 Full preparation _1 Sufficient preparation if it's convenient to arrange. Why don't we fill up the gas now? Xia Ruofei said to Qin Lan. As there was still some diesel left in the tank, they did not know how much to add to fill it up. Although the yacht club would not play tricks on things like refueling, Xia Ruofei felt that it was better to personally watch. Besides, he paid the money on the spot so that everyone could rest assured. "Mr. Xia," Qin Lan said, "if we want to refuel, we'll need to drive the yacht to a special berth. If we want to find a temporary yacht pilot, it might take some time." Qin Lan considered that Xia Ruofei's time was precious, so she said that they would go to refuel in the afternoon. After all, the yacht's pilot had been assigned in advance and was not always available. If they needed to refuel immediately, Xia Ruofei would have to wait here. Xia Ruofei laughed. "Manager Qin, you just need to contact the people who will refuel the yacht. I can drive the yacht there myself." "Ah?" Qin Lan was shocked and said, "Mr. Xia, this is not a joke. You need to be qualified to drive a yacht. The punishment for driving a yacht without a license is very heavy." Xia Ruofei chuckled and put his hand into the inner pocket of his coat. Of course, he was actually taking out his yacht driving license from the spirit map space. He then handed it to Qin Lan and said, "Manager Qin, I have a certificate." Qin Lan was a little confused. She took Xia Ruofei's yacht driving license subconsciously and opened it to take a look. She realized that the witness was really Xia Ruofei. She did not doubt the authenticity of the certificate, but she was surprised that a rich man like Xia Ruofei would spend time learning how to drive a yacht. Weren't they the kind of people who could earn hundreds of thousands every minute? Those who had the money to buy a yacht would usually hire professional pilots and sailors. For a yacht like Xia Ruofei's, there would only be one pilot and 2 sailors. At most, 2 service staff would be enough. These people's salaries added up would not be much. However, these thoughts only flashed through Qin Lan's mind. She quickly came back to her senses and returned the license to Xia Ruofei. "I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. I didn't mean to doubt you. I just didn't expect you to have a yacht driver's license. I'm fine." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Manager Qin, can we go and do our best?" "Of course." Qin Lan said, "I'll contact them now." Qin Lan took out her phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, she hung up after saying a few words. Then, she said to Xia Ruofei, "Mr. Xia, our staff is already making preparations. You can start the yacht and I'll show you the direction." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's go to the bridge. The view is better there." The flying bridge deck was located at the top of the yacht. It was the most open deck on the yacht, and its position was noble, with a wide view. The ASMA 100 Leonardo's flying bridge was 11 meters long. At the forefront of the deck was a second pilot zone. One could also drive the yacht from there as there was no windshield. The high position gave one a better view and allowed one to experience the feeling of being as fast as lightning. In addition to the driving area, there was a lounge area on the deck of the flying bridge, a massage pool with sunbathing mats, a large sunbathing mat near the driver's seat, and a dining table for 8 guests. Although Qin was a little afraid of the cold wind in this winter, she couldn't reject the customer's request. Besides, this place was not far from the refueling berth. She just had to bear with it and went to the Qingqing refueling dock, which was originally operated by the yacht club and was one of the club's basic facilities. Qin followed Xia Ruofei to the deck of the flying bridge. Xia Ruofei sat in the driver's seat and started the yacht. Qin stood beside him and gave him directions at any time. To be honest, Qin was still a little uncertain. After all, every time Xia Ruofei came to experience the yacht, it was always a professional yacht pilot. She had never seen Xia Ruofei show that he knew how to drive a yacht. However, the yacht started steadily and slowly left the berth. Qin's heart also calmed down. She had been on various types of yachts and worked with different yacht drivers. One look at Xia Ruofei's operation and she knew that he must know how to drive a yacht. That certificate was really not bought with money. In fact, although the yacht driving license was not bought with money, Xia Ruofei did not spend a minute in training or taking the exam. Sure, Chang helped him to get it. Of course, when Xia Ruofei was in the army, he had received some quick training and mastered the basic operations. Then, he had studied the yacht pilot training materials and the operating manual provided by Shi Chang very seriously. So, he was definitely able to drive the yacht with ease. The yacht slowly moved forward and soon arrived at the berth for refueling. Xia Ruofei saw that there was a refueling station on the shore of the row of parking lots. It was equivalent to a gas station, but the object of refueling was the yacht in the water. Xia Ruofei had become more skilled after the previous operation. He controlled the yacht and docked it accurately. There were already staff members waiting on the shore. They first took the cable to fix the yacht in the berth, then came over with a gas gun to refuel the yacht. 2127 Full preparation. 2. The fuel tank of this yacht was about 11,000 liters, and it was about 60,000 yuan to fill it up. However, there was still a surplus in the fuel tank, so Xia Ruofei ended up paying about 50,000 yuan for the fuel. Although it wasn't as much as 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, this yacht was still too expensive for ordinary people. After all, even if they filled up the oil, if they sailed a little further out to sea, they would probably use up most of the oil in a round trip. After refueling, Xia Ruofei drove the yacht back to his designated berth and parked it. Then, he got off the yacht. Before driving away from the yacht club, Xia Ruofei told Qin that he would be going out on the yacht the day after tomorrow. Of course, Xia Ruofei was just making a casual remark. He did not need the yacht club to prepare a pilot or any other staff. After leaving the yacht club, Xia Ruofei contacted Lu Jia. It was mainly about the purchase of diesel. He thought that Lu Jia's father was the leader of the state-owned assets control commission and should have more dealings with large state-owned enterprises like 2 barrels of oil. He should be able to buy diesel smoothly if he asked for his help. After all, gas stations didn't sell diesel directly. They could only fill it up by driving. If they wanted to buy it in bulk, they usually went to the fuel depot, but the procedures were very troublesome and required the approval of many departments. When Lu Jia heard that Xia Ruofei wanted to buy a batch of diesel wholesale. He did not ask why Xia Ruofei wanted to buy diesel in detail. He immediately agreed and asked Xia Ruofei how much he needed to buy. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, if possible, about 100 tons. Of course, if there are any difficulties, less is fine. The fuel tank capacity of his yacht was about 10 tons. If he could store another 100 tons of diesel, it was equivalent to a 10-fold increase in range. He could drive at least a few thousand nautical miles. If he used an economic speed, he could even go to Australia and back. With such a long range, it was enough for him to gallop freely on the sea. After Lu Zhi heard this, he smiled and said, since Brother Xia has spoken, what can't I do? Moreover, 100 tons wasn't a lot. I'll help you with the relevant procedures, it'll be done in a day. Thank you so much. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, oh right, I need to pack all this diesel in oil barrels and send it to the designated location for me. I'll pay for the oil barrels and the transportation fees. No problem. Lu Zhi said, I'll get them to store it in 200L barrels. Xia Ruofei calculated silently. The density of diesel was lower than that of water. 1 ton of diesel was about 1200 L, which meant that 6 barrels had to be filled. 100 tons would be about 600 barrels. This kind of oil barrel could be stacked up to several levels, and his warehouse in the city could completely store it. Hence, he said, that's fine. Lu Zhi, I'll send you the address in a moment. Tell them that I'll pay in cash and check. If they want to transfer the money, I can also transfer it to their account in advance. All right. Brother Xia, just wait for my news. Lu Zhi said. Lu Zhi was very efficient. He called Xia Ruofei in the afternoon and told him that the procedures were all done. He had also contacted the oil depot. 100 tons of diesel was only about 120,000 liters. This amount of oil was not much for the fuel depot, and there was no need to mix the oil. However, Xia Ruofei had requested for them to be filled in the bucket, so it would take some time. They would start loading the barrels at the oil depot this afternoon. With some overtime at night, they would be able to deliver the barrels to the warehouse that Xia Ruofei had specified. The next morning, Xia Ruofei was overjoyed and said, thanks. Lu Zhi, you've been a great help. Brother Xia, this is a piece of cake for me, Lu Zhi said with a smile. You don't have to be so polite. By the way, I'll go with you tomorrow. No need. Xia Ruofei said, just give me the contact information of their team leader. I'll be there in advance, to wait for them. I don't have anything to do tomorrow anyway. There's really no need to go through so much trouble. You can just greet them. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, and I might buy it more than once. I'll have to trouble you in the future, you can't always send oil over. All right then. Lu Zhi said, Brother Xia, if anything happens, just give me a call. All right. Xia Ruofei said, with a smile. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei started to pack his things. He used the afternoon to purchase a lot of things in the city, including food, drinking water, and other necessities of life on the sea, as well as some emergency facilities and survival equipment. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to carry too much due to the limited capacity of the yacht. However, Xia Ruofei had almost infinite space with him, so he did not have such concerns. They did not know how long they would be out this time and what they would encounter at sea was unknown. Hence, Xia Ruofei had prepared a large amount of food, drinking water, spices, and so on. As for the other supplies, as long as he felt that they might be useful at sea, he would purchase them in large quantities. In the afternoon, several small trucks used to deliver goods from the supermarket were used. There were also delivery trucks from other stores. His villa in the city had become a courier station. That night, after Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue had cultivated for a while, they sent her home early. Xia Ruofei also told Ling Qingxue that he was going to sail the yacht out for a few days. Of course, he first invited Ling Qingxue to go out with him. However, when he heard that he was going to go out for a few days to test the performance of the yacht, Ling Qingxue gave up. After all, it was impossible for her to not go to the company for a few days in a row. She was not Xia Ruofei, who could just leave everything to others. Xia Ruofei had originally planned to go out to sea alone. As for going to the coastal waters with Ling Qingxue to enjoy some alone time, he could only think about it next time. Xia Ruofei went to bed early after he got home. The next day, he had a simple breakfast and dropped Ling Qingxue off at the office. Then, he drove straight to the warehouse in the city. The truck from the oil depot had not arrived yet, but a manager named Wu had contacted Xia Ruofei in advance and told him that they had already set off. They should be arriving soon. Xia Ruofei opened the door of the warehouse and sent a WeChat message to Feng Jing as he waited. He told her that he would be out for a few days and that there might be no signal by then. He also left the maritime satellite phone number on the yacht with Feng Jing so that he could contact her if there was an emergency. Feng Rao was already used to Xia Ruofei's occasional shirking. She didn't even complain about Xia Ruofei. She only said that she understood and didn't say anything else. Xia Ruofei waited for another 10 minutes or so and saw a convoy of large trucks driving over from afar. A middle-aged man in his 40s jumped down from the first car and said to Xia Ruofei, "Hello, you must be President Xia?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's me. Are you Manager Wu? Hard work. It's been hard on you." "You're welcome, President Xia. This is part of our job." Manager Wu smiled and said, "The 600 barrels of diesel are all here. Mr. Xia, are we unloading it at this warehouse?" Xia Ruofei nodded and looked at the trucks. "Yes. The door here is higher, so the car can directly drive in to unload." Okay, Manager Wu said. Then, he beckoned for a subordinate to come over and whispered a few instructions. The first truck immediately started slowly, increased its horsepower, and drove up the small slope at the entrance of the warehouse, directly into the warehouse. The unloading workers brought by Manager Wu immediately ran into the warehouse and began to unload the truck. Xia Ruofei smiled at Manager Wu and said, "Manager Wu, let's settle the payment. Do you accept cash and checks? If it's not convenient, I can go with you to the bank to transfer the money." "Convenient? It's convenient." Manager Wu quickly said, "You can just give me cash and a check." Xia Ruofei nodded. He took out a checkbook and asked, "How much is it in total?" 2128, set sail. 1, Manager Wu said eagerly, "Director Xia, the total is 687,352 yuan. Our Director Chen has said that we don't need the small change. You can just give 680,000 yuan. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, "This amount doesn't seem right. Why is it so cheap?" Now, the retail price of diesel was about 6.5 yuan per liter. 100 tons of it was at least 120,000 liters. The cost of diesel alone was nearly 800,000 yuan, and this did not include the transportation cost and the cost of oil barrels. Manager Wu smiled and said, President Xia, you're probably calculating the retail price, right? Since you're buying so many at once, of course we'll pay you at the wholesale price. The wholesale price we give to our major customers is about 6,800 yuan per ton. In fact, how could buying 100 tons be considered a big customer? This was all because Xia had personally come out to greet him. Xia Ruofei was very clear about this, so he could only say, I see, thank you. By the way, I haven't counted the transportation fee and the oil barrel. Manager Wu laughed and said, Director Xia, you're taking care of our business by buying so much at once. Of course, we're delivering the goods to our doorstep. Now, even shipping is included if you buy a bag of rice. As for the oil barrels, young Master Liu said that you may need to continue to buy diesel in the future, so we'll lend you these oil barrels. In the next trade, you can just exchange empty barrels for barrels full of oil. Look how thoughtful was she? Everything had been thought out. This was the magic of power. Furthermore, Xia had such a high status. Just because of his father's identity. No wonder so many people were fighting to become an official, a high-ranking official. Xia Ruofei sighed in his heart and said, All right then. Manager Wu, I'll write you a check. Xia Ruofei tore off the check and handed it to Manager Wu. He then passed it to a subordinate. This was the financial staff that he had specially brought along. Even though Xia had informed Manager Wu about this through his connections, he did not dare to be careless when it came to hundreds of thousands of yuan. The finance staff checked the check quickly and nodded slightly to Manager Wu. Manager Wu immediately smiled and extended his hand to Xia Ruofei. President Xia, happy working with you. Happy cooperation. The stevedores were very efficient. One truck drove out after unloading, and another truck drove in. It took about 2 hours for all the oil barrels to be unloaded. They were stacked on 2 floors and took up almost 2/3 of the space in the warehouse. Xia Ruofei waved goodbye to Manager Wu. He waited until the car disappeared from his sight before he returned to the warehouse and locked the door from the inside. He used his mental power to check and made sure that no one was spying on them, so he quickly put all the oil barrels into the space. The Mountain Sea realm was now very vast. Although many medicinal gardens and rice fields had been developed, there was still a large piece of land that was idle. Xia Ruofei casually found a flat area and placed the oil barrels in a steady and orderly manner. The space was big enough, so there was naturally no need to stack up several layers. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei opened the warehouse door a little, dashed out, and quickly locked the door. Then, he drove straight to the yacht club. Xia Ruofei called Qin Lan as he entered the club. When he arrived at the main building of the club, he saw that Qin Lan was already waiting at the door. Xia Ruofei parked his car on the side of the road and jumped out of the car. He opened the door of the back seat and took out a huge backpack. There were a lot of supplies and equipment in it. Of course, it was just a cover. After all, he would be out at sea for many days. If he came empty-handed, it would easily arouse suspicion. In fact, most of the supplies that Xia Ruofei had prepared were kept in the spirit map space. The amount of supplies was 10 times or 100 times more than what he had in his backpack. Qin Lan smiled as she walked up to him and greeted him. Good day, Mr. Xia. Xia Ruofei nodded at Qin Lan and said, Manager Qin, I'll have to trouble you to arrange an electric car to send me to the dock. I'm ready. Qin Lan smiled and waved her hand. An electric car that was parked at the side drove over. The driver came over and moved Xia Ruofei's heavy backpack into the car. Qin Lan insisted on sending Xia Ruofei to the dock. Xia Ruofei could not reject her and could only nod in agreement. After a while, the electric car arrived at Xia Ruofei's exclusive berth at the yacht pier. Xia Ruofei and Qin Lan stood on the dock. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Manager Qin, let's say goodbye here. I might stay in the open sea for a few more days this time. It's rare for me to relax, so I might just stop in a certain sea area and stay there for a few days. Xia Ruofei was just giving them a heads up. After all, he had brought a large amount of fuel with him, so he would definitely be out at sea for a longer time than a normal yacht. Then I wish you a good time. Qin Lan nodded and said, If you need anything, you can contact us through the maritime satellite phone. All right. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he grabbed his backpack and walked towards the platform. Qin Lan couldn't help but ask, Mr. Xia, are you really not going to consider bringing along a few staff members? We can take care of each other at sea. Qin Lan had been in contact with many rich people, but it was the first time she had seen someone like Xia Ruofei who insisted on being alone and sailed out to sea alone. In fact, it was quite dangerous to drive a yacht out to sea alone. The main reason was that if something happened at sea, there was no one to help. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, No need, I'm used to being alone. Besides, I won't be going far. I'll just stroll around the coastal waters. I mainly want to stay at sea for a few days and experience the feeling of sleeping at sea at night. 21-29 Set sail. 2. Qin Lan could only try to persuade him. Seeing that Xia Ruofei insisted on doing so, she had no choice but to say, All right then. Mr. Xia, you're alone at sea, so you must be careful. Qin Lan had a very good impression of this bright and rich young man. Of course, she didn't want anything to happen to him. For some reason, a scene from a movie appeared in Qin Lan's mind uncontrollably. In that movie, a group of friends drove a yacht out to sea. When they reached the calm open sea, everyone jumped into the sea and swam. Even a girl with deep-sea phobia was thrown into the sea by everyone like a prank, leaving only an infant on the yacht. Then, to everyone's horror, they realized that they had not lowered the accommodation ladder. They could not exert their strength on the sea, and no one could reach the side of the boat. After that, a series of terrifying things happened. Although this was a horror movie, Qin Lan's deepest impression was that everyone was soaked in the sea. There was only a yacht around them that could be seen, but could not be boarded, and then there was the vast sea. As long as she put herself in that position, she could feel the helplessness. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not know what was going on in Qin Lan's mind. Even if he did, he would just laugh it off. For a cultivator, it was easy to fly onto a boat in this situation in the movies. Of course, the power of nature was awe-inspiring. Even cultivators who were much stronger than Xia Ruofei could lose their lives in the face of the power of nature. Xia Ruofei would not let his guard down. The staff untied the cable and threw it onto the yacht. Xia Ruofei skillfully tied the cable and waved at Qin Lan. Then, he walked into the cabin with his big backpack. He casually placed his backpack on the circular sofa in the reception area, then continued to walk forward a little bit and entered the cockpit. Qin Lan stood on the dock and watched as the yacht started to move slowly towards the direction of the open sea. She didn't leave immediately. Instead, she waited until the yacht became smaller and smaller in her field of vision until it was completely out of sight. Then, with a trace of worry, she got on the electric car and returned to the yacht club. On the yacht, Xia Ruofei was sitting in the driver's seat. Leisurely. He was not controlling the yacht, but it was still moving forward, steadily. After the yacht was delivered, Xia Ruofei not only upgraded some of the equipment but also added a global autopilot system. Generally speaking, yachts were mainly used for offshore travel, so even some luxury yachts were not equipped with global autopilot systems. This system was mainly used on some ocean ships. The system was very expensive and needed to be updated regularly. However, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and chose to install it. This time, Xia Ruofei had experienced the convenience of the system on the yacht. After the route was set on the main control computer, the yacht would follow the GPS positioning and travel along the set route. When it reached the set turning point, it would automatically turn, and it would also adjust its error according to the weather, wind, and other factors. At the same time, there were also some other auxiliary functions, such as maintaining a flight path for a long time, warning off course, warning of approaching targets, and so on. It could be said that after the installation of this system, the yacht pilot's hands were greatly liberated. Just like now, Xia Ruofei was sitting in front of the driver's seat with a glass of fresh fruit juice in his hand. He just had to monitor the data from time to time. It was very easy. After leaving the coastal waters, there were fewer and fewer ships in the surrounding area. The land was also left far behind and finally disappeared from sight. The last thing he could see was the endless sea, as if he was the only one left in the world. The route that Xia Ruofei had set was very simple. After going out to sea from the three mountains, they would head east. They would make a slight turn north of Taixing Bay Island, pass through the entire East China Sea, and enter the Pacific Ocean. After that, there was no further route set. After all, it was at least a few hundred nautical miles across the East China Sea. With the yacht's cruising speed, it would take at least more than 20 hours to sail continuously. Since there was no specific destination for this trip, Xia Ruofei decided to take it one step at a time and enter the Pacific Ocean first. After the yacht set sail, Xia Ruofei released the restrictions on the spirit map space. This way, the white fox could sense the outside world without any obstacles. Usually, Xia Ruofei would seal off this kind of feeling. He did not want the white realm fox and Xia Qing to watch him in the space when he was having sex with Ling Qingxue. The scenery of the ocean was extremely beautiful and vast. The boundless scene of the sea and the sky merging into one could make one's heart unconsciously open up. However, as time went by, he would gradually find it boring. Humans were social animals. After being away from the hustle and bustle of the world, it was as if he was the only one in the world. Even someone as powerful as Xia Ruofei could not avoid that sense of loneliness. Of course, Xia Ruofei had undergone strict training in the army. He did not have any psychological problems. He just felt a little bored. Fortunately, in order to increase the probability of finding the realm stone, Xia Ruofei did not blindly approach the island when he set the route. Instead, he deliberately let the yacht pass by some uninhabited islands. This way, with the White Fox's sensing ability, if there were really realm stones on those deserted islands, it would be able to detect them in time. Therefore, after the yacht sailed for a while, they would occasionally see an island. After Xia Ruofei went out to sea, the white realm fox no longer looked sickly. Instead, it perked up and sensed the aura of the realm stone that might exist in the outside world. However, the probability of encountering a realm stone on such a lucky voyage was very low. The white realm fox had not discovered anything yet. Xia Ruofei set off at around 11 a.m. Other than the small part of the ship that was manually driven, the rest of the ship was left to the autopilot system. At about 5 p.m., Xia Ruofei saw the ship's flight path on the main computer. The ship had already traveled more than 160 nautical miles and was far from land. It had passed by a few deserted islands along the way, but the white fox did not find anything. Xia Ruofei was already mentally prepared for such a situation, so he was not in a hurry. It was almost evening. Xia Ruofei turned off the autopilot and stopped the yacht. In order to prevent the yacht from drifting away with the current, Xia Ruofei carefully anchored it. After the engine was turned off, the yacht became even quieter, and the sound of waves gently hitting the hull could be heard. Xia Ruofei took out some lychees, cherries, bread, and milk for dinner. He came to the stern deck and sat on the soft recliner, eating while looking at the sun in the west. After Xia Ruofei left the harbor from the Three Mountains, he had been heading east. It was already evening and the sun was in the direction he had come from. It was no longer as hot as it was at noon. It looked like a huge red fireball, dyeing the sea red. The white fox was squeaking anxiously in the medium. It was very unhappy that Xia Ruofei had stopped the yacht. However, Xia Ruofei enjoyed his dinner on the sea unhurriedly and enjoyed the rare sunset on the sea. He only stood up and walked to the cockpit when the sun had completely fallen below the sea level and the sky was getting dark. Xia Ruofei said as he walked, "Little guy, don't be so anxious. Haste makes waste. Besides, it's so dark tonight, how dangerous would it be to sail the ship? I'd decided to continue for a while on your account, but you must stop the ship and sleep before 8 o'clock. I'll only have energy tomorrow if I rest well." 21:30 harvesting_1 The white fox was jumping up and down in the space, gesturing with its two forelimbs to express its strong dissatisfaction. Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, "It seems that you don't agree with my plan. In that case, I'll just turn the ship around and return. I see that you're very energetic. He doesn't look like he's about to starve to death." The white realm fox immediately stopped and cupped its hands pitifully. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh at its funny look. He was only scaring the white fox on purpose. How could he really turn around and go back? After all, he would also have a share if they found the world stone. Furthermore, he had made ample preparations this time. Wouldn't it be a pity to return without spending a few days on the sea? Xia Ruofei continued to scare the white fox. He told it that if it wanted to cooperate, it had to listen to his arrangements and not raise any objections. Then, Xia Ruofei kept the anchor and continued to drive the yacht. After the yacht started moving, Xia Ruofei quickly switched to autopilot and let the yacht follow the route he had set. After the sun set below the sea, night soon fell. The clouds were very thick tonight. The moon and stars were almost blocked, and it was almost pitch black outside. On this vast ocean, under the cover Of the night, an ordinary person would probably feel an extremely oppressive feeling and a fear of the unknown. However, Xia Ruofei was still at ease. He did not turn on the lights of the yacht. Only the instrument panel and the main control computer in the cockpit emitted a faint glow. He held a can of beer in his hand and listened to music while monitoring the navigation data of the yacht. As long as the yacht was moving forward, the White Realm Fox in the space would maintain a high level of concentration, trying to sense the aura of the Realm Stone. At around 8 in the evening, Xia Ruofei stopped the yacht and stalled the engine. The White Fox did not notice anything. This was all within his expectations. Xia Ruofei was not too disappointed. He didn't go to rest right away, but went through the entire yacht to the stern. There was a unique affinity platform. Here, the height was almost close to the sea, and there were no fences around it. It also used a convex design, so it could be said to be surrounded by water on 3 sides. Xia Ruofei sat down on the platform and felt as if he was on the sea. The waves gently hit the boat, and the yacht also swayed gently with the rhythm of the sea. There was no other sound except the sound of water around them, and the whole world seemed very quiet. Xia Ruofei held a spiritual crystal in his hand and started to cultivate the Great Tao Sutra. Few humans set foot on this vast sea, and it was far away from the noisy cities. There was almost no pollution, and the spiritual energy here seemed to be richer than on land. In the fishy smell in the air, Xia Ruofei quickly entered a state of cultivation. The true qi in his body flowed along the meridian circulation diagram of the great Tao arts. After every circulation, the spiritual qi in his dantian would be transformed into true qi. Although his true qi only increased by a little each time, Xia Ruofei's cultivation continued to grow day by day. When it came to cultivation, it was a test of perseverance and patience. There were no shortcuts. After a long time, Xia Ruofei let out a long breath of air and felt refreshed. He put the spirit crystal, which had shrunk to a size smaller, into his space and lay down on the platform. Casually, he looked up at the starless sky and released his spiritual power. There seemed to be another world under the sea. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power could detect all kinds of sea creatures swimming at different depths. They were completely unaware of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. Clownfish, porcupines, jellyfishes. Xia Ruofei used his not so profound knowledge to distinguish the sea creatures that were swimming under the yacht. He suddenly had an idea. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy suddenly shot out and wrapped around a porcupine fish in an instant. The porcupine fish was swimming around without any warning when it suddenly felt as if it had fallen into a swamp and became unable to move. It subconsciously swelled up. This was the reaction of the porcupine fish when it encountered danger. In the next moment, Xia Ruofei had already retrieved the porcupine fish from the sea. His mental power cultivation had always been higher than his true qi cultivation, so he had long been able to capture objects from a distance. The porcupine fish wasn't big, so although it was slightly more difficult to capture swimming objects than stationary objects, it wasn't a big deal for him. He succeeded very easily. Xia Ruofei didn't reach out to touch the little porcupine fish. After summoning it out of the sea, he used his mind, and the porcupine fish disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, it appeared in the surface of the ocean inside the spirit map space and was thrown into the sea with a plop. If the porcupine fish could think, it would definitely be puzzled. It was just that this kind of low-level creature moved by instinct. It could feel that It was still in the sea, but the environment was countless times more comfortable than before. The spiritual Qian. The dense space was already in the form of a watery mist. The external environment was completely incomparable to the environment inside the space. After a short period of panic, the porcupinefish quickly regained its composure and began to swim leisurely in the sea of space. 2131 Harvesting _2 Xia Ruofei had been paying close attention to the situation in the space. When he noticed the condition of the porcupinefish, he couldn't help but smile. This was also a sudden thought that came to his mind. There were too few creatures in the sea of space. Other than the abalones and the Yangtze River beluga that he had moved in, there were basically no other creatures. The environment in the interspace was very good, but it felt a little less lively. Therefore, when Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to detect these marine creatures, he immediately decided to take advantage of this opportunity to go out to sea alone to capture more marine creatures from the outside world and bring them into the space sea. Xia Ruofei's confidence was greatly boosted after his first attempt was successful. He tried again and again. His target was the smaller and slower fish. After all, he could only use his mental power to capture and ingest fish in the outside world. The success rate was not high if the fish were too big. Xia Ruofei did not go out of his way to catch one or a few marine creatures. He did not even go out of his way to mate them. Anyway, these marine creatures would definitely have no problem surviving in the sea of the realm. If he happened to catch a few of the same marine creatures, they might be able to reproduce in the realm. Xia Ruofei treated this as a form of entertainment. It could also train his control of his mental energy. He had a lot of fun on the intimate platform at the end of the yacht. In the space, a crazily wriggling fish would fall from the sky from time to time and be thrown into the sea of space, then quickly escape into the depths of the sea. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had successfully caught dozens of different marine creatures. Most of them were fish, and there were jellyfish, and so on. There was even a giant sea turtle that was slowly passing by the yacht. Xia Ruofei easily caught it and sent it into the origin space. The giant turtle was too slow. It was not until midnight that Xia Ruofei finally got up and prepared to go back to the cabin to rest. He had already fallen in love with this game. The process of continuously adding vitality to the spirit map space gave him a great sense of accomplishment. The spirit map space was like Xia Ruofei's personal territory. Every change and improvement in this territory would make him happy from the bottom of his heart. Xia Ruofei had already decided that while he was out at sea, he would make time every day to do this. His target wasn't just the small sea creatures. He was also eager to try the larger fish. Before going out to sea this time, Xia Ruofei had also bought a professional fishing rod and net. He was prepared to try it out tomorrow to see if he could combine these tools with the use of his mental strength to catch larger marine creatures. After all, the sea in the spirit map space could not be filled with weak chickens. The yacht's master bedroom was very spacious and comfortable. Not only did it have a special bathroom, but it also had a luxurious jacuzzi and a large soft double bed. This master bedroom was even more luxurious than the rooms of a 5-star hotel. In fact, this yacht was like a mobile palace on the sea. As a luxury toy for the rich, it was natural to pursue the ultimate comfort. Xia Ruofei took a bath and changed into his sleeping robe. He threw himself onto the bed and fell asleep quickly. Of course, as they were in the middle of the sea, Xia Ruofei still carefully set up a simple alarm array around his bedroom. Once an invader touched the array or the yacht swayed beyond a certain range, the array would be triggered immediately and Xia Ruofei would be able to wake up immediately. Being cautious. Cautious, and more cautious, this was almost an instinct that was engraved into Xia Ruofei's bones. Nothing unexpected happened. That night, Xia Ruofei slept soundly with his head against the waves. He only woke up when the sun rose from the east and shone through the large porthole of the master bedroom. After a simple wash-up, Xia Ruofei went to the kitchen of the yacht. Although the kitchen wasn't very big, it was well equipped with everything. A microwave, an oven, a bread maker, and so on. He heated a glass of milk, fried an egg, and cut a few slices of bread. He took the plate to the top deck of the flying bridge. He placed the plate on the table in front of the U-shaped sofa, then sat down and enjoyed the morning scenery of the sea while eating breakfast. Xia Ruofei had already missed the beautiful sunrise, but the morning sun was not strong at all. The golden rays shone on the sparkling sea, and the sea seemed to be dyed with a layer of gold. Occasionally, seagulls would fly across the sea at a low altitude, like dragonflies skimming the surface of the water. Xia Ruofei took in the beautiful scenery and couldn't help but take out his phone to take a few photos. Just as he was about to put down his phone, he suddenly had an idea. He switched to the front camera and took a few selfies with the sea and the yacht as the background. Then, he took a picture of his half-eaten breakfast. Then, he went to the cockpit and operated the main control computer for a while. Then, he connected his mobile phone to the yacht's Wi-Fi. In the open sea, mobile phones certainly had no signal, but on the yacht, they could connect to the internet through maritime satellites as a transit. The yacht also had this device, which could be connected to the internet through the main control computer and provide a Wi-Fi hotspot for the mobile devices on the yacht to access the internet. Although the network speed was definitely not as fast as the base station on land, sending a few pictures was no problem. Once the phone was connected to the internet, Xia Ruofei immediately opened the Weibo app and uploaded 9 photos with the caption, "The conditions at sea were limited, so breakfast could only be simple." Recently, there had been many funny ways to show off his wealth on the internet. For example, he had accidentally taken a picture of his Bentley logo while eating instant noodles in his car, or his phone screen had broken and revealed a long message showing his balance. Xia Ruofei was just joking, so he added a topic to show off his wealth and posted it on Weibo. After posting on Weibo, Xia Ruofei placed his phone on the pilot's seat and went to weigh the anchor, ready to start the day's journey. After the yacht started, Xia Ruofei switched to the auto-pilot mode and then picked up his phone to open Weibo. Although the Weibo post had only been released for a short while, the message bar already showed 99 plus red marks. When he clicked on it, he saw that most of them were about the interaction with the Weibo post just now. There were hundreds of likes, reposts, comments, and private messages in such a short time. Xia Ruofei clicked on the Weibo post with great interest. It took a long time to connect to the internet on the sea, and it was intermittent. It took about 10 seconds for the page to fully open. Xia Ruofei almost laughed out loud when he saw the message. There were really all kinds of comments, such as "I received a 10,000-point critical hit," or "looking at the instant noodles in front of me, I silently added a ham sausage," and so on, which almost flooded the screen. Taoyuan Company's official Weibo reposted this Weibo post almost instantly, and when it was reposted, it was accompanied with the words, in order to prove that the editor was really working hard early in the morning, this post had to be forwarded. She asked meekly, "Can I add chicken legs?" Xia Ruofei laughed and commented, "And a pair of chicken legs. I approve." When the netizens saw this comment, they almost burst out laughing. Qing Xiaoxiao's Weibo account was the first to repost Xia Ruofei's Weibo post. She was a well-known netizen, and those who followed Xia Ruofei often knew that she was his #1 fan. She often had the opportunity to eat with Xia Ruofei and take photos with him, so she had a lot of Weibo fans, many of whom were Xia Ruofei's fans. This was also considered love the house and its crow. Xia Ruofei also saw Ling Qingshua's repost and comments. "Paradise didn't take me with it on its first voyage. Remember to buy a new washboard when you go home." Xia Ruofei immediately replied with a pitiful emoji. The netizens were even more excited when they saw the domineering CEO and his wife. They flooded the screen with comments. Most of them were worried about Xia Ruofei's situation after his return, but they were gloating. Xia Ruofei happily scrolled through Weibo for a while. The internet speed at sea was too fast. In the end, he couldn't stand the speed of dozens of seconds each refresh and finally put away his phone. 2132 Blue Lobster _1 Under the control of the auto-pilot system, the yacht moved smoothly along the set route. The sea during winter was relatively calm. Since they set off yesterday, they had not encountered any big waves. From the GPS track, the yacht had already drawn an arc on the sea and crossed the north of Taishu Bay. There was still no harvest in the morning. Along the way, they passed by a few small islands, but the White Fox did not find anything. At noon, Xia Ruofei stopped the boat to rest. He went to the small but well-equipped kitchen on the yacht and made himself a sumptuous lunch. There were a lot of taoyuan, vegetables, fruits, and a lot of meat he bought from sold well in the space. As the wind was strong outside, the prepared food would get cold easily from the sea breeze. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not choose to eat on the deck of the flying bridge this time. Instead, he went straight to the restaurant on the yacht. It was connected to the stern deck, so it was basically semi-open, but the wind was definitely not as strong as on the flying bridge deck. After enjoying lunch, Xia Ruofei suddenly regretted not bringing Xiaohei with him. Sailing alone on the sea really gave rise to a sense of loneliness. If he brought Xiaohei with him, at least he would have a companion. Furthermore, when he went to bed at night, Xiaohei could be on guard duty. Before coming out this time, Xia Ruofei had only thought of going out alone. He did not even bring Ling Qingxue along. Moreover, the White Realm Fox looked as if it would starve to death at any moment. Hence, his preparations were relatively rushed and he had not considered everything. After lunch, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to anchor and sail. Instead, he went down to the intimate platform at the stern through the accommodation ladder and took out the fishing rod and net that had been prepared in advance. Xia Ruofei did not fish rashly. Instead, he spread out his spiritual power and carefully checked the situation below the sea. Actually, after last night's fishing, Xia Ruofei had already discovered that the distribution of the marine creatures had a certain pattern. Today, he had carefully analyzed it and found that it was roughly related to the ocean currents. Many ocean creatures swam in the direction of the ocean currents. And there was more than one ocean current under the surface of the sea. This led to more ocean creatures in some places and fewer in other areas. After Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to check, he lowered the fishing net and rod, ran over to anchor, and started the yacht. The white realm fox in the medium thought that Xia Ruofei was about to set off, so it became alert again. However, it soon realized that the yacht was not moving forward at high speed, and it was not heading in one direction. Instead, it was going on and off, and sometimes it would even go in circles. The little fellow naturally did not know that Xia Ruofei was looking for an area with dense marine life so that he could maximize his fishing efficiency. After about half an hour, Xia Ruofei finally stopped the boat. His mental power discovered that there were obviously more marine creatures near the yacht than in the areas they had just passed. They were almost gathered in a very small area and swimming around. "This is the place," Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. He quickly anchored the ship and walked to the affinity platform at the stern. Initially, Xia Ruofei wanted to try using a sea fishing rod. However, on second thought, he felt that it would be too inefficient, so he picked up the net. Paradise was a luxury yacht, not a professional fishing boat, so it was naturally not equipped with a professional trawling net. He only took an ordinary fishing net. However, in the hands of a cultivator, such a fishing net was enough. He used his mental power to check again, and then threw the net out with force. The fishing net that was filled with chi was thrown very far. With the help of mental power, the fishing net was accurately spread in the area that Xia Ruofei had planned in advance. The fishing net sank as soon as it touched the surface of the sea. Under the control of his spiritual power, it moved quickly in the sea. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power was constantly observing the situation under the sea. When the fishing net reached a certain depth, he exerted force and the fishing net started to tighten. Xia Ruofei gently pulled the rope in his hand and immediately felt a heavy resistance. In fact, his spiritual power had already confirmed that the net had reaped a lot of benefits, but he still enjoyed the heavy feeling. A bit like the joy of a harvest. A normal person would not be able to pull such a full net. However, Xia Ruofei only had to exert a little strength, and the net was quickly pulled back. He threw the net out of the water, and it was full of all kinds of fish and shrimp struggling in fear. Xia Ruofei did not drag the net onto the yacht. When he was close enough, he used his mind and all the marine creatures in the net disappeared into thin air, leaving only the empty net. If someone were to see this scene, they would definitely suspect that there was something wrong with their eyes. At the same time, hundreds of fish and prawns descended from the sky above the sea of the mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space. This scene was very much like the scene in the movie A Good Show, where countless fish fell from the sky above a deserted island. It was a pity that there was only a resentful white realm fox in the boundless space that was enjoying this rare and wonderful scene. The nearby waters were rich in seafood. Xia Ruofei did not even need to change locations. He only needed to wait for a while and he could cast the net again. At noon, the sun was still very bright. Xia Ruofei was wearing a thin coat and a pair of Ray-Ban pilot sunglasses as he kept casting and pulling in the net. He was very busy. To do a good job, one had to be sharp with their tools first. Today's efficiency was obviously much higher than yesterday. In just half an hour, there were already hundreds of new residents in the sea of the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei was prepared to cast one last net and call it a day. After all, the journey was still long. If they stayed in one place for too long, they did not know how many days it would take for them to return. He still used his spiritual power to sense it, and then threw the net out. Now that Xia Ruofei was getting more and more familiar with it, he soon had another net full of rewards. He shook his wrist and easily pulled the entire fishing net out of the water. Just as he was about to put the fish into the space, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and stopped the action. Instead, he pulled the fishing net onto the AGO. Because he saw a touch of blue in the net, he couldn't help but be curious. When Xia Ruofei cast the net, he only cast it at a location where there were more sea creatures. Naturally, he could not accurately identify every sea creature he caught. Hence, he only had a rough idea of what was in the net. Of course, if he put them into the space, with his current control of the space, he could still distinguish what each sea creature was, even if he put 1 or 200 of them in one time. It was naturally impossible in the outside world. The fish and prawns in the net were frantically struggling. In vain. Xia Ruofei approached them with interest. He kept the ordinary fish and shrimp into the space one by one, and the fish in the net became less and less. Soon, a huge blue lobster was revealed. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep breath. The lobster was huge. It was at least 40 to 50 centimeters long, and had a beautiful bright blue color. Xia Ruofei had seen reports about blue lobsters on the internet before. He knew that this kind of lobster was basically produced by genetic mutation. They were very rare, and it was said that the probability of catching blue lobsters was only 1 in a million. He didn't expect to catch a pie show so coincidentally. This was the first lobster he had caught since yesterday. As lobsters were usually active at the bottom of the sea, the probability of catching lobsters in shallow water was not high. Xia Ruofei remembered that there were a few cases of blue lobsters in United Kingdom. The Eastern Sea did not seem to be a production area of this kind of lobster. With so many factors combined, the probability of catching such a blue lobster was even lower than winning the lottery. Xia Ruofei quickly kept all the other fish and prawns into the space sea. Then, he curiously observed this lobster up close. Soon, he was even more surprised as he saw that there were at least 20 to 30 baby lobsters attached to the blue lobster's abdomen. These baby lobsters had obviously hatched not long ago and were still under the protection of their mothers. He did not expect that Xia Ruofei would capture them all in one go. What made Xia Ruofei even happier was that these baby lobsters were blue in color. He thought to himself, does that mean I can breed a group of blue lobsters in my space? Although the appearance of blue lobsters was usually due to genetic mutation, and it might not be passed on to the next generation, these young lobsters also had blue shells. Moreover, the environment in the space ocean was much better than the outside world. Who could say for sure that such genetic mutation would not be passed on stably? The more Xia Ruofei thought about it, the happier he became. He didn't dare to let these lobsters leave the sea for too long, so he quickly kept them in the space sea. Xia Ruofei's mood was quite good since he had such a harvest from the last net. He tidied up the fishing net, then directly took some river water from the space to clean the intimate platform. He then took a brisk step and restarted the yacht. Xia Ruofei quickly steered the yacht back to the set route and then entrusted it to the autopilot system. Xia Ruofei did not stop for the entire afternoon. Even during dinner time, he had a simple bowl of noodles and ate in the cockpit. During this time, the yacht was still moving forward. He thought that he would make up for the time he had spent resting at noon at night, so he didn't stop the ship until 8 o'clock, dropping the anchor and ending the day's voyage. At night, Xia Ruofei did not go to cast a net to catch a big fish. He just sat on the affinity platform and cultivated for 2 hours before returning to the master bedroom to take a shower and go to bed. This was Xia Ruofei's second night out at sea. He was already used to the slight shaking of the ship. He even felt like he was a baby lying in a cradle. Xia Ruofei did not notice that the yacht was shaking more and more in the second half of the night. 21:33 Monstrous Waves. 1. When Xia Ruofei woke up, the yacht was already shaking so much that it triggered the alarm array he had set up. This was not because Xia Ruofei was not alert. The main reason was that the yacht was constantly swaying with the waves. He had already gotten used to this rhythm in his sleep. When the alarm array was triggered, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and immediately felt that something was wrong. The yacht was swaying more than normal. He could even hear the ship creaking and many things that were not fixed in place in the room started to fall. Xia Ruofei immediately sat up, flipped over the blanket, jumped off the bed, and rushed to the deck. An ordinary person would find it hard to stand steadily in such a violent shaking, let alone walk. However, Xia Ruofei only needed to inject a little bit of genuine qi into his legs and he could walk as if he was walking on flat ground. Xia Ruofei was stunned by the scene when he came to the deck. The sea, which was still very calm in the first half of the night, suddenly changed its face like a roaring monster. The wind on the surface of the sea whistled, and the huge waves continued to roll, making loud rumbles. In such an environment, the yacht was like a light floating leaf, constantly moving up and down with the waves, as if it would capsize at any time. Xia Ruofei made a prompt decision and rushed to the cockpit. He immediately anchored the yacht. As he started the yacht, he quickly clicked on the main control computer a few times and called up the image of the weather radar on the yacht. This small weather radar had been installed at Xia Ruofei's request. It could detect the real-time weather within a range of 10 nautical miles in front of the yacht, including some low-level torrents and rain. After the radar was activated, the weather conditions were quickly displayed on the screen. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep breath. The screen was almost entirely covered in yellow and red, which meant that the weather ahead was very bad. There might be heavy rain, strong airflow, or thunderstorms. Xia Ruofei's expression turned ugly. Under the influence of nature, a qi refining cultivator was nothing. A huge wave could capsize the yacht, but he had no choice. Xia Ruofei maneuvered the yacht to avoid the oncoming waves. When the yacht turned, he paid some attention to the radar screen. However, all he could see was a shocking yellow and red area. It was obvious that the yacht was already deep in the storm. Xia Ruofei's face turned serious. The yacht barely dodged a huge wave. After temporarily escaping danger, he quickly got up and rushed out. Then, he jumped onto the flying bridge deck and ran to the second driving area to steer the yacht. This was the highest point of the yacht, and there was no glass blocking the view, so it was better. Moreover, if anything were to happen, it would be easier for him to react from the outside. If it was an ordinary person, it would be very dangerous to stand on the deck of the flying bridge in such a stormy weather. They might be swept into the sea with a wave. Xia Ruofei was brave because of his skills. At least he could stabilize his body in such a big swing. As he maneuvered the yacht on the waves, he took out a life jacket from under his seat and quickly put it on. Xia Ruofei had to prepare for the worst. The waves around the yacht were getting bigger and bigger. The 30-meter long yacht was no different from a small boat under this level of wind and waves. It would sometimes rush to the top of the waves, and then quickly descend with the huge waves. This feeling was more exciting than the world's most dangerous roller coaster. However, Xia Ruofei did not show any signs of fear. His body was still, steady as if he was welded to the deck of the yacht. He tried his best to control the yacht. And at the same time, he kept his mental power out at all times to grasp the situation around him as much as possible, so that he could avoid the dangerous waves in advance. Under such circumstances, the outcome would have been completely different if he had reacted a tenth of a second earlier. However, the waves were too strong. Tonight, even if Xia Ruofei could predict it with his spiritual power, he was still struggling to deal with it. Beads of sweat formed on Xia Ruofei's forehead, and he looked very serious. At this moment, a huge wave came from the left side of the yacht. Xia Ruofei quickly turned to the right. If the side of the yacht was hit by such a huge wave that was more than 10 or 20 meters high, the yacht would definitely flip over. As he steered the boat to the right, Xia Ruofei pushed the boat to the maximum, hoping to escape the range of the huge wave. However, his face suddenly changed because at this moment, his spiritual power sensed that there was an even bigger wave coming from the right front of the yacht. This wave was 30 to 40 meters high. Now that the yacht had changed direction and was heading towards the huge wave, if it was hit by the 10-story tall wave, the yacht would definitely disintegrate in an instant. From the moment he was awakened until now, Xia Ruofei had barely held on for more than 10 minutes. However, his situation was getting worse and worse. He was obviously in a desperate situation now. In a flash, Xia Ruofei did not have time to think. He made a decision in an instant. As he turned off the yacht's engine, he propped himself up with his hands and jumped off the deck of the flying bridge, falling toward the sea. At the same time, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power gathered madly and locked onto the yacht. Then, he shouted, "Collect!" The next moment, the yacht disappeared from the sea with a whoosh and fell into the sea of the spirit map space. Since Xia Ruofei had nowhere to run, the first thing he thought of was to protect the yacht. He was already a few hundred nautical miles away from land. If the yacht was destroyed in the storm, he would not be able to swim back, no matter how capable he was. This yacht was different from the small yacht he had bought before. It was more than 30 meters long and weighed tens of tons. It also carried fuel, water, and other equipment on the yacht. Such a big thing was already beyond Xia Ruofei's ability to collect. After the yacht was forcefully kept into the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei even felt a sharp pain in his head. This was obviously caused by an instant overload of spiritual power. He did not have time to think about anything else. After he fell into the sea, he quickly took off his life jacket and dove into the sea. In this situation, the life jacket was a burden because if he stayed in the sea, even if Xia Ruofei's body was many times stronger than the average person, his bones would probably break if he was hit by the huge waves. The power of nature was extremely terrifying. Xia Ruofei had received strict training in the army and was naturally good at swimming. As long as he did not faint, he would not sink in the sea. It did not matter if he had a life jacket or not. In addition, he had excellent physical strength to begin with, and as long as he survived this storm, he could take out the yacht, so he didn't need to worry about problems such as physical exhaustion and temperature loss. Xia Ruofei tried his best to dive down, but he soon felt himself being pushed down hard. Then, the surrounding seawater suddenly surged up, and he was forced to quickly follow the seawater. Xia Ruofei knew that the huge wave had hit the spot where he had just entered the water and had formed a new wave. Xia Ruofei had no way to control his body under such a huge force. He was thrown up by the waves almost instantly and flew above the sea. He tried his best to twist his body in the air, hoping to avoid the range of the waves. However, there was no place to borrow strength from. There were huge waves all around. No matter how powerful Xia Ruofei was, it was useless. He quickly landed heavily, and his body smacked onto the surface of the sea. He felt as if his internal organs were about to shift positions, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though he had already covered his entire body with shinchi to form a protective layer, he was still seriously injured. Xia Ruofei endured the pain and continued to dive. He knew very well that only by diving deep enough could he be away from danger. The deeper he went, the calmer the water would be. The deep sea was pitch black, and Xia Ruofei used all his strength to dive. He had been specially trained to hold his breath, and since he became a cultivator, he could form an internal circulation by relying on his true energy. For a short time, he didn't even need to come out of the sea to breathe. Xia Ruofei felt that he had dived for at least 10 meters. The water pressure around him was getting stronger and stronger. However, the pressure, which was unbearable for ordinary people, did not affect him much. A depth of a dozen meters was obviously not enough, because Xia Ruofei could still feel the waves around him surging. It was hard for him to control his body, and he could only follow the current. All of a sudden, Xia Ruofei felt a huge downward pressure, and he sank a few meters. Xia Ruofei knew that something bad was about to happen. He knew that another wave was coming. Sure enough, in the next moment, the sea water in this area suddenly churned, and his body also rushed upwards uncontrollably. Before he could even think, Xia Ruofei had already been thrown out of the sea by this powerful force. As soon as he got out of the water, Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He saw that there was a huge wave that was at least a few dozen meters high above him. It was coming at him with the force of Mount Tai. The giant wave was strong enough to overturn a ship. Xia Ruofei looked so small in front of it. The surging seawater and the 10-story high waves grew bigger and bigger in Xia Ruofei's eyes. He could even feel the huge force that was coming at him. Without a doubt, if he was hit by the wave, he would have no hope of survival. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was forced into a corner. He had no other choice but to use his last life saving method. 2134 Surviving a Great Disaster. 1. In such a dangerous moment, Xia Ruofei had no other choice. He only had one choice, and that was to hide in the spirit map space. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not confident at all. Once he entered the space, the spirit map would be exposed to the outside world. No one could say for sure if the spirit map would be damaged in the face of such a storm. Once the painting was destroyed, Xia Ruofei would lose all means of survival. If the painting was destroyed, the spirit map space would be destroyed as well. Even if Xia Ruofei could survive the destruction of the space, everything in the space would be destroyed, including the 2 yachts, big and small, as well as a huge amount of living supplies. Without these things, how could Xia Ruofei return to land? Xia Ruofei had already analyzed the worst-case scenario when he was trying to drive the yacht out of the storm zone. However, he had no other choice now, and he had no time to think. Before the huge wave hit him, Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and summoned the spirit map scroll. from his palm. Then, with a single thought, he disappeared from the outside world and entered the spirit map space. The ancient painting fell into the sea. The next moment, it was slammed by the waves and pressed into the sea. After Xia Ruofei entered the spatial zone, he immediately appeared at the entrance of the cave on the mountainside. Of the mountain in the mountain sea realm. His expression was grave as he observed the situation outside. Even when Xia Qing and the white realm fox came over, he didn't have the mood to care. To Xia Ruofei's relief, the spirit painting was not damaged even though it was rolling in the water. In fact, when Xia Ruofei first obtained the spirit painting, he had tried it out. He realized that the painting was unusually strong. No matter if it was soaked in water, burned by fire, or torn by force, it could not be damaged at all. Moreover, the volume of the painting scroll was so small, and it was even in the shape of a cylinder. The impact of the waves should not be that great. This gave Xia Ruofei some confidence. Of course, the most important thing was that he could faintly feel that the cultivator who could create such a vast dimensional space must have a terrifyingly high cultivation. The magic weapons made by such a person should be very strong. Now, Xia Ruofei could only comfort himself like this. The environment outside was extremely harsh. He would not be able to survive if he went out now. He could only pray that the spirit map scroll was powerful enough. Although the spirit map scroll was constantly rolling up and down in the sea, the space could not feel it at all. It was completely the same as usual, without even a trace of vibration. Xia Ruofei guessed that the spirit map space was actually a separate space, and the scroll was just an entrance to it. Only through the scroll could he connect the outside world and the spirit map space. Master, Xia Qing called out again. Xia Ruofei came back to his senses and said to Xia Qing, "I'm fine. You can go back to your work." When he stopped the boat and slept, he had sealed off the spirit map space to sense the outside world. Therefore, neither Xia Qing nor the White Realm Fox knew what was happening in the outside world. However, they had all seen Xia Ruofei storing the huge Asma yacht. The White Fox knew that Xia Ruofei had been driving the yacht on the sea for the past few days. Xia Qing was absolutely obedient to her master's orders. He immediately nodded and said, "All right," just as Xia Qing was about to teleport back to the Archean realm to take care of the Strasbourg geese. Xia Ruofei suddenly called out to him. "That's right, Xia Qing." Xia Ruofei asked, "This spirit painting won't be easily damaged, right?" Xia Qing's understanding of the spirit map space was definitely more than Xia Ruofei's, but due to the rules, she couldn't tell Xia Ruofei everything. Hence, Xia Ruofei wanted to find some comfort from Xia Qing. Xia Qing was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Of course. The materials used to create the scroll are very precious, otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain a stable spatial node." Xia Ruofei's heart relaxed a little, but Xia Qing changed the topic and said, "But it's not absolute. If it's hit by a huge external force, the scroll might be damaged." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but frown and asked, "Then what level of external force can damage the painting?" Xia Qing forced a smile and said, "I'm not sure about this. Generally speaking, the attack of a master of the original infant stage can't do anything to this painting. If the cultivation is higher. I've never experienced it." Xia Ruofei was also helpless. He did not know how destructive a full force attack from an original infant stage cultivator was. That level of cultivation was still too far away for him. Even if he knew, he could not directly convert it to the impact of the storm on the painting. However, Xia Qing's words still gave Xia Ruofei some comfort. At least, this painting was made of very precious materials, so it should not be a problem to soak in the sea for a while. All right, you can go. He nodded. Yes, master. Xia Qing's figure flickered, and she disappeared from the mountain sea realm. Xia Ruofei looked at the white fox and said, "Little fellow, you should also go and rest first. When the storm outside calms down, I'll continue sailing." The white realm fox did not throw a tantrum, which was very rare. It nodded in a very human-like way. Then, a white light flashed past and left the platform on the mountainside. 2135, surviving a great disaster. 2. Xia Ruofei sighed and sat down cross-legged at the entrance of the cave. He focused all his attention on sensing the situation outside. If the spirit map was in danger of being destroyed, he would have to leave the space Kasaya as soon as possible. He didn't know what would happen if the space collapsed. What if he would never be able to return to the outside world? Therefore, not only was he ready to leave the realm at any time, but he also carefully moved some supplies here with his mind. Then, he stuffed a backpack with a lot of food, water, handheld GPS, maritime satellite phone, and so on that he had originally prepared. He put his backpack on his back and looked at the thriving and lively spirit map. Space. He hoped that the worst-case scenario would not happen. Otherwise, all the good things would be gone. Xia Ruofei had expected to encounter all sorts of dangers when exploring the sea on a yacht that was only suitable for offshore navigation. However, he did not expect the situation to be so bad. He could not help but sigh. Never underestimate the power of nature. In the face of nature, humans are still too insignificant. Xia Ruofei could feel that in the sea outside, the spirit map scroll was rolling up and down with the huge waves. Sometimes it would sink to a depth of 10 to 20 meters, and sometimes it would be thrown up. The storm lasted for a few hours, and no one knew how big the storm was. At least, when Xia Ruofei used the small weather radar on the yacht to observe, he found that the weather was extremely bad for more than 10 nautical miles. Now, Xia Ruofei did not know where the waves had brought the spirit map to. It was an impossible task to determine the direction and position of the spirit map while it was rolling. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not too worried. He was well prepared this time. The yacht had a GPS positioning system, a handheld GPS, and a maritime satellite phone. As long as the storm subsided, he believed that he could quickly determine his position and even continue to sail. After all, the yacht was not damaged in the storm and Xia Ruofei had already kept it in the medium. Although the storm was still raging outside, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the storm was weakening. Waves that were dozens of meters high were rarely seen. He was overjoyed. He knew that the storm was about to pass, and the sea should be calm again soon. In the past few hours, the spirit map had been drifting with the waves. It had been hit and thrown by the waves countless times, but there was no sign of damage. Xia Ruofei had been paying attention to the condition of the spirit map and knew very well that there was not a single trace of damage to it. He was much more at ease now. I'll just wait for this damn storm to pass, and then immediately leave the space, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. The storm came suddenly, but it didn't retreat so quickly. Xia Ruofei waited for more than an hour before the wind and waves outside reduced to a level that he thought he could deal with. The sky outside was already bright, but everywhere his spiritual power could reach was the vast sea. He had no idea where the waves had brought the spirit map to in the past few hours. Xia Ruofei felt that the water outside had started to calm down. He left the space. He couldn't wait any longer and didn't even take off his backpack. As soon as he appeared in the outside world, Xia Ruofei immediately kept the spirit map scroll in his body. He was completely relieved. Although the storm was not as terrible as last night, the waves were still quite big. Xia Ruofei decided to take out the yacht later. Thinking of the 30-meter-long Asma yacht, Xia Ruofei felt a headache. If he wanted to retrieve the yacht again, he would have to use all his strength. The feeling of having a splitting headache from overusing his mental energy in an instant made him feel a lingering fear. Although he was carrying a heavy backpack, Xia Ruofei could still easily stabilize his body in the water. At this moment, a white mist began to rise from the sea. The mist seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and Xia Ruofei could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The fog came quickly. In a short while, Xia Ruofei felt as if he was in a sauna. His field of vision was no more than 2 or 3 meters. This made Xia Ruofei feel a little uneasy. He could not help but release his spiritual power. After all, the white mist was a little strange. However, to Xia Ruofei's surprise, he realized that his spiritual power was greatly restricted. In the fog, he could only detect up to 10 meters away. What the hell is this? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but mutter to himself. He didn't have any good ideas. He could only roughly identify a direction and then swim forward in the fog. It was difficult to even distinguish north, south, east, and west. It was not an easy thing to distinguish the direction. Xia Ruofei swam forward for more than 10 minutes, but he was still in the thick fog. Just as he was about to lose his patience and retrieve the yacht to use the GPS to determine the location, the white fog began to disperse at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. This really came and went quickly. Xia Ruofei watched as the white mist around him quickly faded and disappeared. Xia Ruofei was confused by this phenomenon. However, since the strange white fog had started to disappear, he did not think too much about it. In at most 2 to 3 minutes, the thick white fog completely dissipated. Xia Ruofei turned his head to look for the sun. However, the moment he turned his head, he was stunned. There was a small green island about 1,000 meters behind him. Before the white fog appeared, Xia Ruofei had scanned the surroundings. It was just the vast ocean and there were no islands. On the sea, Xia Ruofei's vision was unobstructed. If there was such a small island, he would be able to see it from far away. He had only been swimming in the thick fog for about 20 minutes, and it was difficult for him to move in a straight line. Perhaps he had been running in circles. Even if he could move forward in a straight line and swim very fast, he couldn't possibly swim very far. One had to know that the small island was already very close. Xia Ruofei felt that his mind was a little muddled. From the start of the storm last night to the encounter with this island, he felt that there were too many things that were difficult to explain. At this moment, the white realm fox in the space suddenly squeaked excitedly. It was even jumping on the spot and gesturing with its forelimbs. Xia Ruofei came back to her senses and used her mind to sense the surroundings. She immediately exclaimed in surprise, "What did you just say? There's a world stone on the island ahead?" When Xia Ruofei kept the spirit map space in his body, he had already released the space's connection to the outside world. If there were really realm Stones on the island, it would not be strange for the white leopard to sense it. However, the island was already so close. Logically speaking, the white realm fox should have been able to sense it from far away. Unless Xia Ruofei thought of a possibility. Since the thick white fog could suppress the range of one's spiritual energy, it could also possibly hinder the white realm fox's sensing of the realm stone. No matter what, after experiencing such a terrifying storm, the skies were clear now that the rain had passed. Furthermore, they had actually discovered an island with world stones. Perhaps this was a blessing after surviving a great disaster. Although the appearance of this island was a little sudden, since the white realm fox was sure that there were realm stones on the island, Xia Ruofei would definitely go to the island to look for them. However, he did not take out his yacht as he was already very close to the island. He did not know the situation on the island yet. If it was not a deserted island but an inhabited one, the people on the island would probably see a yacht appearing out of thin air if he took it out now. To the cautious Xia Ruofei, this was something that he would never allow to happen. Moreover, he was not familiar with the surrounding water environment. If there were hidden reefs around the island, the yacht might be damaged before it reached the shore. It would not be worth it. If Xia Ruofei wanted to return to land, the Asma yacht was the key. Xia Ruofei was only about 1,000 meters away from the island. This distance was nothing to Xia Ruofei. When he was in the army, he had to travel at least a few thousand meters during armed swimming training. Moreover, his physical fitness was much better after the training. This distance was nothing to him. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate and immediately swam towards the nameless island. 2136 Black Sam, 1, a distance of more than 1,000 meters was not too far. However, the sea seemed to be at low tide at this time. Xia Ruofei had to overcome the resistance from the island and was carrying a heavy backpack. Hence, it took him more than half an hour to feel that he was on solid ground. He swam forward a little more, then stood up from the water and walked to the beach of the island. Xia Ruofei had been observing this situation on the island the moment they arrived. There was a large beach on the side of the island where he landed. The white and fine sand on the beach didn't seem to have any traces of human activity. The blue sea, the white beach, and the lush tropical plants seemed to be completely unpolluted. The scenery here was better than the Maldives, Bali, and other tourist attractions. Soon, Xia Ruofei reached the beach. He sat down, opened his heavy backpack, and threw it on the beach. Yingying's clothes were wet and stuck to her body. It was very uncomfortable. He had prepared a few sets of clothes in his backpack and was going to change into them. Xia Ruofei had prepared for the worst when he prepared the backpack. It was prepared in case the spiritual map scroll could not withstand the huge impact of the storm and caused the space to collapse. Therefore, it not only contained food, drinking water, GPS, satellite phone, change of clothes, salt, and some other daily necessities. It had everything. Just as Xia Ruofei was unzipping his waterproof backpack, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at a bush not far away. Xia Ruofei heard a rustling sound and scanned with his spiritual power. He noticed a figure running towards him. He could vaguely sense that the figure was naked and there were some leaves around his lower body. Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself, "There's still someone on this island? He looks like a savage." However, Xia Ruofei did not care. Even if there were some savages on the island, they were not a threat to him. His combat ability was enough to deal with ordinary savages. Even if there were a lot of savages, He still had many guns in his storage space. When he was dealing with the mafia families in Italy, he had kept many guns in his space. In the face of firearms, the number of primitive barbarians was meaningless. Xia Ruofei didn't pay any attention to the excited white fox. Instead, he slowly changed into a set of dry clothes and put the wet clothes into the medium. He asked Xia Qing to hang the clothes on a tree to dry. Then, Xia Ruofei checked the items in his backpack. The backpack was extremely waterproof, and he hadn't been in the water for a long time, so the inside of the backpack was still very dry. The food, drinking water, maritime satellite phone, and other equipment were all intact. Xia Ruofei casually placed the food, drinks, and condiments on the beach. Then, he turned on his handheld GPS, hoping to locate his position first and see how far he had deviated from the flight route he had set. Although there were 100 tons of fuel stored in the realm, Xia Ruofei still needed to plan carefully to ensure that there was enough fuel for the return trip. However, after he turned on the GPS, he couldn't find any satellite signal. Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. How could this be? There was almost no cover around the island, and the GPS didn't correspond to a particular satellite. It couldn't be that there were no satellites above the island at this moment, right? The probability of this happening should be very low. Xia Ruofei did not want to give up and change direction. He waited for another 2 to 3 minutes, but the GPS was still searching for signals. He could not find a single satellite. What's going on? Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. He turned on the maritime satellite phone again, but the satellite phone also had no signal. This place seemed to be isolated from the world. Just as Xia Ruofei was still trying to figure it out, he heard a flurry of footsteps. Xia Ruofei frowned. He put down the GPS and the maritime satellite phone. Then turned to look. A group of people rushed out of the bushes behind the beach. There were about a dozen of them. This group of people were all wearing simple skirts made of tree leaves. 1 or 2 of them had tree bark around their waists. All of them were sallow and emaciated. They stared at the instant noodles, compressed biscuits, mineral water, and other things that Xia Ruofei had casually thrown on the beach. Their eyes were shining with desire. Some of these people were holding wooden spears, while others were carrying very simple bows and arrows on their backs. They looked like the indigenous savages on the island. Xia Ruofei slowly put the items he had taken out into his backpack. The savages saw Xia Ruofei's actions and could not help but make a commotion. However, they did not act rashly and only stared at Xia Ruofei. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xia Ruofei did not want to hurt these savages. Even on a deserted island, Xia Ruofei did not want his hands to be stained with blood. As for food and water, he had a mountain of them in his interspace. He did not mind giving these savages a little. Put the things down. From the moment you set foot on Sam Island, everything on you, including yourself, has become my personal property. An unruly voice was heard, speaking English. 2137 Black Sam, 2, Xia Ruofei stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned around and looked at the group of savages. The barbarian could actually speak the language of the human society, and it was English? Xia Ruofei was quite surprised, but he didn't take the other party's threat seriously. The barbarians quickly made a path for a white man with a big beard. He walked in front of them. He was wearing a pair of jeans, a pair of tattered leather boots, and an old jacket. However, he could at least tell that the bearded man's clothes were from a civilized society. He also spoke English, which surprised Xia Ruofei. At least this man had a way to communicate. He wanted to know more about the island. Xia Ruofei smiled as he put down the bag of bread in his hand. Then, he stood up and walked towards the bearded man. Stop. Stand there and don't move. The bearded white man shouted. The bearded white man saw Xia Ruofei smiling and stopped in his tracks. He felt embarrassed for being so nervous just now. What happened to me just now? Could there be a man more powerful than me, Black Sam? In this world? He's just a lucky kid who managed to save his life in the sea disaster. Thinking of this, the bearded white man snorted and said, Stand there and don't move. Then, he turned to a savage who had an animal skin around his waist and said, Carson. Go and get his backpack, yes. Your Highness. The savage replied. Xia Ruofei looked at this savage called Carson in surprise. Even though his skin was tanned and his hair and beard were messy, he could still tell that he was Caucasian from his facial features. He had also spoken in English very clearly. So these weren't savages. This is getting more and more interesting, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile, especially when he heard Carson call the bearded man His Highness. He almost burst out laughing. If the bearded white man in front of him was really a prince, he would probably be the most down and out prince in the world. Carson walked over to Xia Ruofei. The bearded man grinned and said, Instant noodles, carbonated drinks, bread, ham sausage. I haven't eaten these things in so many years. I really miss their taste. The few savages, beside the bearded white man, couldn't help but gulp. Obviously, they were also very envious, but they knew very well that they would never have the chance to enjoy these things. Carson walked up to Xia Ruofei and grabbed a few bags of bread from the beach. He stuffed them into his backpack. Xia Ruofei smiled and did not stop him. When Carson put everything into his backpack and was about to pick it up, he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes. A hand reached out and pulled the backpack over. Carson turned around and saw Xia Ruofei smiling as he put on his backpack. Thank you for helping me pack my things. Seeing this, the bearded white man was furious and shouted, How audacious! Kid, how dare you disobey my order? Are you tired of living? Black Sam? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but smile. After hearing the bearded man's introduction, he finally understood why Carson had called him Your Highness. There was a legendary pirate named Sam Barami, who was also known as the Pirate Prince. In the 18th century, he built a pirate base on a small island in Venezuela and hid many treasures on the island. These treasures were not discovered until 1984, and all of them went to the Venezuela government. So this guy considered himself the Pirate Prince. No wonder he called the island Sam Island. It must be his own name. This big, bearded man is quite narcissistic, Xia Ruofei thought to himself. The bearded white man saw Xia Ruofei's strange smile and was even more exasperated. He shouted, Eastern kid. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know fear. Carson. Pop. And you. All of you, attack him together and show him the power of the soldiers of Sam Island. The savage that the bearded white man had pointed out immediately stepped out. There were about 6 or 7 of them, all holding their primitive weapons, and surrounded Xia Ruofei. Carson, who was the closest to Xia Ruofei, beat him to it and threw a heavy punch at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and took a light step to the side. Then, he pulled on Carson's arm and he stumbled a few steps forward. The other savages had also rushed over. Xia Ruofei was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He took them down in a few moves, without even breaking a sweat. To be honest, these barbarians who had been malnourished for a long time had terrible combat power. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not too harsh on them. To him, they were just pitiful people who were trapped on the island. Seeing this, the bearded white man's face turned even uglier. He snorted and said, "You have some ability. It seems like I have to do it myself." After saying that, he strode forward, counting his fingers as he walked. Machina crackling sound. When the barbarians saw that the bearded white man had personally made a move, they all revealed looks of respect. At the same time, some of them looked at Xia Ruofei with sympathy. In their eyes, this Eastern kid was clearly going to be out of luck. Mr. Sam wasn't someone ordinary people could mess with. This big bearded white man's years of abusive power had long made these barbarians have no heart to resist, and everyone had a psychological shadow. Xia Ruofei was still standing there calmly. He looked at the strong, bearded white man in front of him and smiled. The bearded man shouted when he was 3 to 4 meters away from Xia Ruofei. He sped up and charged at Xia Ruofei, swinging his big fist at Xia Ruofei's face. Xia Ruofei easily reached out his hand to block it. The moment their arms touched, Xia Ruofei's expression changed and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. Eh? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but cry out. Then, he suddenly increased his speed and appeared behind the bearded man like a ghost. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and twisted the bearded man's thick arm behind him. Xia Ruofei pressed down lightly and the bearded man immediately bent down involuntarily, wailing in pain. Xia Ruofei had already locked his acupuncture points, so he could not exert any strength at all. He could only cry out in vain. The savages were dumbfounded. They had never thought that the god of war, Mr. Sam, would be so vulnerable. It was an unbelievable scene, but it had actually happened in front of their eyes. "Tell me, what's your name?" Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. "Sam, tell me your real name." Xia Ruofei interrupted him and shouted. The bearded white man trembled and quickly said, "Puyal, isn't that a nice name?" "What's his name, Sam?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Don't you know that Pirate Prince Black Sam only lived to 28 years old? Using such a short-lived name, aren't you afraid of being unlucky?" This big, bearded Joel was a Westerner, so how would he know if it was auspicious or not? In his eyes, the legendary pirate Sam Bellamy was a great hero, so he called himself Black Sam. Xia Ruofei immediately asked, "Tell me the truth, who did you learn your kung fu from?" 2138 The Strange White Fog. 1. When their arms touched, Xia Ruofei immediately felt the presence of qi in this bearded Puyal's body. Although his cultivation was very weak and was considered weak even among those at refined qi level. 1. The qi itself was enough to pique Xia Ruofei's interest. A white man on a deserted island had actually managed to cultivate true qi. Was there anything more bizarre than this? It was no wonder that Puyal could become the leader of this group of savages. He could barely be considered a practitioner. In front of a group of ordinary people, Puyal was absolutely invincible even with his physical strength. According to the senses of the white fox, there was a realm stone on this island. Xia Ruofei had also just realized that the GPS and maritime satellite phone could not detect any signal. In addition, there was a white man who had cultivated true qi in his body. Xia Ruofei was getting more and more interested in this small island. Xia Ruofei did not know how to translate genuine qi into English, so he used the word kung fu, which was the transliteration of kung fu in English. After Puyal heard that, he revealed a confused expression and said, "Kung fu? I've never learned kung fu. I used to be a free-range boxer." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and immediately asked, "Did your body become much stronger? Did all this happen after you came to this island?" Puyal's expression changed slightly when he heard that. He asked subconsciously, "How did you know?" A smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. Judging from Elder Puyal's reaction, he could basically conclude that the bearded man must have had a fortuitous encounter after being stranded on a deserted island. He had inexplicably cultivated a trace of true energy, and he probably did not even know what had happened. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "All right. Take me to your place. I hope that your memory is good enough. If you miss anything, do you know the consequences?" With that, Xia Ruofei released his true qi slightly and pierced into a few acupuncture points on Puyal's body. Puyal immediately felt as if his whole body was being stung by countless bees at the same time, and he cried out in pain. Xia Ruofei quickly retracted his true energy. The whole process only took 2 to 3 seconds, but Puyal was already in so much pain that his face was pale. He was covered in cold sweat, as if he had just been fished out of the water. "My lord," Puyal quickly replied. "My lord, I don't dare to. I'll tell you whatever you ask, and I won't hide anything from you." "Very good." Xia Ruofei gently pulled Puyal to straighten his body and said, "Ask your men to lead the way." In fact, Xia Ruofei could have let go of Puyal. With the big, bearded man's weak cultivation, Xia Ruofei could easily catch him even if he had to run 100 meters first. However, Xia Ruofei still held Puyal's arm with one hand, in case this guy fantasized about running away because he did not know his strength. He would have to spend some effort to catch him back. "Carson, quick!" Puyal quickly shouted. "Hurry up and lead the way." Carson and the rest looked at Xia Ruofei in awe and quickly led the way. Xia Ruofei and Puyal followed behind. The group went into the bushes behind the beach. The savages are obviously very familiar with the terrain here. They led Xia Ruofei around for about 10 minutes before they arrived at a forest. This forest was the base of Puyal and the others. There was a mountain wall behind them, and a few simple wooden houses were built under the mountain wall. There was even a fence surrounded by small trees. There were still 2 people guarding the place. When they saw Carson and the others, they quickly opened the gate. However, when they saw that Puyal was being held by Xia Ruofei, they were dumbfounded. Puyal, who usually had absolute authority, was like a docile cat at this moment. Carson and the others were like defeated roosters. They were all dejected and walked in front, not even daring to breathe. "Sir," Puyal said submissively, "I live in the wooden house in the middle." Actually, even if Puyal did not say it, Xia Ruofei could already tell. Not only was this wooden house located in the center of the camp, but it was also obviously much larger than the other wooden houses, and its appearance was relatively exquisite. Xia Ruofei escorted Puyal into the wooden house. What surprised him was that there were 3 women living in the wooden house. One of them was carrying a 1-year-old child in her arms. The three women only used animal skins to cover their sensitive parts. When they saw Puyal being escorted in this position, their eyes were filled with fear. Their bodies trembled slightly as they looked at Xia Ruofei with uncertainty. "Elena, you guys go out first," Puyal quickly said. Xia Ruofei looked at Puyal with a smile that wasn't a smile. If he didn't guess wrong, these three should be Puyal's women. In fact, it was not strange. Puyal was barely a first chi layer cultivator. In this group of people, he was simply a local tyrant. Women on the deserted island were definitely in a rare shortage of resources. It was normal for him to monopolize them all. However, when Xia Ruofei heard Puyal's anxious tone, he felt that he was worried that his women would be taken away. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh at the three women's average looks. He did not know how many years they had lived on this deserted island, and it was obvious that they did not have enough nutrition. Each of them looked pale, and their skin was very rough. Their bodies were so weak that they seemed to be blown over by a gust of wind. Xia Ruofei's close female friends were all as beautiful as fairies. Unless he was blind or crazy, he would not be able to find them. That's why he took a fancy to these women. 2139, the strange white fog. 2. The three women got up in a hurry and left the wooden house as if they were escaping. Xia Ruofei threw Puyal on the ground and waved his hand. The two doors of the wooden house closed on their own. Puyal's eyes almost popped out when he saw this. He stuttered, "My lord, are you an immortal from the east?" "I'm the one interrogating you now," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "All you have to do is answer my questions honestly." Yes, Puyal said quickly. He hesitated for a moment, then mustered up his courage and asked, "Great divine immortal, I'll tell you everything I know and cooperate with you. But can you take me out of here?" Xia Ruofei looked at Puyal with a faint smile and asked, "Aren't you living a good life here? No one would dare to disobey your will, just like the emperor." Puyal smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Deity, if we can return to the land, who would be willing to be the king of this damn place? So what if they conquered the entire island? I haven't had a can of Coke in 8 years. I'm wearing the best clothes on the island, you've seen it." After saying that, Puyal laughed at himself. Xia Ruofei took out a can of Coke from his backpack and threw it to Joel. Puyal subconsciously caught the Coke and was stunned. He felt that he was already Xia Ruofei's prisoner, so he naturally did not dare to expect anything from Xia Ruofei's bag. Of course, he also did not think that Xia Ruofei would really give him a Coke. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "This game is only worth a few dollars outside." Puyal was stunned for a moment, and then he figured out that the immortal in front of Ying had such amazing means, so how could he be trapped on a deserted island? In his eyes, Coke from the outside world was worth a lot, but in the other party's eyes, it was only worth a few dollars. Xia Ruofei said, "Tell me about your experience first. Then, I'll ask you some questions. If your answers satisfy me, I'll even take you away from here, let alone cola." Puyal's eyes immediately revealed a strong desire, and he didn't hesitate to spill the beans. In fact, his experience was similar to Xia Ruofei's guess. He had been stranded on this deserted island for 8 or 9 years. He had been on this island for a long time and could not calculate the exact time. At that time, Puyal had been a wrestling athlete. He had participated in a wrestling exhibition match on a cruise ship and had unfortunately encountered a sea disaster. There were about 700 to 800 people on the cruise ship, but only a few dozen survived in the end. Puyol had grabbed a piece of a ship's deck fragment and floated in the sea for 2 days. He was lucky to encounter a lifeboat on the cruise ship, and there were about 20 people on the lifeboat. After he was pulled up by the people on the lifeboat, he drifted on the sea with everyone for another 3 days. The food and water on the lifeboat were almost exhausted. It was at this time that they encountered a heavy fog. After passing through the thick fog, they found the small island. When Xia Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but interrupt Puyol and ask, "Fog? Can you describe the situation in detail?" Although Puyol was curious as to why Xia Ruofei was interested in the fog, he quickly said, "It was noon, the sea was calm, and the weather was very clear, but within a few minutes, the area we were in was filled with a thick white fog. It was a very strange scene. We felt a little scared. So we rowed hard, and then, after a few minutes, the fog dissipated by itself, and we saw this island. I swear to God, the view on the sea was very good at that time. Before the thick fog came up, we didn't see any small island at all." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but take a deep breath. The scene described by Puyol was almost exactly the same as what he had encountered today. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "Puyol, do you remember which sea area your cruise ship was sailing in when the accident happened?" Puyol shook his head. "I don't know the exact location. I only know that the cruise ship set off from Lisbon, Portugal, and its destination was Iceland. We sailed for 2 days before we encountered a superstorm. The cruise ship quickly capsized." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a storm in his heart. No matter where the specific location of Puyol's shipwreck was, from the starting point and destination, the cruise ship must have been sailing in the North Atlantic. Xia Ruofei was sure that before he encountered the white fog, he had not left the territory of the East China Sea. They were practically half the Earth apart. There must be something wrong. Either Puyol and the rest had been teleported from the North Atlantic to the East Sea for some unknown reason, or Xia Ruofei was actually in the North Atlantic now. Of course, there was another possibility. This deserted island was neither in the North Pacific nor the East China Sea. No matter which possibility it was, Xia Ruofei had a feeling that it had something to do with the strange white fog. However, this was beyond Xia Ruofei's ability. He knew that even if he cracked his head, he would not be able to figure out the answer. Thus, he decisively put this question aside and said indifferently, "I know, Puyol, continue." Hence, Puyol continued to narrate his experience. After discovering this deserted island, the survivors, who had almost exhausted all their supplies, naturally seemed to grab onto a life-saving straw and desperately rowed the lifeboats to the island. What happened next was nothing special. This was a deserted island in the middle of the ocean. More than 20 survivors were stranded on the deserted island. All the laws and standards of a civilized society lost their effect here. Puyol, who had the strongest martial strength, naturally became the ruler. The island wasn't too small, and it had fresh water, some small beasts, and tropical fruit trees. All the survivors had survived, except for a few who were killed by Puyol during the fight for survival resources. Of course, they didn't give up on returning to human society. In the first few years, they arranged for people to watch from a high vantage point 24 hours a day, hoping to find passing ships. At the same time, they set up SOS signals on the beach and lit bonfires, but to no avail. For a few years, not a single ship or plane had passed by this place, so Puyol and the others gradually gave up. They had a faint feeling that the location of this deserted island was far away from the normal ship routes. As time passed, they also knew that the possibility of being rescued was very low, so they gradually lived here in peace and gradually formed a structure similar to that of a rough stone society. Puyol was undoubtedly the king. He enjoyed all the resources first. The 3 women among the survivors all became his women, and they even gave birth to his children. However, the conditions on the island were too bad, and almost all the children died. Only a girl born last year had survived, but she was severely malnourished. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he pondered for a while and asked the question that he was most interested in. Puyol, did you experience something on the island that caused your power to increase significantly? Upon hearing this, Puyol immediately said, Great deity, nothing can escape your eyes. Yes, I was only slightly stronger than them. But the experience 7 years ago gave me unparalleled strength. Speaking of this, Puyol seemed to have thought of the huge gap between him and Xia Ruofei. He could not help but laugh. Of course, in front of the divine immortal Lord, my little bit of power is naturally not worth mentioning. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, Get straight to the point. What did you experience 7 years ago? He was very sure that Puyol's body contained true energy. This was also one of the important reasons why he did not rush to search for the World Stone according to the White Realm Fox's request. The strange white fog, the possible existence of a World Stone, and a Caucasian who had cultivated true qi. This island was becoming more and more mysterious in Xia Ruofei's eyes. There was a saying in the army that one should not fight an unprepared war. Xia Ruofei was very clear that he had to be very careful at this time. If he was more careful at this critical moment, he might be able to save his life. 2140 A Pool, 1, yes, yes, yes. Puyol quickly said, Lord Deity, 7 years ago, I already ruled Sam. This small island. At this point, Puyol showed a slightly embarrassed expression before he continued, Usually, it's the other survivors who go fishing, hunting, picking fruits, and so on. That day, I was bored, so I climbed the mountain behind. To stroll around, Puyol began to narrate the experience he would never forget that day. Perhaps it was the guidance of the unknown, but that day, Puyol went deep into the mountain forest where other survivors had never set foot in to collect living supplies, and accidentally came to a pool. In Puyol's words, the pool emitted a slight chill, and the water was dark blue, like a sapphire decorating the ground. What made him even more surprised was that no matter how he walked, when he was about 1 meter away from the pool, he could not get any closer. There was nothing there, but there was an invisible resistance. He went around the pond and tried many different locations, but he just couldn't get close. Just as he was about to make one last attempt and was about to give up if it really didn't work, he didn't know why, but he actually walked 1 meter away from the pool. Of course, he only took 1 or 2 steps forward before he could really reach the side of the pool. The resistance appeared again, and he could no longer move forward. At this moment, Puyol saw a dark red fruit hanging on a branch beside him. This branch had grown horizontally from the side of the pool, and the fruit was emitting an alluring fragrance. Puyol, who had been busy for half a day, was already famished. He could not control his appetite at all when he smelled the fragrance. He even forgot to consider whether the fruit was poisonous or not. He just picked it and stuffed it into his mouth. He couldn't remember what the fruit tasted like. It wasn't just because the fruit immediately turned into liquid and flowed down his throat. More importantly, the moment he plucked the fruit and put it in his mouth, the water in the pool suddenly changed. With a splash, a very thick python suddenly leaped out of the water, spitting out a scarlet-red yuko as it bit at him fiercely. Puyol was trained in combat, so his reflexes were still considered agile. He almost subconsciously rolled to avoid the snake and did not end up in its stomach. The python that missed its attack did not stop at all. Its tail swept over with a whooshing sound. This time, Puyol could not dodge it completely in time. He only raised his arm to block it out of reflex. Puyol felt as if he had been hit by a truck. With a crack, his arm was broken. Then, his entire body flew up as if he was riding on clouds and mist. He fell out of the 1-meter range of the pool and crashed heavily into a tree. He felt as if his internal organs had been shattered. Puyol's vision went black at that time. His last thought before he fainted was that he was done for this time and would definitely become the python's dinner. That night, Puyol slowly woke up. He thought he was dead, but the pain on his body and arms made him know that he was still alive. Puyol felt like he had just survived a disaster. He lay under the tree and turned his head with all his might to look at the pool. He was almost scared out of his wits. The python was swimming in the pool, its cold eyes looking over from time to time. Puyol was so scared that he didn't dare to move. In fact, he couldn't move either. Not only did he break his arm, but he also broke several bones when he hit the tree at the last moment. That night was torture for Puyol, because he didn't know when the python would pounce on him and swallow him. Fortunately, the python did not seem to leave the 1-meter radius of the pool. Although it was eyeing him covetously, it did not come out. What was even more amazing was that Puyol felt a warmth in his lower abdomen. The warm current gradually spread throughout his body. It was the kind of warmth that one would feel at the last moment when they were having sex with a woman. After the warm current passed through him, the fractures in his body began to recover quickly. The next morning, Puyol found that the fractures in his arms and body were almost healed. This was simply unimaginable. He had been lying under the tree for 3 days. On one hand, his fracture had not fully recovered, and he was worried that moving his body would cause his bones to be dislocated. On the other hand, he also considered that if he returned to the camp in such a state, he was likely to be killed by the survivors who plotted to usurp the throne. The python didn't seem like it would come out anyway, so Puyol just lay there to recuperate. For 3 days, he lay there almost motionless, relying on the dry food and water he had brought with him when he went out. Then, he found that the fracture had completely recovered. His injuries, which would have taken at least 3 months to heal, had actually completely healed in 3 days. Moreover, Puyol quickly discovered that his strength had increased by many times. He was originally a strength-type fighter, and it was a terrifying thing for his strength to increase by several times on this basis. Speaking of which, the reason Puyol could find that his strength had become stronger was because when he returned to the camp after staying outside for 3 days, he found that there was a new king in the camp. The group of survivors thought that he had died in the forest. After a battle, 3 people died, and a Portuguese man named Olis successfully ascended the throne. 2141A Pool 2. Olis's strength was not much different from Puyol's. He used to be a sailor on a cruise ship. When Puyol was in power, he was mainly roped in. Basically, he was Puyol's assistant in this Survivor camp. It had not been easy for Alice to become a proper leader, but Puyol had returned. Of course, he was not satisfied. In addition, he had also used benefits to rope in a few people. Moreover, his own strength was not much weaker than Puyol's. Hence, a conflict occurred as soon as Puyol returned. It was during this conflict that Puyol kicked Alice in the abdomen and sent him flying a few meters. His entire abdomen caved in, and he died on the spot. Only then did Puyol realize that his power had suddenly increased by many times. Puyol didn't want to kill Alice at first, but this unintentional kick ended Alice's life. In the eyes of the other survivors, this was undoubtedly very brutal, and it also displayed Puyol's absolute strength. Since then, Puyol had completely taken control of the small society formed by the survivors and became the absolute king of the camp. Of course, Puyol still had a lingering fear of that pool, especially that terrifying python. It made Puyol flinch. He also strictly ordered the other survivors not to get close to that area. That small pool had also become an absolute forbidden zone on the island. Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Puyol did not know what had happened, but Xia Ruofei could roughly make out the situation from his description. He was almost certain that the pond that Puyol had mentioned was protected by an array. The fruit that Puyol had eaten was definitely not simple. It could actually produce true energy in an ordinary person's body. This was definitely a very precious spirit fruit in the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei guessed that the reason why Puyol was able to take 1 or 2 steps forward and pick the fruit was that the boundary had been in existence for too long, causing some minor problems in the operation of certain parts. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei was filled with curiosity and anticipation about the pool that Puyol had mentioned. However, he did not rush to the pool to check it out. Instead, he continued to ask, Puyol, other than this, did anything strange happen to you after living on the island for so many years? Puyol thought for a moment and said, we've been mainly active on this side of the island these past few years. There are many places on the island that we haven't set foot on. We've been like this every day. We're just struggling to survive. If there's anything strange, Puyol frowned and thought hard, then said, there's one thing. I don't know if it counts. Xia Ruofei took out a bowl of noodles from his backpack and handed it to Puyol. He said with a pleasant expression, it doesn't matter, tell me first. What you said just now was very helpful to me. This is your reward. Puyol took the ordinary instant noodles in a barrel as if he had obtained a treasure. He repeatedly expressed his thanks and then said, Great Immortal, it's like this. On a few days every month, there will be a very strange sound coming from the forest. It's a little like the cry of a beast, but not very much like it. At first, we were quite afraid, but we slowly got used to it. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? What was the exact date? Are there any patterns? Puyol smiled bitterly and said, Great Divine Immortal, we didn't record the time and date on this deserted island. I don't know the exact date. However, I'm sure that when the beast roar appeared, the moon in the sky was very round. Xia Ruofei nodded thoughtfully. This meant that it was the night of the full moon. Were there any exotic beasts out on the night of the full moon? Things were getting more and more interesting. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Joel, I'll have to trouble you to bring me to that pool to take a look. Puyol's face turned pale when he heard that. He said, Lord Divine Immortal, that python is really very terrifying. My legs go soft when I think about what I experienced that day. It's better not to provoke it for no reason. Right? It was obvious that Puyol had been scared out of his wits by the python. Xia Ruofei smiled. Don't worry. Just lead the way for me. As long as you can see the pool, you can come back. I won't let you take the risk. Although Xia Ruofei's tone was gentle, it did not leave room for discussion. No matter how unwilling Puyol was, he did not dare to go against Xia Ruofei's wishes. He could only nod with a bitter face. Very good, let's set off now, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yes. Puyol stood up and pulled out an old backpack from under the simple wooden bed. He put the cola and the noodles in it and carried the backpack on his back before leaving the wooden house with Xia Ruofei. The other survivors, including the 3 women of Puyol, stood in the open space in the middle of the camp, waiting uneasily. The moment Puyol came out, he said to everyone, "You guys go do what you should be doing. I'll take this lord to a place." With a faint smile on his face, Xia Ruofei walked out of the shabby camp with Puyol. The survivors looked at Xia Ruofei in awe. It was not until the 2 of them disappeared into the woods in front of the camp that they started to work again with a nervous mood. On this isolated island surrounded by the sea, it was impossible for these people to even escape. There were no laws or morals here to restrict them. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. Without a doubt, Xia Ruofei's fist was the biggest. These survivors were used to the rule of Puyol. Although their days were tough, at least they didn't have to worry about their lives for now. Now that it was Xia Ruofei's turn, they did not know what their fate would be like. Hence, they were all very uneasy. Xia Ruofei naturally did not care about the thoughts of the survivors. His mind had long flown to the mysterious pool. Puyol led Xia Ruofei through the dense forest, as they had not dared to come near this area for many years. Puyol could only remember the general direction. Hence, their speed was not particularly fast. He would stop from time to time to observe the surrounding environment. He would continue after a careful identification. Xia Ruofei didn't rush him and just followed unhurriedly behind him. Of course, with so many mysterious things happening on this island, Xia Ruofei did not dare to let his guard down. He was on high alert the entire time and his mind power was spread out at any time. Once there was any movement in the forest, he would be able to detect it immediately. To Xia Ruofei's great anticipation, the white fox in the space was also very excited. Through its rich body language, it told him that as he continued to move forward, the aura of the world stone became stronger and stronger. Obviously, if Puyol did not lead him the wrong way, that pool could very well be where the world stone was. Xia Ruofei followed Puyol and fumbled through the dense forest for about an hour. Puyol parted a patch of grass and suddenly stopped in his tracks. His face revealed a trace of fear. Xia Ruofei saw that Puyol had stopped and immediately peeked over to take a look. There was a pool of water, about 5 to 6 meters in diameter, about 20 to 30 meters ahead of him. The water in the pool was just as Puyol had said. It was dark blue in color, like a pure sapphire embedded in the forest. It was very quiet around the pool. There was no sound of insects that could be heard in the forest at any time. It was as if this was a forbidden area. Even the small animals in the forest stayed away from it, which was a little strange. Puyol said in a trembling voice, "Taoist immortal, it's that pool in front." 2142 Array 1. Actually, there was no need for Puyol to say it. When Xia Ruofei first saw the pool, he already had the answer in his heart. He said indifferently, "Very good. Puyol, you've completed your mission. You can return. Now. This is your reward." With that, Xia Ruofei took out a pile of biscuits, bread, Coke and other food and drinks from his backpack. He even gave 2 packs of cigarettes. Puyol's eyes lit up when he saw it. He even temporarily forgot about the fear he had for the pool and the python in it. "Thank you," he said excitedly. "Thank you, Taoist immortal." Puyol hurriedly put all the things that Xia Ruofei had given him into his backpack. He even carefully put the 2 packs of cigarettes into his pocket as if he was holding 2 precious diamonds. "Oh, right. Before I go back, I don't want anyone to appear within a 500-meter radius of this pool, including you," Xia Ruofei said indifferently. "Understood," Puyol quickly replied. "Understood. Don't worry, Taoist immortal. Even if you asked us to come, we wouldn't dare to come. After I go back, I'll restrain my subordinates and stop them from entering the forest to hunt without your order." Xia Ruofei didn't want to be disturbed by others, so he marked out a forbidden area with the pool as the center and a radius of 500 meters. Puyol had sealed off the entire forest. Of course, Xia Ruofei was happy to be in peace. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Yes. Then you can go back first." Puyol did not want to stay here for a long time. He always had a feeling of fear and trepidation by the quiet pool. After Xia Ruofei spoke, he felt as if he had been pardoned. After turning around and taking 2 steps, he turned back and carefully said, "Divine Immortal, please be careful. That python is really scary. If it's not necessary, please don't provoke it." Puyol still had a glimmer of hope that this time, the god would take him away from this deserted island and return to human society. This was much more important than the biscuits and drinks in his backpack. If the Taoist immortal was accidentally buried in the snake's stomach, then wouldn't his little hope be in vain? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I see. Thank you for your reminder. Puyol, you should leave." Although Xia Ruofei's tone was gentle, Puyol's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, "Yes. Yes. Yes." Then, he hurriedly turned around and went into the forest. Soon, he was far away from this area and quickly headed in the direction of the camp, not even daring to look back. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had been spreading out to Xuanji. Next, she needed to get close to the pool to observe the array boundary at a close distance. She even needed to make some attempts to prevent Puyol from coming back and secretly peeking from the side, although the possibility of this was extremely low. After confirming that Puyol had left without looking back, Xia Ruofei did not approach the pool immediately. He immediately took out some jade and other materials for setting up the array from the spirit map space. He set up some alarm arrays in a radius of about 10 meters around the pool. Once the array was touched, he would be able to detect it immediately. There wasn't even the sound of insects nearby. Xia Ruofei had used his spiritual power to investigate carefully. It was indeed dead silent. There weren't even insects, let alone hares, foxes, and other animals. If the array was triggered, it was basically the survivors in the camp who had broken in. After setting up the realm formation, Xia Ruofei carried his backpack with one hand and carefully approached the pool. When he was 2 to 3 meters away from the pool, Xia Ruofei threw his backpack on the ground. Then, he kept his mental power alert and circulated his genuine qi in his body according to the main points of the Great Tao Sutra. He continued to move forward carefully. In this state, if there was any danger, Xia Ruofei would be able to react in time and burst out with his strongest attack. In fact, when Xia Ruofei's spiritual power probed in the direction of the pool, he had already discovered something different. When he was 1 meter away from the pool, his spiritual power encountered an invisible barrier and could not penetrate it at all. There was nothing there, and he could see everything in the pool. On the other hand, his spiritual power, which was difficult to block with material obstacles, could not break through at all. If Xia Ruofei closed his eyes and used his spiritual power to look, he would not be able to find the pool. He would only sense that there was a blind spot in that direction. It was a strange situation, but it was within Xia Ruofei's expectations. He walked to the invisible barrier step by step and tried to reach out. A gentle resistance came and Xia Ruofei's palm could not move forward at all. He injected genuine qi into his arm and gradually increased his strength. That invisible resistance was also increasing at the same time. With the use of true qi, this kind of force could even move a truck. However, in the face of this invisible resistance, it was completely useless. The resistance was like water waves. It was not hard at all, but it was very tough. No matter how much strength Xia Ruofei used, the array only caved in a little. When Xia Ruofei removed his hand, it immediately returned to its original state. Xia Ruofei was not unfamiliar with this situation. In the cave in the spirit map space, there were several protective barriers like this. His human and earth talismans were taken out of the barriers. 2143 Array 2. The method to break the barrier was not complicated. To put it bluntly, it was to break it with force. Today, he planned to try the same method. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and the true qi in his body suddenly sped up. Then, he took a bow stance and all the muscles in his body tensed up. All his strength was concentrated on his right fist. After a loud shout, he waved his fist and smashed it against the invisible barrier. Xia Ruofei had gathered all his strength in this punch, and it even made a piercing sound. The fist landed on the invisible barrier and Xia Ruofei could clearly feel the entire barrier caved in. However, before Xia Ruofei could show his excitement, the barrier emitted a visible light. Then, Xia Ruofei felt a huge rebound force and he was sent flying. Xia Ruofei crashed heavily into a tree, making a dull sound. The pain in his back was secondary. Xia Ruofei's right fist felt as if the bones were about to crack. His entire right arm could not help but tremble slightly. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but gasp. He shook his fist, and it took a long time for his fist to recover. In fact, when the rebound force came, Xia Ruofei realized that he had done something stupid. Although he had broken the small enchantment by force in the spatial cave, he did not break it by brute force. Instead, he mainly relied on his spiritual power to mobilize the invisible spatial force and constantly increase the power before finally breaking it. This kind of barrier was extremely tough, and there was no way to break it with an instantaneous burst of power. Although there was no invisible spatial force in the outside world that Xia Ruofei could use, and he could only use his genuine qi to break it, he should not have chosen to concentrate all his strength and burst it out in an instant. However, judging from the situation just now, even if he gradually increased his strength, it would be very difficult to break this enchantment. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel troubled. He clearly knew that there was a high possibility that there were world stones in this pool. Furthermore, there might even be other opportunities. Yet, he could only watch helplessly. He could not enter at all. He thought hard for a long time and finally thought of a possibility. Puyol had once accidentally entered the boundary by 1 or 2 steps, which meant that the boundary might have been damaged to a certain extent due to the passage of time. In that case, if he could find the damaged spot where Puyol had entered the boundary back then, the difficulty might be reduced by a lot. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei had a new motivation. He immediately got into action, trying bit by bit along the invisible barrier that was 1 meter around the pool. The sky was getting dark. Xia Ruofei had been trying for more than 2 hours by the pool. Even though he had not found anything yet, he was patient enough. Even an ordinary person like Puyol could take 1 or 2 steps in. As a cultivator at refined Qi level 6, there was no reason for him to be inferior to Puyol. Unless this array barrier had the ability to self-repair. The possibility of this was extremely low and could basically be ignored. If the enchantment could repair itself, Puyol wouldn't have been able to walk in so coincidentally back then. Finally, after 2.5 hours of trying inch by inch, Xia Ruofei found a spot where the energy of the barrier was obviously much weaker. Actually, it was only a matter of time before they found this location. Xia Ruofei was just unlucky, so he took so long. When he felt his mind power probe over, he found that the resistance of the enchantment was significantly reduced at a certain spot. He knew that this was most likely the spot where Puyol had accidentally entered the pool. Xia Ruofei's spirit was lifted. He quickly controlled his spiritual power to pass through the crack. The next moment, he felt a chill as if it could even freeze his mind power. Of course, this feeling was not very comfortable. Xia Ruofei endured the discomfort and scanned the area with his spiritual power. Other than the fact that the temperature of the water was a little low, there was nothing special about it. However, Xia Ruofei still made great progress. He could sense many complicated array runes carved on the side of the pool. The pool was the center of these array runes, and all the array runes would eventually return to the pool. Xia Ruofei's array skills had improved greatly. He had spent a lot of time studying array skills. At the same time, he had processed a large number of basic materials for refining spiritual puppets and carved countless array patterns. His array skills had also improved. Although Xia Ruofei had never seen this formation before, he could still deduce the general principle of this formation from the formation patterns. The more one studied arrays, the more one would feel that their knowledge of arrays was lacking. Xia Ruofei had only scratched the surface of this broad and profound knowledge. However, most of what he had mastered were basic knowledge of arrays, so even though the array he saw today was very complicated, he could still try to analyze it from the most basic array structure. In fact, no matter how complicated each formation was, it was made up of countless basic formations after being broken down. This included the internal formation of the spiritual puppet that Xia Ruofei had not been able to complete yet. When he sensed the array pattern, Xia Ruofei quickly immersed himself in it. He was not in a hurry to try to break it apart with his genuine qi. He had considered the terrifying python that Puyol had mentioned. From Puyol's description, Xia Ruofei could not determine the python's strength. However, he was sure that the python could not leave the array's range. If he were to use brute force to break through the formation, the python might be able to Break free from the formation's restrictions. It would be fine if the python's strength was average, but if Xia Ruofei was no match for it, the survivors on the island would have no hope of survival if such a terrifying monster was released. As for Xia Ruofei, he could only run for his life. He could forget about coveting the opportunity in the pool. On the contrary, if he were to enter the boundary by analyzing the principle of the formation, Xia Ruofei would still have an escape route if he could not defeat the python. As long as he retreated out of the boundary, he would be safe. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei was no longer in a hurry. He sat down beside the barrier and used his spiritual power to check the situation of the array pattern through a small crack in the barrier. At the same time, he sketched out the array pattern in his mind and started to deduce it. Xia Ruofei entered a state of extreme concentration. His solid array foundation was his biggest help. The combination of a basic trapping array and a defensive array can actually produce such an effect. This array pattern is very special. It seems to be able to connect several small-scale basic array formations. Why are there two array patterns with completely opposite attributes combined together? And the degree of fusion is so high? Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself as he analyzed the situation. Sometimes, he would even use his fingers to gesture in the air. In his state of concentration, he had no concept of the passage of time. The sky had already turned completely dark, especially in the forest, which was pitch black. Through the gaps between the leaves, a full moon hung high in the sky. Xia Ruofei was completely oblivious to this, and did not even realize that the moon was already quite round today. As time passed, Xia Ruofei sat on the ground like a clay statue, unmoving. He had been in this state for a very long time. In the beginning, he would still use his fingers to draw all sorts of array patterns in the void. Later on, he didn't even move his fingers and just sat there quietly. The dark night gradually passed, and the sun rose above the sea. Rays of sunlight began to shine down on the mountain forest. Xia Ruofei was still sitting cross-legged without moving. For the entire day, Xia Ruofei did not move an inch. He was completely immersed in the profound array Dao. As the sun rose and set, Xia Ruofei's second night on the island came. Xia Ruofei, who had been sitting there for more than 10 hours, raised his eyes and looked surprised. I understand. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but wave his fist and said excitedly, so the direction of the research was wrong from the beginning. The two sets of formation patterns that are like twin sisters are the core and key to the entire formation. 2144, Disaster of the Giant Python. 1. Initially, this formation was like a thick fog in Xia Ruofei's eyes. No matter how he analyzed it, he could not find any clues. But now, it was completely different. When he discovered the uniqueness of the twin array patterns, it was as if he had suddenly found the end of the thread in a mess. Many questions that he had in the previous 10 to 20 hours of analysis seemed to suddenly become clear. So that's how it is. It's not complicated even if you understand it. These two basic array runes can actually be used like this, Xia Ruofei kept muttering to himself in amazement. He was getting more and more familiar with this array that could form a tough barrier. It was like a complicated math problem. Before finding the solution, one might not even understand the problem. One would not know what to do with the conditions given in the problem. And when a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind and he found the correct way to solve the problem, he would find that the known conditions given in these problems were actually useful, and it required very clever skills to use them. Then, in the process of solving the problem, when he was close to the correct answer step by step, the sense of achievement was unparalleled. Xia Ruofei was in such a state. He had almost forgotten the passage of time and was completely immersed in this ingenious array. As the analysis went deeper, the formation that was originally covered by a veil became clearer. After the fog was cleared, Xia Ruofei's eyes became brighter. In fact, Xia Ruofei was able to analyze the principle of this formation not only because he had a solid foundation in formation theory, but also because of luck. The most important thing was that this formation had existed for a long time, and it was even slightly damaged due to the time. It was because of this small damage that Xia Ruofei's spiritual power could enter the formation. Otherwise, no matter how solid his foundation of formation theory was, it would be useless. Time passed by quietly. After 2 hours, Xia Ruofei finally let out a long breath and stood up. After a day and night of non-stop analysis, he finally completely understood the principle of this formation. During this process, Xia Ruofei's array skills had also improved greatly. This was because there were many applications of basic array patterns in this array that Xia Ruofei had never heard of before. Not only did they successfully combine with each other, but there were also ready-made combinations that provided verification. It was like a treasure vault. Xia Ruofei felt that many parts that he did not know about when he was preparing the parts of the spiritual puppet had suddenly been understood after 1 day and 1 night. This could be considered an unexpected surprise. He had only wanted to try his best to crack this array, but he didn't expect it to be so helpful to his array Tao. When he dealt with the materials for the spiritual puppet later, it would be much easier for him. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel emotional. It seemed that the practice of array Tao still needed to be improved through practice. It was like the sea of questions tactic before the college entrance examination. In fact, it was to come into contact with different types of questions as much as possible and learn different ways of thinking to solve the questions. In the end, it was the effect of understanding all the questions. However, the cultivation environment on Earth was harsh now. Cultivators were hiding somewhere to cultivate. At least, Xia Ruofei rarely encountered them. Where could he find so many examples to learn from? That was a real problem. Xia Ruofei felt that he should go out more often in the future, just like this time. If he could find the relics left by the senior cultivators, it would definitely be of great help to him. Of course, these thoughts only flashed through Xia Ruofei's mind. The most important thing now was to enter the formation and explore the mysterious pool. After understanding the principle of the formation, this extremely tough formation was no longer an obstacle to Xia Ruofei. He rested for a while to adjust his condition, then confidently walked to the transparent array barrier. This formation was extremely exquisite. It combined the functions of a trapping formation, an illusionary formation, and a protective formation, with the outermost protective barrier as the main layer. After he reached out and touched the boundary of the array, his mental energy quickly probed in, and he skillfully found the node of the array. Xia Ruofei's thought process was also very clear. It was to first break the illusion array in the array. According to Puyal's description, there was a terrifying python in the array. Under the cover of the illusion array, what the naked eye could see might not necessarily be the real situation inside the array. Therefore, Xia Ruofei would definitely not enter the array without breaking the illusion array. The existence of the protective barrier was no longer an obstacle to Xia Ruofei. On the contrary, it was a form of protection. If Puyal was right, The python should be blocked inside the barrier. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy accurately found the node of the illusory formation. He transferred his genuine chi into it. The next moment, the fog that shrouded the area of the formation was lifted. From the outside, what he saw was a blue pool with nothing beside it. However, after the illusory formation was broken, the true appearance of the pool was revealed. There was a pool of blue water with a faint white mist. There were also pieces of ice on the surface of the water. It was obvious that the temperature of the water was very low. 2145 Calamity of the Giant Python. 2. A huge python was coiled in the middle of the pool. The python was as thick as a bucket. As it was coiled together, its length was unknown. However, it was definitely the largest snake that Xia Ruofei had ever seen. The python was obviously not affected by the illusion. It spat out a scarlet-red snake and stared at Xia Ruofei with its cold eyes. Being stared at by such a huge python, Xia Ruofei still felt a chill from the bottom of his feet even though he knew that the python could not come out of the array. Especially when he thought about how the python had been right in front of him for the past day and night, and how it was very likely that it had been staring at him. Xia Ruofei felt a chill down his spine. He steadied his mind and continued to observe the environment within the formation. In addition to the python, there was also a small tree in the pool. The part of the tree that was exposed above the water was about 3 meters high, but the crown was very lush, almost covering the entire range of the array, like a large umbrella over the pool. Xia Ruofei had yet to enter the formation, but he could already feel that this tree was not ordinary. Every leaf was full of vitality, and there were more than a dozen fruits hanging on the tree. Every one of them was emitting a strong and alluring fragrance. Xia Ruofei's eyes brightened. He could guess that Puyal must have eaten one of the fruits. The reason for this was that the fruits hanging on the tree had 2 different colors. One of them was dark red, and its shape and size were exactly the same as what Puyal had described. The other fruit was dark purple. The 2 fruits were almost exactly the same except for the color. There were about 7 or 8 fruits of each color. Xia Ruofei scanned the fruit with his spiritual power and could feel the rich energy in the fruit. He was sure that the 2 colored fruits were ripe and not the same fruit when it was ripe or unripe. It was indeed a strange thing for the same tree to have 2 different kinds of fruits of different colors, and each one of them contained such an alluring aura. Modern people could make a pot of flowers bloom with colorful colors through grafting or genetic technology, but this tree was obviously formed naturally. Xia Ruofei guessed that there might be a branch growing on the damaged part of the formation, and there was a dark red fruit hanging on it. Puyal took a step in and reached out to pick it. It had to be said that Puyal's luck was really heaven-defying. Xia Ruofei looked at the fruits on the tree greedily, but he quickly turned his attention to the python. With the python's protection, these fruits were simply invisible and untouchable, like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but have a headache. The python emitted a dangerous aura, which made Xia Ruofei feel very threatened. He was sure that not only was Puyal unable to fight back against the python, even he himself was probably not the python's match. The difficulty was greater than he had imagined. Before Xia Ruofei came, he had a glimmer of hope. After all, Puyal was just an ordinary person with good skills. The python that was so powerful that it was undefeatable in Puyal's eyes might not be that difficult to deal with for a cultivator like him. Now, this fantasy was shattered. It would be difficult for him to gain any advantage against this python. However, it was not easy for him to analyze the formation thoroughly. There were still more than 10 alluring spiritual fruits in the pond. More importantly, the realm stone that he and the White Realm Fox desperately needed was most likely in the pond. Xia Ruofei would not allow himself to return empty-handed. How should he deal with this python? Xia Ruofei was also deep in thought. Unknowingly, the moon and the sky gradually came to the top of their heads. At this moment, the python that had been staring coldly at Xia Ruofei moved. Xia Ruofei was shocked. He subconsciously took a step back and got into a defensive position. However, the python only glanced at Xia Ruofei before it shifted its position and raised its head. Xia Ruofei could even see a hint of mockery and disdain in the python's eyes. To be looked down upon by a snake. Xia Ruofei was speechless. He was quickly attracted by the situation inside the array. He saw the python open its mouth towards the moon in the sky, and then a bright light fell from the sky, accurately entering the python's mouth. The python seemed to enjoy it very much, its tail happily slapping the water surface, and at the same time, it let out an excited cry. "It's absorbing the moonlight," Xia Ruofei muttered to himself in shock. It was obvious that the python was the one that Puyal had mentioned, that terrifying cries could be heard from the forest during the roundest days of the month. Xia Ruofei did not find it strange that a snake could make a sound. After all, it was a python that could absorb the moonlight. The demons in fantasy novels could even transform into human forms. What was so strange about a snake making a sound? The python obviously did not think much of Xia Ruofei. In its eyes, this human was too small. Besides, with the protection of the array, it did not need to worry at all. This human would not be able to enter. Hence, even though Xia Ruofei was outside the array, the python continued to absorb the moonlight as if there was no one else around. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. This might be an opportunity. 2146, Disaster of the Anaconda. 3. This python was currently concentrating on absorbing the moonlight. If he quickly entered the array, he might be able to give it a surprise attack. Although he could feel how terrifying the python's aura was, Xia Ruofei would not be satisfied if he did not try it for himself. At the very least, there was this protective barrier. Once his life was in danger, Xia Ruofei could still escape from the barrier. Most importantly, if it was any other time, Xia Ruofei might not even have a chance. The python would only be absorbing the moonlight for a few days. If he did not grasp this opportunity, he might have to wait for a month. Xia Ruofei obviously could not wait that long. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei quickly made up his mind. His eyes revealed a trace of determination. With a flip of his hand, he took out the sharp military armor that had accompanied him for many years from the space. He circulated his whole body's genuine qi and poured it into the dagger. After adjusting himself to his best condition, Xia Ruofei began to carefully use his spiritual power to guide his genuine qi to open the node of the protective array. Xia Ruofei had already memorized this formation by heart. He easily found the core node of the protective formation. As long as he poured his genuine qi into it, the protective boundary would open. Xia Ruofei looked at the giant python again. He gritted his teeth and transferred his genuine qi to the nodes of the formation. The giant python was focused on absorbing the moonlight and did not pay any attention to the tiny human beside it. Xia Ruofei could feel the protective barrier melting away rapidly. It was now. He knew that the wisp of true qi could only last for 1 or 2 seconds at most. And then it would be exhausted and the protective barrier would be formed again. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and shot into the array like a bolt of lightning, pouncing on the giant python. He also raised the dagger in his hand, which was shining with a cold light, and stabbed it at the python's 7-inch area. Hit where it hurts. Xia Ruofei didn't know if this rule would work on a python with a high cultivation level. In this case, he could only try. The giant python only reacted when Xia Ruofei was right in front of it. He discovered that this ant, like human, had actually barged into the array's range and couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. In that moment of distraction, Xia Ruofei's dagger had already stabbed into its vital spot. Ding! Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. The python's scales were extremely hard. The military dagger that was infused with true energy only left a white mark on it. It could not even break through its physical defense. Xia Ruofei's reaction was also very fast. When his first attack failed, he immediately used the force to flip and rush out of the formation. At this time, the formation had not yet reformed and he still had time to escape. Xia Ruofei didn't forget to use his spiritual power to sweep up the crimson fruit that was closest to him. As he escaped out of the formation, he quickly kept the fruit into the space. However, the python had already reacted. The furious giant python let out a long roar. Its head suddenly stood upright, and its coiled tail suddenly stretched out. With a swishing sound, it swung it at Xia Ruofei. The python's speed was beyond Xia Ruofei's expectations. In addition, he was only borrowing the force to roll out, so his speed was definitely not as fast as his full-speed sprint. The thick tail of the python hit Xia Ruofei hard. Xia Ruofei felt as if he had been hit by a train. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost passed out. However, the snake's tail whipped Xia Ruofei's speed and he was thrown out of the formation's range. He fell heavily to the ground, feeling that his ribs might have been broken, and his internal organs seemed to have shifted. Before Xia Ruofei could celebrate his escape, he was horrified to see that the python was flying at an extremely fast speed. Before the formation could be completed, it was chasing after him aggressively. The entire process only took 2 to 3 seconds. The python's reaction speed and movement speed were far beyond Xia Ruofei's expectations. He could not even use the array to protect himself. He was in danger now. Xia Ruofei felt all the hair on his body stand up. He took out the crimson fruit he had just picked from the space without hesitation and stuffed it into his mouth without thinking. He had heard from Puyal that the crimson fruit could not only strengthen the body, but it could also greatly promote the recovery of injuries. Xia Ruofei was a cultivator and his body was many times stronger than that of Puyal. Although the giant python's attack had injured him, he had not lost his ability to move. In this extremely dangerous situation, Xia Ruofei knew that if he could increase his strength and recover faster, it would be crucial for him to save his life. Of course, he did not have time to hesitate. After stuffing the dark red fruit into his mouth, Xia Ruofei turned around and fled into the forest without hesitation. The giant python had subconsciously chased out in a fit of rage, but it hadn't expected to really leave the range of the array. It couldn't help but feel a little surprised that it had been trapped in this array for who knew how many years, and now that it had rushed out, it was really a little stunned. However, after Xia Ruofei took out the fruit and swallowed it, the python's hostility was triggered again. This was the spirit fruit that it had guarded for countless years, and it had actually been stolen and eaten by this detestable ant. How could it be tolerated? A few years ago, there was an ant who was lucky enough to obtain a spiritual fruit from the damaged edge of the array. However, the ant today was even more hateful. He had actually barged into the array to steal it. How could the giant python allow Xia Ruofei to leave so easily? It immediately wriggled its long body and chased after Xia Ruofei. Although the python was moving on its stomach, it was not slow at all. In fact, it was even faster than Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei still needed to avoid the trees and other obstacles, but the giant python was like a heavy tank, crushing everything in its path. It slithered out a path in a straight line. In the dark, Xia Ruofei had no way to determine the direction. He subconsciously followed the route that was the easiest to escape. Of course, he would also change directions from time to time. After all, the python's body was huge, and it moved in a slithering manner, so its reaction was relatively slower. But even so, the giant python was still getting closer and closer. After a while, Xia Ruofei could even hear the hissing of the giant python, Yuko, and the stench that made him a little dizzy. 2147 Return of the Spear. 1. After Xia Ruofei had consumed the dark red fruit, he felt that the true qi in his body had become richer and his recovery speed had increased. However, it was still a drop in the bucket. After all, he was different from Elder Puyal. Elder Puyal was just an ordinary person at that time. So the effects of the dark red spiritual fruit were naturally much better. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was a cultivator at refined qi level 6, so the strength of his body was something that Elder Puyal could not compare to. The stronger one's body was, the faster one's recovery would not be. On the contrary, it would be more difficult. After all, the amount of energy required to recover to the state of Puyal and Xia Ruofei was completely different. Xia Ruofei felt a deep threat of death. This was the second time he had such a feeling in his 20 years of life. The first time was when he was serving in the Lone Wolf Assault Team. Once, he was separated from his team when they were trying to break out of the siege. He was surrounded and almost ran out of ammunition and supplies. The enemy's numbers were more than his. That time, he managed to escape from the enemy's pursuit despite being covered in wounds. This time, the situation was countless times worse than that time. Xia Ruofei had almost activated all of his potential. His speed was even faster than his usual fastest speed. The giant python was also at odds with Xia Ruofei and was chasing after him. As he was flying forward, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a sense of danger. He jumped up almost subconsciously, grabbed a branch in front of him, and swung forward. Almost at the same time, the giant python's tail swung over with a whistling sound. Xia Ruofei dodged the powerful attack by a hair's breadth. The snake's tail broke a few trees and then hit a rock heavily, breaking the rock into pieces. Xia Ruofei saw this from the corner of his eyes and couldn't help but feel his heart jump. The giant python's furious attack was clearly much more powerful than the one in the formation. If Xia Ruofei did not have an almost instinctive sense of danger and subconsciously chose to jump to avoid it, this attack would have been enough to break his bones and kill him on the spot. The giant python had stopped to launch this fatal attack, but its speed had been affected. The distance between Xia Ruofei and the python had increased. However, Xia Ruofei also knew that this was not the way to go. He would run out of energy sooner or later. As for the giant python, it seemed to have more energy than him. Xia Ruofei judged that this giant python was at least in the golden core stage. Otherwise, it could not have such terrifying strength. I can't keep running like this. I have to think of a way as soon as possible. As Xia Ruofei fled, his brain was spinning rapidly to think of a solution. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly saw a cliff in front of him. The cliff was not very high, only about 10 meters. He could even see a bonfire at the bottom. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that he had escaped to the survivor camp in a panic. If the survivors with green faces were to encounter this giant python, it would definitely be a one-sided massacre. There was no chance of survival. However, Xia Ruofei could not change his direction anymore. The cliff was slightly protruding, and his escape route had been completely blocked by the python. In a split second, Xia Ruofei could only shout in English, "Puyao! Hurry up and escape with everyone!" The python had run out. Hurry up! Run into the sea! The survivors could only escape into the sea to save their lives. After all, there was only a small forest between the survivor camp and the sea, and after passing through the forest, they would reach the beach. The night on the island was very quiet. Xia Ruofei had used his true energy to shout, so the people in the camp heard him very quickly. Joel's legs almost went soft when he heard that. His survival instinct made him jump out of bed at once, and he shouted for everyone to escape. He could not care about the 3 women anymore. He picked up his child and ran wildly in the direction of the beach. While Xia Ruofei was warning the survivors, he didn't dare to stop. If he slowed down even a little, the giant python would catch up. He did not hesitate in front of the cliff and jumped down. When they encountered this cliff, Xia Ruofei's first thought was to warn the survivors. At the same time, he had a flash of inspiration and found a way to escape. When he flipped over the cliff, Xia Ruofei had already summoned the spirit painting scroll from his body and held it in his hand. His body was falling rapidly under the influence of gravity. Although it was dark, Xia Ruofei's eyesight still noticed a crack in the mountain wall. He used one hand to grab the mountain wall to slow down the speed of his fall. At the same time, his right hand accurately stuffed the spirit map scroll into the gap. Then, with a thought, Xia Ruofei disappeared from the outside world and hid in the spirit map space. The survivors below were all running for their lives, and no one noticed what was happening on the mountain wall above them. Even if someone looked over, they might not be able to see clearly what was happening on the mountain wall at night. After Xia Ruofei entered the medium, he placed his hands on his waist and panted heavily. 2148 Backstabbing, 2, just now, he had really used all his strength without holding back. Now that he had stopped, he felt as if his lungs were burning. The muscles of his entire body, especially his leg muscles, were sore and weak. Even his calves and stomach were trembling. As he panted, he did not forget to use his spiritual power to check the outside world. The giant python chased after Xia Ruofei as she leaped off the cliff and crashed into the simple wooden house in the survivors' camp. The wooden houses fell apart without a doubt, but the thick-skinned giant python was not injured at all. However, it immediately discovered that the aura of the ant who had run so fast had completely disappeared. The giant python hissed, and its tail swept around the survivor camp like a huge whip, suddenly turning the camp into a mess. However, Xia Ruofei was hiding in the spirit map space. How could there be any aura outside? As for the spirit painting, in the eyes of the giant python, It was no different from the mountain rocks. It was just a dead object. If the scroll had suddenly appeared on the ground and Xia Ruofei had disappeared at the same time, it might have been suspicious. However, as Xia Ruofei was falling from the cliff, he had stuffed the painting into the crack in the mountain wall and hid there. The giant python had not noticed him at all. Moreover, the painting was hidden very well in the crack. It did not expect Xia Ruofei to be hiding there. The giant python could not find Xia Ruofei, but it did find the survivors who were running away from the forest. In the eyes of the giant python, these survivors were the same kind as the ant just now. After losing Xia Ruofei, he naturally vented his anger on the survivors. The giant python roared and its huge body suddenly leaped forward, chasing after the survivors. The survivors who were running slower could already see the terrifying body of the giant python and could not help but scream in despair. Xia Ruofei could see everything clearly with his spiritual power, but he could not help at all. He could only watch, because he knew that he would only be courting death if he went out. Xia Ruofei could not help the survivors. In fact, he had really considered how to bring the survivors out of the island when he left. When he landed on the island and discovered people, he had already changed his appearance very carefully. He did not have to worry that these people would reveal his identity after returning to society. Of course, he naturally couldn't take out a yacht from the space to transport the survivors out. But with his strength as a cultivator, he could cut enough wood on this deserted island to make a strong raft and take them out of the range of the island. Then he would try to use GPS positioning and call for help with the maritime satellite phone. There was always a way to save these people. When the rescue ships arrived, he only needed to sneak out of the sea and take out the yacht when no one was around. No one would know that he was the one who did it. That was Xia Ruofei's plan, but it was meaningless to say it now. He even saw the giant python swallow the last survivor. Among the survivors who were running in all directions, only a few could escape from the python. Xia Ruofei sighed and retracted his spiritual perception. He could not bear to watch any longer. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's body trembled. He suddenly realized that this was an opportunity. The giant python had gone to chase after the survivors, and he wouldn't be able to help even if he hid here. If he ran out now and quickly returned to the pool, wouldn't he be able to directly enter to pick the spirit fruits and find the world stone? Most importantly, with the protection of the array, even if the python came back, it could not enter. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei no longer hesitated because he knew that the opportunity was fleeting. Now was not the time to be sad for the survivors. He made a prompt decision and directly returned to the outside world with a thought. Xia Ruofei agilely grabbed a crack in the mountain wall and kept the painting in his body. He then climbed up the mountain like an agile monkey. Without stopping for a moment, he flew towards the direction of the pool. Xia Ruofei was racing against time, and so were the survivors. Although they had no other way to escape on this island surrounded by the sea other than jumping into the sea, their survival instincts still urged them to run wildly in the direction of the sea. Even if he were to be drowned in the sea, it would be better than being swallowed alive by the giant python. The giant python was extremely fast and swallowed 7 or 8 survivors in a short time. It didn't even chew and just swallowed them in one bite. In the end, only a few people, including Puyal, escaped to the beach. They all fled into the sea like crazy, and then swam out with all their might. In the past few years, it was not that Puyal and The others had not thought of building their own rafts to leave. They had tried before, but simple rafts could not withstand the waves at sea at all. Moreover, they found that there were no ships passing by in the surrounding area, and there were no other islands nearby. Taking a raft to escape was no different from a fool's dream. The final result would definitely be to be buried in the stomachs of fish. Now that there was a terrifying giant python behind them, Puyol and the others could not care about anything else. Even if they did not have a wooden raft, they would have to swim out first. 2149 Backstabbing 3. The giant python stopped when it reached the beach. Perhaps it was because it had eaten its fill, or perhaps it was afraid of the sea, or for some other reason, it did not go into the sea to continue chasing. Instead, it looked at Puyol and the others who were swimming desperately, spat out its snake luck, and turned back. Puyol and the others swam for a long time before they mustered the courage to turn around. They realized that the giant python had not caught up to them. Instead, it had turned around and gone back. They could still see the giant snake's tail flash in the forest before it disappeared. Puyol and the others stayed in the sea for a long time. In the end, they were too cold to do anything. They would freeze to death if they continued like this, so they mustered up the courage to walk upstream. At least for the time being, there did not seem to be any danger on the beach. After Puyol and the others returned to the island, they did not dare to continue returning to the camp. They all trembled on the beach and hugged each other for warmth. Because here, once the python appeared, they could still escape into the sea. If they returned to the camp, they might just be caught by the python. Xia Ruofei did not know how long the giant python would be outside and whether it would return to the pool. He could only try his best to fight for every second. He poured true qi into his legs and ran through the forest. A practitioner's memory was very good. Although it was only Puyol who took him on a trip, and it was night time, he could still accurately find the route during the day. After a while, the pond appeared in Xia Ruofei's sight again. The array had returned to normal. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but sigh. If the array had recovered a second earlier, the giant python wouldn't have escaped and the survivors wouldn't have suffered. However, there were no ifs in this world. Now that the consequences had come to this, Xia Ruofei did not have time to feel guilty. He quickly went to the formation and found the note of the formation with ease and injected his genuine qi. The protective barrier immediately melted. Xia Ruofei flew into the formation without hesitation. The first thing he did was to use his mental power to roll up the dozen or so spirit fruits on the tree and put them all into the space. At this time, the array barrier had already begun to recover. Xia Ruofei looked at the tough formation and felt more at ease. At least they were safe here. Of course, he didn't drag things out because of this. After all, if the giant python returned, even if it couldn't enter, he wouldn't be able to leave if it guarded outside the array. It would be best if he could find the world stone before the python returned and leave in the other direction as quickly as possible. Xia Ruofei asked the white fox. The little fellow pointed out with absolute certainty that there was definitely a world stone within the pond. Actually, Xia Ruofei had a jade leaf on him as well. It was just that the range of the jade leaf's detection towards the world stone was smaller. However, the jade leaf did not have any reaction at all. He was standing right beside the pond. At such a close distance, if there really was a world stone, it was impossible for the jade leaf to not have any reaction. Xia Ruofei still had some doubts about the White Realm Fox's words. However, the area of the formation was not large and everything could be seen at a glance. Other than the bottom of the pool, there was no other place where the realm stone could be hidden. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided to go into the water. He put away his mobile phone and other electronic devices into the spirit map space. Then, with the dagger still in his hand, he jumped into the pool. The water was bone chilling and Xia Ruofei could not help but shiver. With Xia Ruofei's body, he wouldn't feel cold even if he was bare-chested in the winter. However, the water in the pool could make him feel a bone-chilling cold. It was obvious how low the temperature was. But the amazing thing was that with such a low temperature, the water should have been completely frozen. In fact, except for a small layer of floating ice on the surface of the water, the water was still in a liquid state. Xia Ruofei was sure that the temperature of the water was below zero. However, he didn't have time to investigate this. After swimming like water, he immediately dived down. He held the dagger in his mouth, held a waterproof flashlight in one hand, and paddled with all his might with the other hand. His legs quickly drew water, and his body quickly dived into the deep pool. Not only was the pool extremely cold, but it was also so deep that one couldn't even see their own fingers after diving 2 or 3 meters down. There was only the pillar of light from the flashlight, but all they could see was the pool water. The white fox in the space was extremely excited. It kept squeaking and gesturing, telling Xia Ruofei that the realm stone was just below, and asking him to speed up. Xia Ruofei didn't expect the pond to be so deep. In a short while, he had already dived nearly 100 meters. Xia Ruofei did not carry any breathing equipment or flippers. This depth was close to the world record for free diving. Of course, as a cultivator, Xia Ruofei's ability to withstand water pressure and the time he could hold his breath was much better than those free divers. He could even use the Great Tao Sutra to form internal breathing and stay underwater for a longer time. Hence, even after diving so deep, Xia Ruofei still felt at ease. In fact, what was more unbearable to him was not the water pressure or the suffocation, but the temperature. As the depth increased, the temperature of the pool became lower and lower. He didn't wear a professional diving suit to keep his body temperature, so his skin felt like it was being pricked by needles when it came into direct contact with the water. This was a reaction to extremely low temperatures. Xia Ruofei had to quickly circulate his genuine qi to resist the low temperature of the water. Otherwise, even he might be frozen. In this way, the consumption of true qi would be greatly increased. The most important thing was that he didn't know when he would reach the bottom of the pool. The pool looked like a pitch black bottomless pit. And the giant python could return at any time. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel anxious. However, since they had already come this far, Xia Ruofei could not back down. He could only grit his teeth and continue to dive. 110 meters, 120 meters. As the depth increased, Xia Ruofei felt that his hands and feet were starting to go numb. Even if he circulated his genuine qi, the effect was not as obvious. And the suffocating feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Xia Ruofei had to give himself some time to resurface. He decided to dive a little deeper. If he still had not reached the bottom, he would resurface to warm himself up first. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt the leaf in front of his chest start to emit a warm feeling. 2158 Different World, 1. Xia Ruofei, who was already thinking of backing out, was suddenly reinvigorated. Sensing that the jade leaf had reacted, it meant that he was not far from the world stone. He adjusted his breathing according to the great Tao arts technique and used his legs to draw water with all his might to continue diving. Even though the strong light from the flashlight could only shine on the water and the bottom could not be seen, Xia Ruofei was very motivated. The water was getting colder and colder. Xia Ruofei's teeth started to clatter. To be able to make a cultivator so cold, one could imagine the temperature of the water. Under such circumstances, the consumption of genuine qi was also shocking. Even though Xia Ruofei's Great Tao Scroll was a top-tier technique, and his genuine qi was much thicker than other cultivators of the same cultivation level, he could not withstand such consumption. Gradually, he felt that he was beyond his power. Of course, at this point, he would not give up so easily. Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind. If he really couldn't hold on any longer, he would enter the spirit map space. That way, not only would he be able to breathe, but he could also use the difference in the flow of time to meditate and recover his true qi. He believed that within a short period of time, the spirit map wouldn't be damaged in such an extremely cold environment. Similarly, it wouldn't deviate too much from its original position. However, Xia Ruofei did not take out the spirit map scroll immediately. He still wanted to challenge his limits. After diving for another 50 meters or so, the surrounding water pressure was already very shocking. If it was an ordinary person without professional training, their lungs would have been seriously injured. Just as Xia Ruofei was gritting his teeth and preparing to continue diving, the white fox in the space squeaked and gestured to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had always maintained a telepathic connection with the spirit map space. Naturally, he was able to sense the signal sent by the white fox at the first moment. Swim to the left? Xia Ruofei said to himself. The white fox signaled him to stop diving and swim to the left. Xia Ruofei was slightly happy. Did this mean that he was already close to the world stone? No matter what, swimming horizontally was at least better than diving. Xia Ruofei judged that if he continued to dive, he would only be able to go down 50 meters. At most. Whether it was the water pressure or the low temperature underwater, it should be at the limit of what his body could withstand. By then, even if he hid in the medium to recover his true energy, it would be difficult for him to go any deeper. If he swam horizontally, he could still hold on for a long time by relying on internal breathing. Even if he couldn't hold on, he could continue to swim underwater as long as he took a breath in the space. He had thought that he would need to dive to the bottom of the pond to find the world stone. However, Xia Ruofei's heart was beating like a drum as he had no idea when he would be able to see the bottom of the pond. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Xia Ruofei immediately turned his body and swam to the left. At the same time, he shone the flashlight in his hand forward, trying to see the situation ahead as much as possible. The bottom of the pool was much bigger than Xia Ruofei had imagined. He swam to the left for at least 20 to 30 meters, but he still could not see the wall of the pool. It was obviously in the shape of an upside-down funnel, because from the shore, the pool was not so large at all. On the contrary, it grew larger and larger as it went deeper. Xia Ruofei could feel that the sensory jade leaf on his chest was getting hotter and hotter. This made him feel more at ease, because this meant that he was getting closer and closer to the world stone. The white fox in the space became more and more excited. Xia Ruofei, continued to swim forward for more than 20 meters. Finally, under the strong light of the flashlight, he saw the strange rock wall of the pool. About 2 meters in front of him, there was a dark cave. Squeak! 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 The white realm fox jumped and cried, gesturing with its forelimbs. "You want me to enter that cave?" Xia Ruofei asked. The white fox immediately nodded its head like a chicken pecking at rice. If a little girl saw it, she would definitely be overjoyed. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate. He quickly drew the water with his legs and dived deeper, swimming towards the hole. Under the strong light of the flashlight, Xia Ruofei gradually saw the appearance of the hole. It was about 1 meter in diameter and looked like a very regular circle. The edge was also very smooth, which was completely different from the pool wall he had just seen. There was no doubt that this hole was man-made. What kind of person could dig such a regular stone cave at a depth of nearly 200 meters? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't dare to be neglectful at all. His mental power had long spread out, and the little remaining true chi was also stirred up, ready to deal with unknown dangers at any time. It was dark inside the hole, and he couldn't see what was going on inside. It was also difficult to extend his spiritual power in. This was similar to the situation he had encountered in the strange white fog before he had come to this island. Xia Ruofei switched to holding the bright flashlight in his mouth and holding the dagger in his right hand. He paddled back with both hands and swung his legs. His body glided lightly in the water and entered the narrow stone cave. He felt as if he had passed through an invisible membrane. The inside of the cave was dry, without even a drop of water. Xia Ruofei was still in the diving position. He was not prepared for it and fell to the ground. 2151 A different world, 2. Xia Ruofei's mouth was wide open in shock. The strong flashlight fell to the ground, and the light beams danced wildly in the cave. He then came back to his senses and quickly reached out to grab the flashlight. The diameter of the cave was only a little more than a meter, and it was difficult to even turn around inside. Xia Ruofei shone the flashlight behind him and turned his head around with difficulty. At the entrance of the cave, there was a slightly shaking pool of water, but it was as if the water was blocked by a transparent cover, and it could not flow into the cave at all. Xia Ruofei guessed that this was the effect of the formation, but he was still very surprised. It must be known that this was a depth of nearly 200 meters, and the water pressure was astonishing. To be able to block the water outside, and yet people could easily pass through, this formation was not simple. Xia Ruofei had been holding his breath ever since he entered the water. After entering the cave, he tried to exhale and then gently took a breath. He suddenly found that the air in the stone cave was quite fresh, and the concentration of spiritual chi seemed to be quite high. Although it could not be compared with the environment in the spirit map space, it could be considered a treasure land with rich spiritual chi compared to the outside world. Xia Ruofei took a few deep breaths in relief and felt much better. Although he could rely on the great Tao arts to maintain his internal breathing underwater, breathing was a human's instinct. After not breathing for such a long time, he subconsciously felt very suffocated. Now, that feeling of suffocation had finally disappeared. Xia Ruofei did not stay at the entrance for long. After a short rest, he continued to move forward. The cave was only a little over a meter in diameter. An adult could barely pass through it, and they had to crawl forward. If someone with claustrophobia were to stay in such an environment for a long time, they would probably go crazy. Xia Ruofei's mental strength was very strong. He continued to crawl forward, calmly. The cave had a downward slope and the temperature was very low. Xia Ruofei even felt colder than in the pool. He held the dagger tightly in one hand and didn't dare to withdraw his mind power for a moment. In this stone cave, his mind power was greatly suppressed, and he could only detect about 3 or 4 meters ahead. As they continued to crawl forward, Xia Ruofei felt that the cave was gradually becoming wider and the sense of uneasiness was getting lower. Of course, the temperature in the cave was still extremely low. In fact, the deeper he went, the lower the temperature became. After another 100 meters, the cave was wide enough for an adult to walk with his back bent. Xia Ruofei also sat up and leaned against the wall to rest. After all, he had been crawling in that narrow tunnel all this time. In addition, he had to continuously use true energy to resist the cold. He was also exhausted from the whole journey. Xia Ruofei took out a bottle of spirit pool water that had been mixed with the petals of the spirit heart flower from his storage space. He gulped it down and immediately sped up the recovery of his mental power and true qi. He sat there for more than 3 minutes, then got up and continued to move forward. The cave continued to widen. After walking for less than 50 meters, Xia Ruofei realized that the cave's diameter had become at least 2 to 3 meters. Not only was it much wider, but it was also tall enough for him to walk normally with his back straight. This made things much easier. Xia Ruofei advanced carefully with the dagger in his hand. He was constantly scanning the surroundings with his spiritual power and was always on high alert. It was very quiet in the cave. Xia Ruofei could clearly hear his own footsteps and his own heartbeat. The induction jade leaf in front of his chest had become slightly hot, indicating that the world stone was nearby. The tunnel in the cave was slightly inclined downwards. Xia Ruofei estimated that they were more than 200 meters above the ground. Finally, after another 60 to 70 meters, Xia Ruofei saw a stone door. This green stone door should have been made from a whole piece of huge green stone, and it gave off an ancient and simple aura. It was connected to the entire passage without any signs of a switch or handle. Xia Ruofei walked closer and quickly realized that the stone door was engraved with a mysterious array pattern that formed a complete array diagram. After a brief analysis, he had already calmed down quite a bit. The Swan and Ice formation was of the same origin as the barrier formation by the pond. Although the two formations were completely different, the idea of setting up the formation was the same. Xia Ruofei had studied the array by the pond for an entire day and night. He had already understood the principle of the array. It was much easier to analyze this array now. He knew that this formation was the key to opening the stone door. Of course, it would also take a lot of time to analyze this formation. Although it had been almost half an hour since they entered the pool, it was very likely that the python had returned to the edge of the pool. Even if it could not enter the array, it was likely that it would stay outside the array. But now that things had come to this, Xia Ruofei could not care less about the giant python. He had to open the stone door with all his might. In any case, even if they returned the way they came, the giant python was likely to have already returned, and they might even be caught red-handed. The sensing jade leaf was already boiling hot, and the world stone was right in front of him. Xia Ruofei naturally knew what to do. Now was not the time to think about the giant python. Only by calming down and analyzing the formation on the stone door could he open it as soon as possible. the more anxious he was, the more counterproductive he would be. Xia Ruofei quickly memorized the entire formation under the strong light of the flashlight. Then, he sat cross-legged in front of the stone door, put the flashlight aside, and closed his eyes to analyze and practice the formation in his mind. As time went by, the principle of the formation became clearer and clearer in Xia Ruofei's mind. Formations were also divided into different schools. Obviously, Xia Ruofei's previous analysis and solution to the pond's barrier formation had helped him a lot in his analysis of this formation. The array patterns formed a basic array diagram, and the basic array diagrams formed an array technique. Xia Ruofei still started to analyze from every basic diagram and then used the connections between them to deduce. Although he was doing the same work, his efficiency this time was much higher than when he analyzed the barrier formation last time. He sat there for about an hour before he suddenly opened his eyes and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. It should be like this, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. Just now, he had gone through it several times in his mind and had basically confirmed the result of his analysis. Xia Ruofei stood up confidently and returned to the stone door. With a confident smile on his face, he reached out his hand and pressed on a note of the formation. At the same time, he slightly exhaled his zhenqi. Then, Xia Ruofei's fingers quickly tapped on the array diagram and each time, he poured in a wisp of genuine qi. The entire process only took about 10 seconds. When Xia Ruofei tapped the last finger, the entire formation seemed to light up. Every pattern on the formation glowed with a dazzling light, and the bright light circulated rapidly on the formation. At the same time, a series of clacking sounds could be heard as the green stone door began to rise up slowly. The stone door seemed to be very heavy, and the speed of its ascension was rather slow. Xia Ruofei could see a faint green light through the gap at the bottom of the stone door. It took more than 2 minutes for the stone door to rise to the top. With a click, the stone door seemed to be locked and hung firmly above, revealing a 2-meter wide and 3-meter high doorway. Xia Ruofei was full of anticipation as he walked in. When he passed by the door, he raised his head and found that the stone door was more than a meter thick. He couldn't help but take a cold breath. This was the legendary dragon, breaking stone. It was almost impossible to open the door with brute force alone. After passing through the 1-meter-deep doorway, Xia Ruofei's eyes widened in shock. 2152 Spectacular View _1 Xia Ruofei had thought that after passing through this stone door, there would be a stone room. Or a few stone rooms. If there were no accidents, he would be able to find the world stone here. However, everything before his eyes was far beyond his expectations. After walking out of the door, Xia Ruofei saw a huge and empty space in front of him. It was more than 100 meters high and the size was as big as a dozen football fields. It was as if the center of the island had been dug out. On the walls and ceiling of this huge cave, there were pieces of round beads that emitted a faint green light. They looked like stars decorating the dome, making it look spectacular. It was these glowing beads that enveloped the entire cave in a green halo, making it look very dreamy. No wonder Xia Ruofei could see the green light. When the stone door opened, the stone door was located at the bottom of the entire huge rock cave. Looking out from here, one could see pavilions scattered all over the place. There were also winding paths, exquisite small bridges, and curved streams. It was like a paradise on earth under the dense green qi. Xia Ruofei stood rooted to the ground for a long time, unable to move. He had never imagined that on this deserted island, more than 200 meters underground, there would actually be such a beautiful paradise. Every building here was beautiful, and every scenery was unforgettable. Moreover, it seemed to be in a mess, but in reality, it was in accordance with the laws of heaven and earth. Everything seemed to be one with nature, and even an ordinary artificial mountain rock was just right, as if it was born there. Without this rock, the entire building complex would become disharmonious. Amazing! Xia Ruofei couldn't help but exclaim. Could this be a celestial technique? Xia Ruofei was sure that even the best ancient architect in the world could not have designed such a perfect building complex. In particular, that natural charm was a realm that mortals could not reach. Xia Ruofei strode forward. From the exit of the doorway, there was a path paved with bluestone that led to the huge ancient buildings. Both sides of the path were planted with purple bamboo. These bamboos just happened to block a part of the scenery, and on the curved path, the scenery was completely different with every few steps, but each had its own charm. Xia Ruofei had visited the Zhuozhen garden before. This garden could be said to be the pinnacle of garden history. The most famous one was changing scenery with steps. Now, in comparison to this complex hidden more than 200 meters underground, the changing scenery with steps of Zhuozhen garden was at the beginner level. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think that if he could live in such an environment for a long time, even if he was more than 200 meters underground, he would still enjoy it. Of course, if he could live here with his girlfriend, he would have nothing else to ask for in his life. However, it was not easy to enter the underground cave. The low temperature of the pool and the depth of 200 meters were enough to keep most people out. Xia Ruofei's imagination ran wild as he walked along the small path. After passing through the purple bamboo forest, there was a large garden in front of them. The small path passed through the garden. Xia Ruofei could see that the gardens on both sides were planted with a large number of spiritual herbs. Some of them were seen on the Spirit Map Island, but the difference was that these spiritual herbs were already in a mature state. However, he didn't see a single flower that was commonly seen in the outside world. Xia Ruofei had also read many cultivation books. He was no longer a newbie in cultivation, but he could only recognize less than 30% of these spiritual herbs. Just the value of the items that he had recognized was enough to make him tremble with excitement. 7. Colored miscanthus. Ice jade leaf. What the? There's even a snow stem golden lotus, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself in a trembling voice as he tried to walk into the garden. The value of the spiritual herbs here was no less than that of the island in the spirit map space. Although he had yet to see a spiritual herb as precious as the heart concentrating herb, Xia Ruofei did not recognize at least 2/3 of the spiritual herbs here. There might be even more precious spiritual herbs here. However, it was clearly too early for him to be happy. Before he could step into the garden, a halo lit up. Clearly, the array barrier had been activated. Xia Ruofei realized that he could not enter the garden other than this small path. Moreover, this array was obviously much more advanced than the one in the pool. It was not damaged at all and operated normally. Even if he tried to break it, he could not find a way in. Xia Ruofei gave it some thought and decided to give up. Although he was very envious, he knew that there was no hope and he would not waste any more time here. What he was most worried about now was what he would do if he discovered that the world stone was also in such a formation boundary. Could it be that he had gone through so many hardships and almost lost his life? To come here just to broaden his horizons? Yes, I saw a very impressive array, a near, perfect immortal treasure land, and a garden full of spirit herbs and spirit herbs. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with me. And I didn't take anything. Just thinking about it made him feel vexed. Xia Ruofei was a little worried as he continued to move forward. 2153 Spectacular sight, 2. After entering this beautiful building complex, the path was naturally not the only one. However, Xia Ruofei relied on the jade leaf and the white realm fox's guidance to get closer to the possible location of the realm stone. Along the way, he also saw many treasures. In addition to spiritual herbs and grass, there were also swords that were obviously sharp, and crystals with a higher concentration of spiritual qi than spiritual crystals. However, these treasures all had a common characteristic, and that was that they could be seen but not held. It was as if he had been left here to annoy people. Xia Ruofei was also worried. On one hand, he was unwilling to enter the treasure mountain for nothing. On the other hand, he was secretly glad that he had not seen the boundary stone protected by the array so far. There was a Western saying that no news was good news. This sentence was very suitable for Xia Ruofei. As long as he did not see the world stone being protected by the formation, it was good news for him. Xia Ruofei walked through the ancient buildings that looked like a celestial palace for more than 10 minutes. He was already numb to the beautiful scenery. Of course, he didn't dare to let his guard down at all times. After all, this place was obviously set up by a senior cultivator with a very high cultivation level. There might be unknown dangers. Just like that, Xia Ruofei finally arrived in front of a palace. Yes, to Xia Ruofei, this was a palace. It was even more spectacular than the palaces in the Forbidden City. This palace, which was 30 to 40 meters tall, was unique in the entire ancient building complex. It was also the largest building. In front of the palace was a huge square paved with bluestone slabs. These bluestone slabs were polished until they were as smooth as mirrors. Xia Ruofei was even worried that he would slip when he walked on them. After passing through the square, there were a total of 99 steps. On both sides of the steps were railings made of white marble. Every 3 steps, there would be a lifelike beast head on the railing. There were a total of 66 beast heads on both sides, and none of them were repeated. The carving was simply a work of art. After walking up the steps, Xia Ruofei stood in front of the palace without any name carved on it. There were 2 3-meter-tall stone statues at the entrance of the palace. They were 2 guardian beasts that Xia Ruofei could not name. From the front, they looked like lions, but had a tail full of scales. At the same time, the claws of the guardian beasts were not lion claws, but dragon claws. Xia Ruofei stood in front of the guardian beasts that looked like a dragon and a lion. He could not feel a trace of life, but he could still feel the pressure. He was sure that they were just 2 stone sculptures, but just their appearance alone could produce such a strong pressure, especially the eyes of the guardian beasts. They were cold, ruthless, and bloodthirsty. Xia Ruofei only took one look at them and he felt his heart palpitate. Xia Ruofei calmed himself down, crossed the high threshold, and entered the palace. There were huge pillars that were 30 to 40 meters tall in the palace, and the roof was also inlaid with round beads that emitted a green light. Under the green light, the interior of the palace seemed a little empty. 2 rows of Pillars were neatly arranged at the entrance, extending for 100 or 200 meters. Between the pillars was a passage paved with blue stone. Xia Ruofei looked into the distance. At the end of the bluestone path, there were more than a dozen steps. There was a platform above it, and he could vaguely see an ancient throne. In front of the throne, there was a table. The white fox in the medium was so excited that it kept urging Xia Ruofei to move towards the throne. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and walked forward carefully. 1 step, 2 steps. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the empty palace. In the strange silence, Xia Ruofei was fully alert for any possible danger. It took Xia Ruofei 5 to 6 minutes to cover the distance of more than 100 meters. He was very careful with each step. When he was about 3 or 4 meters away from the steps of the throne, he suddenly heard a squeaking sound. Xia Ruofei turned around and realized that the palace door had closed by itself. With a clang, the palace door was completely shut. Xia Ruofei was getting more and more nervous. He even summoned the spirit map and held it tightly in his hand. It was the existence of the spirit painting scroll that gave Xia Ruofei some confidence. Once there was a danger that he could not resist. He only needed a thought to hide in space. Although this underground building complex was magnificent, and he had seen many spirit herbs and natural treasures along the way, he had a faint feeling that none of them were as precious as the spirit map scroll. The spirit map scroll had opened up a stable space, and it was not the kind of dead storage space. Instead, it was filled with heaven and earth spiritual chi, and it could even develop rules similar to the natural space of the outside world. Although the underground building complex was also a work of art, the difficulty of construction was obviously not as high as opening up another space. Hence, Xia Ruofei deduced that the owner of this place should be much weaker than the owner of the spirit map space. He was also very confident that the spirit map space would be able to protect his safety in this environment. After the palace door closed, Xia Ruofei was only slightly shocked. Then, he turned around and focused his attention on the table in front of the throne. He couldn't see it clearly earlier because he was too far away, but now he could clearly see that there were 3 boxes on the table side by side. Xia Ruofei's gaze became fervent. Whether he could gain anything this time would depend on these 3 boxes. Just as he was about to step up the steps, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from the palace. Ha ha ha, Xia Ruofei was so scared that he almost hid in the spirit map space. He had never thought that there would be anyone here. The laughter was very loud, and it formed a series of echoes in the empty palace, which made it sound even more strange. Who's there? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shout. At this moment, a ray of light fell on the throne. Behind the table, Xia Ruofei watched as a figure appeared on the throne. This figure was extremely strange. It started appearing from the feet, then the light slowly moved up, the legs and waist also began to appear, and finally, the body and head. The whole person seemed to be bathed in a layer of light, looking a little hazy. This person was wearing a white Taoist robe and had his hair tied up in a Taoist bun. He had a thin face and a faint smile on his face. He was holding a horsetail whisk in his hand and casually placed it on his arm. He looked like a sage. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized and couldn't help but exclaim, 3D projection? This is way too advanced. The Taoist seemed to be looking at Xia Ruofei. He smiled and started to speak. Junior, the fact that you are able to enter my immortal island means that we are fated But you've made it this far, which means that you've at least reached a higher level in the field of arrays. And to be able to pass the purple blood spirit python's test, it means that you've at least reached the peak of the golden core stage. After saying that, the Taoist hesitated for a moment and then said with a smile, speaking of which, I wonder how many years later it will be when you see this video. What if it took too long? Could the purple blood spirit python have already broken through to the original level? Then wouldn't it be very difficult for anyone to pass the test? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that this person had been expected to enter only when he was at the peak of the golden core stage. This meant that the giant python was at least at the intermediate or advanced stage of the golden core stage. After all, a spirit beast's body was much stronger than a human's. Human cultivators of the same cultivation level would most likely not be able to defeat a spirit beast. It was unknown what expression the Taoist priest would make if he knew that Xia Ruofei was only at the 6th level of the qi refining realm and that he had entered the spirit map space with a bit of luck. The Taoist shook his head again and said, forget it. I'm not worried for nothing. In this environment, it'll be hard for the purple blood spirit python to break through, even if it trains for 1,000 years. Let's get back to the main topic. 2154 Bayuzi's gift. 1. Xia Ruofei immediately looked at the Taoist on the throne with full attention. Even though it was only a video, Xia Ruofei could still feel the great power from the Taoist. Xia Ruofei estimated that this Taoist was at least in the nascent soul stage or even higher. The thin Taoist smiled and said, I'm Bayuzi, the master of this green immortal island. Since you can enter my green immortal island, it means that you are fated with me. After saying that, Taoist priest, Bayuzi's face revealed a trace of desolation. A catastrophe happened more than 100 years ago, which caused a large loss of spiritual energy in the divine Great Land. The remaining spiritual energy became extremely violent and the cultivation environment became extremely harsh. For more than 100 years, there hasn't been a single nascent soul cultivator. Our Chinese cultivators have decided to head into the endless starry sky to find a new way out. All cultivators above the nascent soul stage will be leaving. In order to leave some hope for those who come later, I left this green immortal mansion and some cultivation resources for those who are fated to. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei's heart was in turmoil. No wonder there were so few cultivators on Earth. It turned out that a large number of masters above the original level had left Earth. He did not know which era Bayuzi was from, but from the fact that all the formations and barriers were damaged, Xia Ruofei guessed that it had been at least 1,000 years. From Bayuzi's words, Xia Ruofei did not know what had happened 100 years ago that caused the cultivation environment on Earth to deteriorate to such an extent. The large number of cultivation books left in the spirit map space's inheritance, Jade Talisman, also did not have records of this. However, Xia Ruofei was sure of one thing. After those original infant stage and higher cultivators left Earth, there must have been a break in the cultivation world on Earth. Many inheritances were lost. It was conceivable that under such harsh conditions, no matter how hard those Jiadon stage cultivators tried, they would have no hope of reaching the Yuanying stage. This could be seen from the giant python. Xia Ruofei was sure that the giant python's cultivation was still at the golden core stage. If it was a spiritual beast of the original infant stage, he would not even have the chance to escape. For so many years, the giant python had relied on absorbing the moonlight to cultivate, but it had not been able to break through to the nascent soul stage, let alone those human cultivators in the golden core stage. Golden core cultivators could only live for 500 to 600 years at most. As time passed, the number of cultivators on Earth would definitely decline. In this era, Xia Ruofei had almost no cultivators. The old Taoist Bayuzi smiled and said, "I'm very pleased that there are still juniors who can cultivate too." The peak jit on stage under such conditions. The things in these 3 boxes are my gifts to you. I can imagine how difficult it must have been for you to cultivate to your current realm, so I won't set any more tests. I believe that since you've reached this point, you're qualified to obtain these treasures. Next, you can open them. As he said this, the old Taoist Bayuzi seemed to have been hit by a pause button. He was completely frozen, and there was even a gentle smile on his face. Xia Ruofei gave Senior Bayuzi a thumbs up in his heart. This was a senior expert. If he wanted to give something, he would give it directly. He walked up the steps with a trace of expectation and came to the table. The 3 boxes were made of jade and looked very warm. There were complicated patterns carved on them. These boxes alone were very precious. Antiques today. After all, they had at least 1,000 years of history. Xia Ruofei scanned the boxes with his spiritual power and knew that Taoist priest Bayuzi did not lie to him. There were no traces of formations on the 3 boxes, and he did not find any information about mechanisms. He extended his hand to the first box on the left, and with a light lift, he easily opened it. The moment the lid was opened, Bayuzi seemed to come alive again. He smiled and said, "This is my first gift to you." Xia Ruofei was shocked. But he quickly reacted. There must be some kind of restriction on the box. Once it was opened, it would trigger the stored image. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. "Senior Bayuzi, you'll easily scare people like this." He cast his gaze into the box. There was a short sword in it. It was very small and exquisite. It was only about 30 centimeters long and as wide as a finger. It was dark green in color, and there seemed to be a sharp aura flowing around the sword. What was even more peculiar was that this short sword did not have a hilt. It was more than 30 centimeters long, and it was the blade. Xia Ruofei can't help but think, is the first gift a half-finished product? This is the flying sword I used when I first entered the nascent soul stage, Bayuzi continued. Its name is Blue Sky. It accompanied me for more than 300 years of cultivation. Although I later had better flying swords, I always brought it with me. This time, I'm about to go to the unknown endless starry sky, and I might not be able to come back. I'll leave this blue sky sword to the fated one. I hope you can treasure this flying sword. After saying that, Bayuzi entered the pause state again. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed and said to himself, "So this is the legendary flying sword. Senior Bayuzi, can you at least teach me how to use it?" There's no instruction manual or anything in the box. There was quite a lot of information about flying swords in the cultivation classics in the Spirit Map Space's Inheritance, Jade Talisman, but most of them only introduced some famous flying swords and some glorious deeds of sword immortals. There was no mention of basic operations like using flying swords. However, Xia Ruofei was not completely clueless. At least, he had heard that flying swords needed to be bound by blood. Hence, he decided to give it a try. A sharp stream of genuine qi condensed into a line and easily forced a drop of blood out of his finger, which dripped on the dark green flying sword. After the drop of blood came into contact with the flying sword, it disappeared without a trace and integrated into the flying sword. In the next moment, Xia Ruofei felt a strong connection with the flying sword. This feeling was similar to when he first absorbed the spirit map into his body, but it was slightly different. Xia Ruofei felt that he could keep the flying sword in his body at any time. He tried to control his thoughts. As expected, the flying sword flew up and flew in an arc before entering Xia Ruofei's body. Looking at the flying sword with a cold glint flying towards him, Xia Ruofei was still a little scared. However, he endured the discomfort in his heart and stood still. The flying sword directly entered his body, and he soon felt the flying sword quietly staying near his dantian. With just a thought, the flying sword could leave the body at any time. Unlike the sword immortals in TV shows, they didn't need to fly out of their mouths and enter their bodies through their mouths. After the flying sword acknowledged its master by dripping blood on it, no matter which part of the master's body it was, it could receive or release the flying sword. The flying sword was like a part of its master's body, so it naturally wouldn't harm its master's body. Xia Ruofei could use his hand to hold the flying sword as he wished without having to worry about cutting his hand. Only then did he understand why the sword didn't have a hilt. It was unnecessary. Of course, flying swords were rarely held in their hands. Since they were flying swords, they were naturally more likely to fly in the air. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation was higher than his genuine qi cultivation. After a few tries, he could control the flying sword very well. He controlled the flying sword to fly up and down around him, and then let the flying sword dance freely in the space of the palace. Sometimes it swooped down. Sometimes it suddenly stopped and turned. In a short time, he had become very skilled. If it wasn't for the 2 boxes that had yet to be opened, Xia Ruofei might have been able to play with it for a few hours. It was a very fresh feeling. He had heard that after the golden core stage, cultivators could even ride a flying sword. This made Xia Ruofei look forward to it even more. After playing with it for a while, Xia Ruofei kept the flying sword in his body and looked at the second box. The first gift had already surprised Xia Ruofei. He was even more excited about the second box. When the second box was opened, Bai Yuzi, who had been in a paused state, immediately came back to life. He smiled and said, "This is the second gift. A total of 200 origin crystals. Now that the world's spiritual energy is barren, I believe that with these 200 origin crystals, it should be of some help to your cultivation. I hope that you can use this to break through to the yuanying stage." Even though Xia Ruofei had a strong mentality, he could not help but feel ecstatic after hearing this. 200 pieces of crystal stones with extremely dense spiritual qi were neatly placed in the box. The entire box was filled to the brim. These were origin crystals, which were even more precious than spiritual crystals. Xia Ruofei had read a lot of cultivation books and knew that once a cultivator reached the golden core stage, the qi in the body would be transformed into yuan qi. During the process of cultivation, the demand for spiritual qi would also increase greatly. Golden core cultivators who had the conditions would absorb yuan crystals to cultivate. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth, contained in origin crystals, was 100 times richer than that of spirit crystals. And the absorption rate was even higher. It could be said that just one origin crystal was enough to provide all the spiritual qi that Xia Ruofei needed for the entire qi refining stage. And there were 200 yuan here. Xia Ruofei's hands trembled slightly. He took out a piece of crystal from the box and looked at it carefully. This origin crystal had been cut into a standard rectangular shape. Once he touched it, he could feel the huge amount of spiritual energy contained within it. He tried to operate the great Tao arts and immediately felt a strong wave of spiritual energy directly enter his meridians from the palm of his hand. Not only was the spiritual qi rich, but it was also extremely pure. Xia Ruofei easily absorbed the spiritual qi and immediately felt that the genuine qi in his dantian had increased. One could imagine how much more efficient it would be if origin crystals were used for cultivation. He was like a pauper who had picked up a huge sum of money. He quickly put the piece of origin crystal back into the box, and then with a thought, he put the box into the spirit map space. 2155 The Real Big Gift. 1. Bayuzi seemed to have predicted that Xia Ruofei would be stunned after seeing the crystals. He purposely waited for a while, before continuing with a smile. The first two treasures are a small gift from me to you. They can only help your cultivation, to a certain extent. The third treasure is what I really want to leave for the fated person of the younger generation. Its value was 10 times, or even 100 times more than the first two treasures. What was he hesitating for? Hurry up and open it. Xia Ruofei was stunned. The legendary flying sword and the whole box of origin crystals were just appetizers. The value of the third treasure was 10 times, or even 100 times, more than the first two. What was that? Xia Ruofei could not imagine it. In his opinion, if the third treasure was really that valuable, it would not be inferior to his spirit map painting. Full of anticipation, Xia Ruofei looked at the last box. This box looked exactly the same as the previous two, but in Xia Ruofei's eyes, it was completely different. Bayuzi, who was on the throne, had entered a pause state again. It was obvious that he needed to open the third box to trigger the next video. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and reached for the box, with trembling hands. His hand touched the lid, and then his eyes widened as he opened it with force. A ray of light shot out from the box. A dark brown wooden board appeared in front of Xia Ruofei. It was unknown what kind of wood it was made of, but it was shining with a white light. The wooden token was carved with mysterious array patterns. Even with Xia Ruofei's array Dao cultivation, he could not understand the function of these array patterns. He could not even see the most basic functions. The moment the box was opened, Bayuzi's smile became even wider. His gaze seemed to travel through time and space as he looked at Xia Ruofei, who was in front of the table, and said, "This item is called the mansion, guarding wooden token. It is the control center of this green immortal mansion and even the entire immortal island. After refining it, you will be the true master of this green immortal island. You'll be able to use all of the formations and restrictions on the immortal island as you please. You'll also be able to use some of the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spirit stones, and magical treasures I left in the immortal abode as you please. That's right, once you completely refine this wooden tablet, you can also find the blue sword art that I left for you. Practicing the secondary sword art can maximize the power of the blue travel immortal sword. If you want to ride a flying sword, you must practice this sword art." Xia Ruofei's body couldn't help but tremble. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was that Ying Luo was rich. He couldn't help but think of the spirit herbs and various treasures he had seen along the way. Not only these, but as long as he refined this mansion, guarding wooden token, this entire beautiful immortal mansion and the entire immortal island would really belong to him. There was also the blue sword technique. Xia Ruofei could not help but think of the legendary swordsmen like the Red, Striped Maiden and Kong Kong who rode their flying swords and took people's heads from 1,000 miles away. Of course, there was also the sword kinesis. Flight. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. This was too wonderful. Bayuzi continued to introduce the wooden token. Junior, you must be very curious about how to refine this mansion, guarding wooden tablet, right? Even though he knew that the image in front of him was just a 3D projection, Xia Ruofei could not help but nod and stare at Bayuzi. Bayuzi smiled and said, the method is very simple. You only need to drip a drop of blood on the wooden token. Xia Ruofei immediately forced out a drop of blood from his fingertip. Before he could drip the drop of blood onto the wooden token, Bayuzi continued, after you drip your blood essence into it, the wooden token will automatically enter your body. Of course, there would be two possibilities. One was to start refining the wooden token. The other possibility is that your body will explode and you will die. The drop of blood on Xia Ruofei's fingertip had already started to drip down. After hearing Bayuzi's words, he was so frightened that he immediately waved his hand and a wisp of true qi swept the drop of blood away. Then, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Taoist priest Bayuzi. Master Bai. Can you please not take such a long breath when you speak? You'll die. Bayuzi's image paused for a moment before he chuckled, Junior, are you scared? I hope you haven't rashly performed the blood contract before listening to me. Xia Ruofei looked at Bayuzi unhappily, thinking to himself, what a senior. Was it really fun to play with people like this? Bayuzi smiled and continued, actually, as long as you're cultivating the orthodox cultivation method of my Tao sect, you don't have to worry. After the mansion, guarding wooden token is kept in your body, it will automatically sense the vital qi in your dantian. As long as it's the vital qi cultivated by my orthodox cultivation technique, there won't be any problems. And if you're an evil spirit, at this point, Bayuzi's expression changed and he said seriously, I advise you to take the first 2 treasures and leave my green travel immortal island as soon as possible. Don't try your luck. The mansion, guarding wooden token, is very sensitive to vital qi. Once it senses evil vital qi, it will trigger the most powerful attack formation on the wooden token, blowing you into pieces from the inside out. After hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but shiver. One must know that if this mansion, guarding wooden token was kept in the body, it would appear in the dantian. One could imagine that if it released the strongest array attack in the fragile dantian, even a nascent soul cultivator would die. Xia Ruofei also understood Bayuzi's way of doing things. At first glance, Taoist priest Bayuzi was obviously cultivating the orthodox Taoist technique. Although he was going to escape to the starry sky, he definitely didn't want the immortal mansion he left behind to fall into the hands of an evil cultivator. As for the blue travel immortal sword and the origin crystal, in Bayuzi's eyes, their value was probably just ordinary. He must have taken the truly precious treasures with him. And among the things he left behind, the most precious was obviously this mansion, guarding wooden tablet. The flying sword and the origin crystal were only a very unremarkable part of all the wealth he had left behind. If someone from the evil way really came here by fate, Bayuzi wouldn't mind giving him 2 gifts. But if he wanted to take away the immortal island and immortal abode together, he couldn't. However, Xia Ruofei started to feel conflicted. Although he Knew that the possibility of the great Tao arts that he cultivated was extremely low, and that his true qi naturally contained a brilliant righteous aura. There was absolutely no cold aura, no matter how he looked at it. It could not be an evil technique. However, there was a very serious problem here. Bayuzi had always tacitly agreed that those who could enter this immortal mansion were at least peak Jindan stage cultivators. Therefore, he had always mentioned the primordial qi that only cultivators above the Jindan stage could possess, and not the true qi of qi refining stage cultivators. However, Xia Ruofei was only a qi refining cultivator. He only had true qi in his body. Could the mansion, guarding wooden token, distinguish the nature of genuine qi? If it mistook the true qi in his body for demonic qi of the evil path, wouldn't he die in vain? Xia Ruofei looked at the residence guarding wooden token that was emitting a milky white light, feeling extremely conflicted. To drip blood or not to drip blood, this was the question. At this moment, Bayuzi spoke again. 2156 Wealth comes from danger. 1. Junior, Bayuzi said with a serious expression, I have 3 things to remind you of. First, the mansion, guarding wooden token, would stay here for an hour. If you didn't drip your blood on it within an hour, it would automatically escape and hide in a powerful restriction in the immortal mansion, waiting for the next fated person. By the way, don't try to put it into a storage treasure before it recognizes you as its master. It can't be put into a storage treasure. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try. After Xia Ruofei heard this, he really tried it and realized that this wooden token really couldn't be stored in the spirit map space. It seemed like it was impossible to take this wooden token away and refine it after he broke through to the golden core stage and transformed the genuine qi in his body into vital qi. Bayuzi continued. Second, the green immortal mansion can be big or small. After you completely refine the mansion guarding wooden token, you can even take the immortal mansion into your body and take it away. Of course, dripping blood on it to recognize it as its master was only the first step. To completely refine the mansion guarding wooden token, one needed to be at least in the yuaniying stage. But it doesn't matter, as long as you refine it, you'll be able to use some of the restrictions. Even if you're 10,000 miles away, you'll be able to sense the location of the immortal island, and you can come to collect it at any time in the future. Bayuzi paused for a moment before saying, Third, if you don't do it within an hour, not only will the mansion, guarding wooden token disappear, you will also be directly teleported out of the enchanted island. You will probably never find the enchanted island again in your life. When Xia Ruofei heard this, he vaguely understood. This island might not be in a fixed location. Also, because of the celestial formation, it would not be discovered by satellites or other detection means. It would appear randomly in the vast sea and find the island again after leaving. The probability of this was very low and could be ignored. Bayuzi smiled and said, All right, Junior. That's all I have to say. How should you choose? Please consider it yourself. I'll give you one last warning. Don't take any chances. Even if it was me, it would be very difficult for me to keep my life. When the mansion, guarding wooden tablet, attacks from the Dantian. After he finished speaking, Bayuzi's image went back to the paused state. Obviously, he had said all that he needed to say. Next time, only when the wooden token recognized its owner by blood or some other conditions were met would other video content be triggered. Xia Ruofei looked at the wooden token in front of him and found it difficult to make a decision. In half an hour, which was only an hour, he had to make a decision. If he gave up, then he would basically miss this precious immortal island and immortal abode for the rest of his life. Although he had obtained a flying sword and 200 precious origin crystals, which was already an unimaginable amount of cultivation resources, he was still somewhat unwilling to give up on such a huge immortal mansion and the many treasures inside. Furthermore, he had come here to search for the World Stone. However, even after opening all 3 boxes, there was still no trace of the World Stone. If he didn't refine that wooden token, he would be directly teleported out of the immortal island. He believed that by then, he would have found the immortal island by the time he turned back. If he looked at it from the perspective of finding the World Stone, it would be equivalent to wasting his efforts. However, Xia Ruofei could not guarantee what would happen if he were to bind it with blood. After all, he did not have any vital qi in his body. If the mansion guarding wooden token misjudged him, no one would know. Even if he died of injustice. This immortal island was on the vast ocean. Puyal and the others had lived here for 7 to 8 years, but no one had discovered it. If he really died on this island, people in the outside world would definitely think that he had gone missing. After all, he had sailed out to sea alone and then disappeared. Xia Ruofei looked at the wooden token that was giving off a milky white glow, constantly weighing the pros and cons. As time passed, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his expression was extremely conflicted. Bayuzi had given him an hour, and Xia Ruofei naturally could not wait indefinitely. He gritted his teeth and stared at the wooden tablet, finally making up his mind. "Let's do it!" Xia Ruofei shouted loudly to encourage himself. Cultivating was a heaven-defying act. If he didn't even have the courage, what was the point of cultivating? He had been cultivating the orthodox, great Tao arts, and he had no ulterior motives. What was there to be afraid of? If such a good opportunity was placed in front of him and they let it slip by because of cowardice, then wouldn't they live in regret for the rest of their lives? In fact, it might even affect his Tao heart. Xia Ruofei kept giving himself psychological hints. His eyes gradually became more determined. He first summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and held it tightly in his hand. Then, he used his genuine qi to force out a drop of blood and dripped it on the wooden board. At this moment, Xia Ruofei was also very nervous. He stared at the wooden token without blinking. The blood immediately seeped into the wooden token after it fell on it. At the same time, he immediately felt that he had established a very close mental connection with the wooden token. Of course, this connection was somewhat different from the connection between him and the spirit map and painting scroll. It was even different from the connection with the blue immortal sword. He could feel that this wooden token was not under his control for the time being. It was only a trace of thought connection. 2157 Wealth comes from danger. 2. After the mansion, guarding wooden token absorbed Xia Ruofei's blood, the milky white glow on it suddenly increased. The next moment, the wooden token floated up. After a short pause, it turned into a white light and entered Xia Ruofei's body. With Xia Ruofei's reaction speed, even if a bullet was shot at him, he could subconsciously avoid it. However, he could only watch helplessly as the mansion, guarding wooden tablet entered his body. He did not even have a subconscious reaction. Xia Ruofei could feel the wooden token entering his body and appearing in his dantian. Then, the house, guarding wooden tablet, began to emit a mysterious aura. This aura seemed to have intelligence and wrapped around the true qi in Xia Ruofei's dantian. Then, this aura began to change. continuously. Xia Ruofei didn't even dare to breathe as he clenched the painting in his hand. He was thinking that if the wooden token determined that he was not a righteous cultivator and triggered the attack array on the wooden token, he would immediately hide in the spirit map space. Although he had no way to resist the mansion guarding wooden token's attack from his dantian, and it was almost impossible for his dantian to be preserved, it was likely to be shattered in an instant. However, the probability of his survival was slightly higher in the space. After all, he could use the power of the entire space inside. He was almost the absolute master. By then, he might be able to use the invisible spatial force to dissolve this attack. Even if his cultivation was destroyed, he could at least keep his life. Hence, Xia Ruofei was highly focused and paid close attention to the status of the wooden token at every moment. Soon, Xia Ruofei realized that the aura released by the mansion guarding wooden token had changed and was almost the same as the genuine qi in his dantian. Could it be that this aura also had the ability to learn and copy? Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. After the evolution, the aura quickly returned to the wooden token. The mansion, guarding wooden tablet, sat quietly in Xia Ruofei's dantian, emitting a milky white light. After the aura returned to the wooden token, the halo suddenly grew a little. Xia Ruofei was so scared that he almost teleported into the spirit map space to look at him. He thought that the wooden token had started to attack. Fortunately, at this moment, Beauties, who had been frozen in a daze, spoke again. He had a very kind smile on his face and said, "Congratulations, Junior, you have already obtained the recognition of the mansion, guarding wooden token. This means that you are a cultivator of the same path as me. I, Beauties, am very pleased that my inheritance in the human world can be handed over to a fellow cultivator." After hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The heavy stone in his heart was finally lifted. It was obvious that Beauties' image would only be triggered after the residents, guarding wooden token confirmed that the person who performed the blood contract was not an evil demon. Xia Ruofei only realized then that the back of his shirt was already drenched in sweat. This process didn't last long, but he felt like 100 years had passed. The mental pressure was too great. After the mansion, guarding wooden token confirmed Xia Ruofei's identity as a righteous cultivator, he could clearly feel that his spiritual connection with the token had become closer. Without anyone's reminder, Xia Ruofei already knew how to refine this wooden token. In fact, the method was very simple. The first step was to drip blood on it to recognize it as its master. After the wooden token was put into the dantian, it was a painstaking process. One needed to constantly inject mental power into the wooden token and refine it bit by bit. The time required for this process was inversely proportional to one's cultivation. If Xia Ruofei was a nascent soul realm cultivator, the refining process would be very short. At most, it would only take 1 or 2 days. If Xia Ruofei's cultivation was higher, he could even refine the wooden token with a single thought. At that level, even an evil cultivator would be able to easily refine the mansion, guarding wooden token's attack array, which might not be able to hurt him. Of course, if one's cultivation had reached such a high level, this small green immortal mansion would probably not have any attraction. Xia Ruofei was only in the qi refining stage and had not even cultivated the most basic vital qi. Although his spiritual power cultivation was higher than his genuine qi cultivation, there was a limit to it. If he wanted to rely on this little bit of cultivation to completely refine this wooden token, he did not know how long he would have to wait. However, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He had already kept the mansion, guarding wooden token, in his dantian. In other words, this immortal mansion was already in his pocket. Even after he left, the immortal island would be completely closed. Until he had completely refined the mansion, guarding wooden token, and came back to take the immortal mansion. Even if it would take a long time, it was only a matter of time for Xia Ruofei. Moreover, he had obtained precious origin crystals this time. His cultivation would definitely progress at a tremendous pace. As his cultivation level increased, the speed at which he refined the wooden token would also increase. Xia Ruofei continued to inject his spiritual power into the wooden token happily. Through this direct test, Xia Ruofei also felt the difficulty of refining the residence, guarding wooden token. Although it was only for a short while, he had poured all of his spiritual power into it, and the consumption was not small. However, he felt that the progress of refining the mansion, guarding wooden token, was not even 1/1,000,000th. It could be seen that to completely refine this wooden token, how big of a project would it be? Even if Xia Ruofei could continuously maintain his full spiritual power output without rest, it would probably take a few years. And Xia Ruofei couldn't possibly not eat or sleep. He couldn't just sit and refine the wooden token without doing anything. Moreover, his spiritual power couldn't withstand such a continuous output. Therefore, it might take even longer. At this moment, Bayuzi revealed a complicated expression and said, "Junior, I'll give you everything that I've left behind. Accept my kindness and tie my karma. Remember, I, Bayuzi, am a third-generation disciple of the Jade Void Temple. If you meet any junior disciples of the Jade Void Temple in the future, if you have the ability, help take care of them. Go." Ha ha ha, Xia Ruofei looked at Bayuzi, who was on the throne. Bayuzi laughed carefreely, and then his image began to slowly dissipate, finally returning to nothingness. Jade Void Temple, Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. Senior Bayuzi, I'll remember it. However, there are many Taoist temples in China called Jade Void Temple. How do I know which one is your sect? Xia Ruofei didn't know that there were many Taoist temples called Jade Void Temple. However, more than 1,000 years ago, in the cultivation world, Jade Void Temple was the only one. The real cultivators of the Jade Void Temple were naturally different from the Taoist priests in the Taoist temple. Of course, most of them had already hidden from the world. The chances of Xia Ruofei meeting them were very low. After Bayuzi's image disappeared, Xia Ruofei did not put all his effort into refining the residence, guarding wooden token, because he knew that it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He only maintained a wisp of mental energy and continuously penetrated the wooden token. Most of his energy was still focused on searching for the realm stone. One had to know that the first goal of this trip had not yet been achieved. If they still could not find the realm stone after spending so much effort, Xia Ruofei would not mind. After all, his harvest was already big enough. However, wouldn't that white realm fox go crazy? Xia Ruofei wasn't worried that there were no realm stones in Green Turing Immortal Abode, because the White Realm Fox and the Sensing Jade Leaf couldn't have made a mistake at the same time. The Sensing Jade Leaf on his chest was still burning hot. What he was worried about was that the World Stone was like the other treasures he had seen before, protected by a powerful array barrier. Although he had already taken the mansion guarding wooden tablet, the degree of refining it was extremely low. After all, he was only a chi condensation cultivator. He basically had no way of activating any of the immortal estate's restrictions. Of course, it was even more impossible for him to destroy it by force with his cultivation base. If the world stone was really within the restriction, he could only watch helplessly. 2158 The world stone in the storage box. 1. Where could the world stone be? Xia Ruofei muttered to himself. In fact, he didn't need to spend much effort to look for it because the white realm fox in the space was already very anxious. It was pointing and giving directions to Xia Ruofei. Now that Xia Ruofei had bound the mansion, guarding wooden token with his blood, he was equivalent to half the owner of the immortal mansion. Although he could not open any of the restrictions here because of his low level of refinement, at least the array in the immortal mansion would not attack him on its own because of the aura of the mansion, guarding wooden token in his dantian. Therefore, Xia Ruofei's safety in the green Turing immortal abode had increased by a lot. There was basically no danger to his life. Of course, the premise was that he didn't take the initiative to attack those dangerous restrictions. Xia Ruofei followed the direction pointed out by the white fox and walked to the side hall. The palace was huge. The side halls on both sides of the main hall were also very spacious. Xia Ruofei could not understand why a cultivator would build such a huge palace. If he were to sleep in such an empty place, he would be terrified. In comparison, Xia Ruofei still felt that the exquisite and small buildings outside were more to his liking. Of course, this Bayuzi was at least at the nascent soul stage, or even higher. Xia Ruofei could not guess the thoughts of an expert of this level. There were many things in the side hall as well. On the way, Xia Ruofei found 3 or 4 extraordinary small boxes, a gourd that gave off a mysterious aura, and a jade slip. However, they were all protected by formations and restrictions. Xia Ruofei could not even get close to them, let alone retrieve the treasures. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless, thinking that this senior Bayuzi was too stingy. He even suspected that there were restrictions protecting the tables and chairs in this green Turing immortal mansion. In fact, this wasn't an exaggeration at all. Many of the tables and chairs in the immortal mansion were made of very precious ores and raw materials. These things were rare treasures in the eyes of chi condensation and even golden core cultivators. Of course, Xia Ruofei only grumbled a little. He no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. On the contrary, the more treasures he found, the happier he was. Because he knew very well that these things were only temporarily unavailable, but they would be his sooner or later, and no one could take them away. Xia Ruofei's main goal was to find the realm stone, so he did not stay in the side hall for long. Under the guidance of the white realm fox, he passed through the side hall and arrived at the back of the palace. The left, right, and front were all spacious halls, while the back half were rooms. With the super radar of the white fox, Xia Ruofei went straight to his target. Soon, he arrived at the door of a room. There are world stones inside? Xia Ruofei asked. The white fox nodded its head. Like a chicken pecking at rice. Xia Ruofei smiled and pushed the door open. Fortunately, Bayuzi was not crazy enough to seal every room with arrays and restrictions. Xia Ruofei pushed the door open easily. He walked into the room. The room was not very big. It was only about 30 to 40 square meters. If such a room was placed in a big city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, the developer would definitely promote it as a super large bedroom or something. However, in this magnificent palace, it was indeed a very small room. There was almost nothing in the room except for a few boxes in the corner. Of course, even after 1,000 years, the whole immortal mansion was still spotless, and this room was no exception. The boxes still looked as if they were new. The white fox impatiently asked Xia Ruofei to open the box. However, Xia Ruofei's heart sank slightly. Based on his experience, this kind of box would be protected by a formation. If the world stone was inside, it would not be easy to get it. However, since they were already here, they had to try it out to find out. Xia Ruofei walked over. Just as he was about to open the first box, the white realm fox in the medium kept shaking its head, indicating that the realm stone was not inside. Although he was stopped by the white fox, Xia Ruofei could still feel a layer of energy barrier around the box. He was even more pessimistic about it. However, he still followed the guidance of the white fox and walked toward the third box on the left. I hope this box can be opened directly, Xia Ruofei said in his heart. He slowly reached out to the box, and as his hand got closer to the box, he became more and more nervous. Even when his fingers touched the lid of the box, he did not encounter any array or barrier. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt a burst of unexpected joy. He didn't expect that this box really wasn't protected by a barrier. This was the first box that could be opened directly. If there were really world stones inside, then his luck was really too good. Xia Ruofei's heart was pounding. No matter how many treasures he obtained, he was still most concerned about the world stone. This was because it was related to whether the spirit map space could continue to upgrade. He had always wanted to know what it would be like when the spirit map space was upgraded to its ultimate form. 2159 The world stone in the sundry box. 2. What would it become if the area of the space continued to expand? A huge continent? The vast ocean? Or even a planet? Or was it a bigger and wider space? The spirit map space was Xia Ruofei's capital to settle down. It was his core interest. Everything related to the spirit map space was his top priority. His hands trembled slightly as he opened the box. There were no restrictions or barriers, and no attack arrays were triggered. The box was just quietly placed there, no different from an ordinary farmer's toolbox. Xia Ruofei's eyes fell on the inside of the cage. It really did look a bit like a toolbox. The things inside were a mess. There were a few pieces of good quality jade, a few half-finished sword blanks, and even a stack of yellow joss paper used to draw talismans. In short, there were all kinds of things inside, but they didn't seem to be anything important. They were more like some miscellaneous things. No wonder they were so casually placed together without any formation or restriction. Even Xia Ruofei, a chi refining cultivator, didn't feel that these things were very precious. Of course, Xia Ruofei's main goal was the world stone. He took out the junk and put them aside. Soon, his eyes lit up, because he had already seen a thin layer of black stones at the bottom of the box. That familiar aura told him that this was the world stone that he had been searching for. It really didn't take much effort to find it. Xia Ruofei couldn't wait to use his spiritual power to scan it and immediately got an accurate number. 35 pieces. His heart could not help but beat faster. This was the first time he had obtained so many world stones in one go. With this batch of world stones, it wouldn't be a problem for him to upgrade his space by 1 or 2 levels. Xia Ruofei didn't know why Taoist priest Bai Yuzi had classified the world stone as junk. It had been placed in the cage without any restriction. He could only vaguely guess that the world stone only involved relatively high-level spatial laws. Although Bai Yuzi's cultivation level was not bad, his comprehension of spatial laws might not be deep. It was very likely that he did not even know how precious the world stone was, which was why he had casually placed it with these items. Of course, this was just Xia Ruofei's guess. Only Bai Yuzi himself knew the exact situation. The white realm fox in the medium was also jumping for joy and was eager to divide the loot. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and all the world stones at the bottom of the box were kept into the spirit map space. Of course, he didn't let the space directly absorb the world stone. He was still thinking about the threat of that giant python and didn't dare to stay in Green Turing Immortal Abode for too long. In addition, he didn't know how long it would take for the space to absorb the world stone and upgrade. He thought that it would be better to wait until he left Green Immortal Island safely and reached the vast sea where no one would disturb him. Then, he would let the space absorb it in peace. After Xia Ruofei kept the world stone, he walked out of the palace. He knew that there might be some things in this immortal abode that weren't protected by array formations, just like this world stone. If he searched carefully, there should still be a chance to pick up the leftovers, but he didn't intend to do that. The main thing was that it was too much of a waste of time. The things in this immortal mansion would be his sooner or later, so why bother to search for them now? As long as he completely refined the mansion, guarding wooden token, no corner of the entire immortal mansion would be able to escape the search of his mind. As long as his mind moved slightly, he could take anything he wanted. If the purple blood spirit python was still thinking about the pond, it would have returned to the pond by now. However, Xia Ruofei still felt that it was a fluke. He decided to leave as soon as possible. As he flew toward the stone door, he sent a wisp of his consciousness into the spirit map space. The white realm fox was looking at the pile of realm stones floating in the air above the mountain and sea realm, protected by layers of small spaces. It was drooling non-stop. With a thought, Xia Ruofei took out 10 world stones and pushed them in front of the white fox. Seeing this, the white realm fox was stunned for a moment. Then, it immediately showed a very dissatisfied look, waving its forelimbs and squeaking. Xia Ruofei used telepathy. Little guy, I've already given you 30%. Are you still not satisfied? The white realm fox was trying its best to gesture with its forelimbs. However, each of its forelimbs only had 4 toes. No matter how it gestured, it could not accurately express its meaning. But Xia Ruofei understood. He sneered, little guy, what are you thinking? And you want a 50-50 split? The white realm fox squeaked and gestured. Xia Ruofei replied telepathically, yes. You're the one who sensed the world stone, but what could you have sensed before the appearance of the Green Immortal Island? You only sensed it after I was sucked in by the white mist of the Immortal Island. Even without you, wouldn't I have been able to explore this Green Immortal Mansion? And after I refined the mansion, guarding wooden token, I can take anything in the entire Green Turing Immortal Abode as I please. Naturally, the white realm fox was not satisfied with the distribution ratio. It tried to argue with Xia Ruofei using its body language. Xia Ruofei said, little guy, even if we find these world stones under your guidance, I can't possibly split it 50-50 with you. You'll be in charge of sensing the location of the world stone. I'll face all the Dangers we'll encounter in the process of searching for the world stone alone. Tell me honestly, without me, even if you were lucky enough to find this immortal island, would you have been able to escape the attack of the giant python? Can you understand the principle of the protective barrier? That's impossible. So if it were you, you could only watch helplessly. You wouldn't even be able to find the door to the immortal estate, much less find the world stone. I've paid so much, shouldn't I get more? Xia Ruofei's glib tongue rendered the white fox speechless. Xia Ruofei looked at the unwilling expression on the white fox's face. He smiled and said telepathically, all right. With such a small stomach, it won't be easy for you to digest too many world stones at once. I promise you that in the future when we work together, I'll at least give you a 30% share. If you contribute more, I'll raise it to 40%. For example, unlike this time when I accidentally came to the immortal island, I relied on your sensing ability to discover the existence of the world stone. Without your sensing ability, I might have missed the opportunity to obtain the world stone. In that case, I'll give you an extra 10%. However, I definitely won't agree to a 50-50 split. At most, I'll give you 40%. After all, I contributed more. Hearing this, the white realm fox reluctantly nodded. After accepting this split, the white realm fox looked at the 25 world stones floating in the air with some envy. Finally, it accepted the reality and turned to look at the 10 world stones that belonged to it. The white realm fox was like a reincarnated hungry ghost. With a wave of its front paw, it sucked all 10 world stones over. Then, it opened its mouth and began to chew. After a short while, all 10 world stones were eaten by it. Even for an adult, if he were to eat a large amount of food like 10 world stones, his stomach would probably feel bloated and uncomfortable. However, this little fellow didn't look that big, yet he could easily eat so much. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be amazed. Of course, he was more concerned about the world stone. It had actually been eaten by the realm fox's food. What a waste of a heavenly treasure. Of all the things it could have used as food, it had to use such a precious world stone. After the white realm fox ate the realm stone, it rubbed its slightly bulging stomach and lay down on the spot. It squinted its eyes and revealed a very enjoyable expression. Slowly, it seemed to have entered a special state, and even its breathing became very slow, and mysterious ripples circulated around its body. 2160 Escape from the snake's belly. 1. In reality, Xia Ruofei had only diverted a small part of his attention to the spirit map space. His speed was not slow. While he was splitting the loot with the white realm fox, he had already opened the door of the palace, passed through the immortal abode, and returned to the position of the stone door that led to the immortal abode. After he refined the mansion, guarding wooden token, although he couldn't use, open, or close almost all the formations and restrictions, there was no danger in the immortal mansion, so he didn't have to be as careful as when he came, and his speed naturally increased a lot. Xia Ruofei could sense that although the white fox was not moving, its vital signs were very stable and it was full of vitality. He was relieved and focused all his attention on the outside world. After Xia Ruofei had passed through, the heavy stone door closed with a loud bang. He moved quickly along the tunnel and made a slight adjustment. In front of the water, proof array at the end of the tunnel. After taking a deep breath, he directly passed through it. As soon as he entered the cold water, Xia Ruofei could feel the huge water pressure coming from all directions. He was already prepared, and as soon as he entered the water, he immediately controlled his body to swim to the surface. With the help of the water's buoyancy, Xia Ruofei did not need to exert much effort. Moreover, his body was strong. He did not need to control his speed and float up slowly like ordinary people to prevent his body from being injured by sudden changes in pressure difference. Hence, he floated up much faster than when he dived. Xia Ruofei was like an agile fish swimming up the water. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up, and his heart was filled with the joy of his harvest. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze, and he immediately bent his body in the water, forcibly stopping the trend of rising, and turned to dive down desperately. This was because when Xia Ruofei had raised his head to look at the water, he had noticed a huge shadow on the surface of the water. He had recognized it almost immediately. It was the purple blood spirit python. Xia Ruofei cursed in his heart as he dived in. Fuck. What was going on? Wasn't there a formation barrier? How did that big guy come in? Furthermore, he was guarding the pool. Wasn't this like catching a turtle in a jar? Pay. This metaphor was not appropriate. Although he had accidentally compared himself to a turtle in his anger, there was nothing wrong with that logic. With the purple, blooded spiritual python on top, Xia Ruofei would not be able to get out. And this wasn't even the worst-case scenario. Xia Ruofei quickly realized that just as he braked and turned to dive, the purple, blooded spiritual python also moved and quickly chased him down. It turned out that after devouring most of the survivors, the purple, blooded spirit python had habitually returned to the pool, mainly because of the green immortal mansion below. The world energy here was the richest, and it was also the best place to absorb the moonlight. The worst part was that Bayuzi had left the purple, blooded spirit python inside the barrier to guard the pool. It was also a test for the lucky cultivators of the younger generation who had entered the immortal island. Thus, he had engraved array patterns on the purple, blooded spirit python's body. This way, the purple, blooded spirit python could not leave the array, but it could return to the pool from the outside without any obstacles. Naturally, the purple blood spirit python returned to the pond where it had lived for more than 1,000 years and settled down. Its cultivation was much higher than Xia Ruofei's. When Xia Ruofei swam up and noticed it, it naturally felt the movement at the bottom of the water and noticed Xia Ruofei immediately. If it wasn't for the fact that the purple blood spirit python's attention was focused on the outside of the formation, Xia Ruofei would have been discovered earlier. When the purple blooded spiritual python saw Xia Ruofei appear from the water below, it flew into a rage. It immediately extended its long body and dived into the water, chasing after Xia Ruofei. In the water, the purple blood spirit python's speed was much faster than Xia Ruofei's. Xia Ruofei used all his strength to dive down, hoping to return to the water-proof formation. As long as he could hide in Green Turing Immortal Mansion, he was confident that he could stop the purple blood spirit python, Lao AI. At least, the purple blood spirit python would not be able to break through the stone door. However, the purple blood spirit python's speed in the water was simply too fast. This was its home ground, and the distance between it and Xia Ruofei was rapidly shrinking. In just a few seconds, Xia Ruofei immediately judged that he would not be able to make it to the entrance of the cave in time. At this speed, the purple, blooded spiritual python would catch up to him in 10 seconds at most. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel bitter. This was really a bit of extreme joy turning into sorrow. He had always believed that even if the purple blood spirit python returned, it would only be blocked outside the formation. If that was the case, he could still think of a way after he returned to the surface. As such, his vigilance had actually been lowered during the process of floating up. Otherwise, he would have been able to discover the purple blood spiritual python earlier. It's too late to say all this now. Xia Ruofei could feel the water rippling behind him. The purple blood spirit python was getting closer and closer to him. He could truly feel the threat of death. After at most 5 to 6 seconds, Xia Ruofei felt a suction force and his diving speed was greatly reduced. In an instant, the purple blood spirit python had caught up to him. Xia Ruofei turned around and saw that the giant python had opened its mouth wide. Needless to say, it must have opened its mouth to suck back, which was why Xia Ruofei's movement had been blocked. 2161 Escape from the snake's belly. 2. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth and twisted his body in the water. He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth and did not become the python's food. However, the purple blood spirit python had already caught up to him, so it was impossible for him to escape. The purple, blooded spiritual python was more agile in the water. After missing Xia Ruofei in one bite, it swung its huge body towards Xia Ruofei without any pause. If he were to be entangled by the purple, blooded spiritual python, Xia Ruofei would have no choice but to hide in the spirit map space. He relied on his agility to slip through the gaps between the python's bodies and then desperately floated up. Xia Ruofei had already realized that if he continued to dive, he would definitely die. In this situation, he might have a chance of survival if he ran up. The pool was in the shape of an upside-down funnel, and the deeper it went, the wider it became. When it reached the surface of the water, its diameter was only a few meters, and the purple, blooded spiritual python had to coil its body to accommodate it. Hence, the closer they got to the surface of the water, the harder it was for the purple blood spirit python to display its massive body. Xia Ruofei could then take advantage of its small size. Xia Ruofei stomped his feet and floated to the surface. The purple, blooded spiritual python had also turned its body around nimbly. The place where it had just been was about 100 meters deep. The space was already very wide, and the purple, blooded spiritual python could easily complete its turn. The speed of the purple, blooded spiritual python was extremely fast. In just a short while, it had caught up to Xia Ruofei. What was worse was that the suction force from its mouth was very strong, which could greatly slow down Xia Ruofei's speed. Xia Ruofei had only floated up for about 20 meters when he felt the water below surge. He subconsciously dodged to the side and saw the huge python head suddenly swing up. Xia Ruofei could even see the white and ferocious snake fangs. He gritted his teeth and twisted his body nimbly. Then, he stomped hard on the purple blood spirit python's body, increasing his speed. The purple blood spirit python's attack missed, and Xia Ruofei's stomp caused its speed to slow down. The distance between the two of them increased by a few meters. Just like that, Xia Ruofei dodged the attacks of the purple, blooded spiritual python again and again with the advantage of his small and agile body. It was like walking on a tightrope each time, and he would die in the snake's stomach if he was not careful. Of course, Xia Ruofei had already summoned the spirit map scroll and held it tightly in his hand. If there was no way to hide, he would not hesitate to hide in the spirit map space. In fact, Xia Ruofei was soon in a desperate situation. When he was about 30 meters above the Water. Although the purple blood spirit python's huge body could not fully display its power, Xia Ruofei had little room to move around. The purple, blooded spiritual python quickly changed its strategy. It no longer tried to use its body to wrap around Xia Ruofei. Instead, it stretched its long body. This way, the resistance in the water was much smaller, and it floated up faster. More importantly, after the long body was stretched, it was no longer restricted by the narrow space. The purple blood spirit python used one method of attack, which was to open its mouth and suck at Xia Ruofei. Finally, Xia Ruofei felt that he could no longer float. He and the water around him were falling towards the mouth of the purple, blood spirit python, which was 1 or 2 meters below him. He could not resist the suction. He could almost see the light from the water, but Xia Ruofei had no other choice. He made up his mind, and with a thought, he disappeared into the pool and hid in the spirit map space. Almost at the same time, the painting was sucked into the purple blood spirit python's stomach along with the large amount of water in the pool. Xia Ruofei stood at the entrance of the mountain sea realms cave, and his expression turned extremely ugly. He immediately sent out his thoughts and observed that the environment of the spirit map scroll was extremely dark. There was no doubt that he was inside the python's belly. Xia Ruofei's mind power could even sense some limbs. He knew that the purple blood spirit python must have eaten many survivors and had not digested them yet. Although he was very confident in the painting, Xia Ruofei was still a little worried. He did not know if the purple, blood spirit python's stomach acid would corrode the painting. Even if the stomach acid had no effect on the spirit map, hiding in the snake's stomach was not a solution. At this moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. He suddenly realized that this might be a good opportunity. Isn't the purple blood spirit python's skin so tough that even the military dagger can't pierce through its scales? He didn't believe that the inside of its body could be as hard as its scales. Xia Ruofei also recalled that he had collected a flying sword in the green touring immortal abode. This flying sword was used by Bayuzi even after he entered the nascent soul stage. Its sharpness was not something his original dagger could compare to. Xia Ruofei even felt that if he had taken out the blue immortal sword, he might not have had to run away in such a sorry state. Even the spirit map scroll would have been swallowed into the python's stomach. However, this was also good. At least it would be easier to attack from the inside. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but think of the scene in Journey to the West where Sun Wukong entered Princess Iron Fan's stomach. He suddenly felt that that scene was very similar to his current situation. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He summoned the blue travel immortal sword from his dantian. The flying sword, which was emitting a sharp aura, was quietly floating in front of Xia Ruofei. He muttered to himself, "Evil creature. You chased me to such a sorry state and even ate those poor survivors. It's time for you to pay the price." With that, Xia Ruofei willed the flying sword to disappear from the spirit map. The next moment, it reappeared in the purple, blooded spiritual python's stomach. Xia Ruofei didn't need to leave the spirit map space at all. He could control the flying sword easily with his mind. Even if he didn't practice blue sword technique and couldn't use some powerful moves, the result of this battle was already determined by the sharpness of the flying sword and the unique position advantage. Xia Ruofei's mind moved and the blue travel immortal sword immediately cut down on the thick meat wall in the purple, bloodied spirit python's stomach. When the purple, blooded spiritual python was swallowing, Xia Ruofei had disappeared into thin air. Naturally, he felt very strange. He felt that he had swallowed something, but it did not seem to be a person. At least, it felt completely different from when he had swallowed the survivors outside. It looked around the pool, but did not find Xia Ruofei. It then floated to the surface with a trace of doubt. It had just floated up about 7 or 8 meters when it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its stomach. It couldn't help but let out a terrible scream, and its body twisted violently. The water in the pond splashed up like a boiling pot. The purple blood spirit python writhed and writhed in a frenzy. Even a piece of iron would have been turned into a flat metal sheet if it were to be hit by such an intense pain. However, the stones by the pond were not damaged in the slightest. Instead, the flowers and plants on the shore were all scattered around. It was a mess. Xia Ruofei gritted his teeth as he controlled the blue travel immortal sword to stab and cut at the purple, blooded spirit python's stomach. There was even one time where the sword had pierced through the python's body, the tip of the sword coming out from the python's tough scales. In an instant, a large amount of blood gushed out of the pool. The amazing thing was that the blood was all purple. No wonder it was called the purple blood spirit python. After a while, the water in the pond seemed to have been dyed a deep purple. The purple blood spirit python's struggle became even more frenzied, and its hissing continued. However, no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't do anything about the attack from the inside of its body. It couldn't even dodge. Moreover, its fragile flesh wall was like tofu under the attack of the flying sword. Everything was a big hole. This was really a trap. However, the life force of a purple, blooded spiritual python was very strong. Xia Ruofei had been attacking it for 5 to 6 minutes, but its body was already riddled with holes. It was still wriggling around. In the end, the purple blood spirit python's struggles gradually weakened. It then floated motionlessly in the pool, leaving behind a scene of wolves. 2162 Jindan 1. After a long time, everything calmed down. Even the water that had been stirred by the giant python had returned to its calm state. Xia Ruofei did not dare to let his guard down. He continued to control the blue immortal sword and slashed at the giant python a few times. The purple, blooded spirit python did not move at all. It seemed to be completely dead. One of the slashes had almost cut off the snake's head. If the giant python was pretending to be dead, then its acting was really good. With a thought, Xia Ruofei appeared in the outside world. Without touching the water, he tapped lightly on the corpse of the purple blood spirit python and flipped over to the shore of the pool. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the blue immortal sword and the spirit map scroll floated in front of him. At first, Xia Ruofei wanted to take a bucket of clean water from the spirit map space to wash them away. The pool outside had been dyed purple by the snake's blood, so it was useless. However, with a glance, he found that the immortal sword and the spirit map were not stained by a trace of filth, not even a drop of water. So he directly put them into his body with a thought. Xia Ruofei sat down on the grass beside the pond and looked at the motionless corpse of the purple blood spirit python. He felt as if he had just survived a disaster. He used his mind to communicate with Xia Qing, who was in the space. Xia Qing, I've killed a purple blood spirit python. Is its corpse of any value? Master, what's the cultivation level of this purple, blooded spiritual python? Asked Xia Qing. At least the golden core stage, I guess. Xia Ruofei replied casually. Xia Qing couldn't help but exclaim, golden core stage? Master, a golden core purple, blooded spiritual python is very powerful. You were actually able to kill it. Xia Qing was aware of Xia Ruofei's cultivation. Even if Xia Ruofei's cultivation technique was more powerful and he could challenge those of a higher level, this was still too many levels. Unlucky. Xia Ruofei laughed. Master, the corpse of the purple blood spirit python is still very valuable, said Xia Qing quickly. The most precious thing is its golden core. This was the energy essence that it had cultivated for many years. Also, the gallbladder of a golden core purple blood spirit python also had high medicinal value. In addition, the snakeskin is very strong, it can. Xia Qing suddenly stopped. As Xia Ruofei had already kept the entire corpse of the purple, blooded spiritual python into the medium, Xia Qing saw that the purple, blooded spiritual python was riddled with holes. She knew that there was no need to say anything more about the use of the skin. Xia Ruofei was a little embarrassed. This beast is very lethal. I was afraid that it wasn't completely dead, so I stabbed it a few more times. This snake skin is probably useless now. With this degree of damage, if it was stabbed at a vital part, it would have been killed with one strike, Xia Qing said with a bitter smile. At that time, Xia Ruofei could not care about his vitals. In any case, he just had to fight to the death. It was just a piece of snakeskin that was destroyed, so he had nothing to feel bad about. Xia Qing, I'll take its golden core and gallbladder first, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. With that, Xia Ruofei summoned the blue immortal sword from his body and cut open the purple, blooded spiritual python's stomach. After the death of the purple, blooded spiritual python, the defensive power of its outer skin seemed to have dropped a lot. In addition, the blue immortal sword was extremely sharp, so Xia Ruofei did not have to spend much effort to cut it open. He quickly found a fresh snake gall in the snake's stomach. This snake gall was at least 10 to 20 times bigger than the ones Xia Ruofei had seen on the internet. Then, with Xia Qing's help, he found a golden core. The golden core of the purple, blooded spiritual python was as big as a volleyball. Xia Ruofei could sense that it was formed by pure energy. He felt his heart palpitate when he held it in his hand as if it would explode if he was not careful. Xia Ruofei didn't really care about the snake galls. He asked Xia Qing, "What use does this golden core have for me?" "Master, you're cultivating the great Tao arts. This golden core can be directly refined and absorbed," Xia Qing said with a smile. The biggest feature of the great Tao arts is that it is close to the origin. The closer it is to the origin, the more inclusive it is. Therefore, even if Master is in a harsh environment outside, his cultivation speed will still be much faster than ordinary cultivators. Xia Ruofei nodded his head slightly. He had already realized that regardless of whether it was the scorching sun scripture that he had passed on to his disciple Tanghaoren or the absolute beginning heart sutra that he had passed on to Song Wei and Lingqing Xue, they were all superior cultivation techniques. However, the cultivation speed of these two cultivation techniques was still far inferior to the great Tao arts. Even in the combined state, the cultivation speed of the Absolute Beginning Heart Sutra would be hard to catch up with the Great Tao Sutra. Xia Qing continued, "This golden core is the essence of energy that the purple blood spirit python has accumulated over countless years. If it were a cultivator who had cultivated other cultivation techniques, they might not be able to absorb the energy directly, because the energy was too large and pure, or because the attributes were not compatible. However, Master has cultivated the Great Tao technique, so there is no such problem at all. You can just treat it as a spirit crystal or origin crystal. Moreover, the cultivation efficiency will far exceed that of origin crystals. Understood. Xia Ruofei nodded. He wrapped this golden core with an invisible spatial force and sent it into the small cave. For the time being, he didn't intend to absorb the golden core to cultivate. After all, he was still thinking about the survivors of the shipwreck outside and didn't know if anyone could survive. Xia Qing smiled and said, Master, this snake gallbladder. I suggest you use it to brew wine. There are many good wines at the Archean realm. If you use this snake gallbladder together with some medicinal herbs, you can brew a very good medicinal wine. 2163 Jingdan, 2, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Sure. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Do we have the medicinal herbs you need in our space? If you want to buy it, you'll have to wait for a while. These are all commonly used medicinal herbs. The ones planted in the spirit map world are enough. Xia Qing said, with a smile. Then I'll leave it to you to handle. Xia Ruofei said, and this snake skin, snake meat, if you think it's useful, you can deal with it. I'll find time to throw out the rest. Yes, master. Xia Qing said respectfully. Xia Ruofei checked on the white fox's condition and realized that it seemed to be in a deep sleep. What was even more amazing was that a milky, white aura had started to appear around its body. The aura was getting thicker and thicker, almost enveloping it completely. From a distance, it looked like a white cocoon. Xia Ruofei guessed that the white realm fox had reached a critical point and might be on the verge of a breakthrough or evolution. He could easily detect the white realm fox's condition. Although it was motionless, it was full of vitality. Hence, he was not too worried. After greeting Xia Qing, Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world in a flash. After all this, the sky was already starting to brighten. Xia Ruofei walked to the boundary of the array and skillfully inserted his vital energy to open the boundary. Then, he flashed out of the array. Soon, the barrier returned to normal. Xia Ruofei checked it and picked up the backpack that he had left in the bushes last night. He then left the pool. When they left the azure immortal abode, the stone door had been completely closed by Xia Ruofei. Other than the wooden token that he had with him, which he could still enter, even if other cultivators happened to come to the immortal island and even broke the array boundary beside the pool, they would basically not be able to discover that there was an immortal abode so deep underground. Xia Ruofei was carrying a huge backpack as he sped through the forest. Along the way, he could see that many trees had fallen, which showed how destructive the purple blood spirit python had been last night. However, this was also convenient for Xia Ruofei. He did not need to identify the direction. He just had to follow the destroyed area, and soon, he arrived at the cliff. Last night, he had hidden in the spirit map space the moment he jumped off the cliff. That was how he had escaped the purple blood spirit python's pursuit. However, the survivors' camp at the bottom of the cliff had suffered. Xia Ruofei stood on the cliff and could clearly see that the campsite had become a raggle. All the houses had collapsed and there were blood splatters everywhere. He couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't kill these survivors, it was undeniable that if he hadn't broken into this immortal island, those survivors might not have been able to leave for their entire lives, but they basically wouldn't have encountered such a disaster. Xia Ruofei did not look for a way out. Instead, he jumped down from the cliff. As he was falling, he tapped on the protruding parts of the cliff and landed on the ground lightly. He used his spiritual power to scan the area. And his heart sank. There was no sign of life in the surroundings. Could it be that the survivors were all wiped out? It was highly possible. After all, the strongest person among the survivors was Puyol. However, even Puyol could not resist Xia Ruofei. When faced with the purple-blooded spiritual python, Puyol was no different from the other survivors. The only difference was that he was a little faster at escaping. However, this was an island, where could he escape to? As long as the purple blood spirit python was willing, even if Puyol escaped into the sea, he would still be unable to escape death. In the sea, their speed was not as fast as the purple blood spirit python. Xia Ruofei still had a glimmer of hope. He followed the direction of the destruction caused by the purple blood spirit python and searched. After passing through the forest, the beach was in front. It seemed like Puyol and the rest had fled towards the sea as soon as they could last night. Xia Ruofei quickly walked out of the forest and saw Puyol and the rest shivering on the beach, including Puyol and the child in his arms. There were only 4 or 5 people who survived. Other than the child, the rest were men with stronger bodies. Puyol! Xia Ruofei shouted. Puyol raised his head suddenly. When he saw Xia Ruofei, his eyes were filled with disbelief. After a while, he shouted with his eyes wide open, "Taoist immortal! You're still alive, Xia." Ruofei walked in front of them with a serious expression and said in a low voice, "I'm really sorry about last night. I didn't expect that python to escape." Puyol revealed a sorrowful expression and said, "Dead. So many people are dead, even John's mom, Linda, is dead. I saw that boa breaking Linda's body with one bite and swallowing it." Puyol's words made the remaining 3 survivors recall the hellish scene from last night, and their eyes revealed an expression of extreme fear. Xia Ruofei sighed and said, "It's okay. It's all in the past. I've already killed that python." "What? Is this for real?" Puyol cried out in surprise. "Of course," Xia Ruofei said, "you don't have to doubt that. From now on, you don't have to worry about your safety on the island." "Thank you. Thank you," Puyol said. Then, the expression on his face turned a little gloomy as he said, "But it's hard for us to survive." They had been able to live on the island for so many years because of the formation of a small society. Everyone had their own duties and division of labor. Everyone worked hard to survive under Puyol's leadership. Now that so many people had died, there were only 4 or 5 survivors left, and there was a child who was crying for food. Survival had become a big problem. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to get you guys out," Xia Ruofei said. The eyes of Puyol and the other 3 survivors lit up. All these years, they had been dreaming of leaving this deserted island and returning to human society. However, Xia Ruofei's nonchalant words made them feel that it was not real. Perhaps the surprise came too suddenly. "Really? Can I really go back?" one of the survivors muttered. "Of course," Xia Ruofei said, "I brought internet and GPS devices with me. However, for some reason, the signal is blocked on this island. We just need to build a strong enough wooden raft and get as far away from this island as possible. When we get a signal, we can ask for help. With an accurate location and the ability to connect to the internet to call for help, the probability of being rescued was still very high." The survivors, including Puyol, were all in tears. I thought I would never see my mother again, one of the survivors murmured, and my dear Jessica, she must have thought I had lost my life at sea, woo-woo. I can finally go back, little John, Daddy will be able to bring you home soon. Payal was also very excited. Xia Ruofei looked at them and said, all right, let's wait until we're really rescued before we get excited. The most important thing now is to build a big and strong enough raft. Otherwise, if you fall apart in the wind and waves before being rescued, none of you will be able to go home. Yes. Lord Divine Immortal, let's go and cut down the trees now. Wait. Xia Ruofei called out. He looked at the child in Puyal's arms and said, Puyal, your child doesn't seem right. The child's face was red and his body was trembling. Xia Ruofei reached out and touched his forehead but immediately retracted his hand. The child is running a high fever. Let's quickly bring down his fever. Let's not worry about the raft for now. 2164 The Gospel of the Survivors, 1. In fact, after Puyal's child, John, was soaked in the sea last night and was blown by the cold wind on the beach, he had already started to have a fever before dawn. Puyal had been a little confused when he heard that there was hope for him to return to human society. Now that Xia Ruofei had reminded him, he immediately came to his senses and quickly said, Lord Divine Immortal, please save John. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, let's leave this place first. The wind on the beach is too strong, let's find a place to hide from the wind and set up camp first. Yes. Puyal hurriedly said, Lord Divine Immortal, please follow me. After being stranded on the deserted island for so many years, Puyal was already very familiar with the terrain near the camp. Now that the survivors' camp was in a bad state and there was blood and flesh everywhere, he would naturally not return to that sad place. Hence, Puyal brought Xia Ruofei along the beach for a few minutes and arrived behind a huge rock. There were also a few smaller reefs here, which formed a gap with the large reef in front. It was a bit similar to the structure of a cave, which could block the wind and rain. After Xia Ruofei entered the cave, he found a dry and comfortable place and took down the single-person tent that was tied to the top of his backpack. He set up the tent skillfully and took out a down, feathered sleeping bag from his backpack. He unzipped it and laid it out in the tent. Let your child go. Xia Ruofei said, I should have some fever medicine in my bag. Let me look for it first. Yes. Thank you, Taoist Immortal. Puyal said with tears of gratitude. Xia Ruofei rummaged through his bag and quickly took out a bottle of child-use fever medicine, Maylin, and a bottle of mineral water. This was naturally taken out from the space. Before he went out to sea, he had purchased a large amount of food, drinking water, medicine, and so on, which were all stored in the space. This bottle of Maylin was also casually bought when he was shopping, and he did not expect it to come in handy here. The child's forehead was so hot that he didn't need to take his temperature to know that he had a high fever. It was definitely right to take the fever medicine directly. Of course, Xia Ruofei could also use a small amount of the spirit heart flower petal solution to help little John recover. However, Xia Ruofei was more inclined to use conventional medical methods to solve the problem. In John's case, he could completely lower his fever. First, if he had a fever again, he could take some anti-inflammatory medicine and the problem would be solved quickly. After all, the petals of the spirit heart flower were also a precious resource, so he should use them as little as possible. On this deserted island, fever medicine and antibiotics were extremely precious because they had no ability to produce them. When they first landed on the deserted island, even if they had a small amount of medicine, it would have been used up after so many years. It could be said that in a place like this, once one fell sick, even if it was a common illness in the outside world, it could be life-threatening. In the past few years, several survivors had lost their lives due to diseases such as pneumonia. When Payal saw the special fever medicine, he quickly took it with thanks. Xia Ruofei asked for John's age and weight. Then, he read the Chinese manual and told Puyal the best dosage. He would leave the rest to him. Xia Ruofei asked Puyal to take care of John first, while the remaining survivors were arranged to return to their previous camp and pack up the tools that could still be used. The next step was to build a wooden raft. So he would definitely need these tools. Xia Ruofei went to the dense forest and began to cut down some trees for packing. If Puyal and the others were to use their simple tools, who knew when they would be able to get the required wood? No one had come to this green immortal island for many years. Although the core of the island was the green immortal mansion and the trees on the island were ordinary trees, there were many thick trees, some of which were huge enough for several people to wrap their arms around. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not need such large wood. He chose those with a diameter of 40 to 50 centimeters. Even with such wood, it would take a lot of effort for Puyal and the rest to transport it to the beach and assemble it into a raft. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not prepared to let them transport the wood. Xia Ruofei cut the tree with ease. After choosing the wood, he took out the blue travel immortal sword and drew a circle around the bottom of the tree. The tree fell with a loud crash. The cut was extremely smooth. The trees that Xia Ruofei had chosen were roughly the same in thickness so that it would be easier to build the raft. In a short while, he had already cut down 20 to 30 big trees with ease. Xia Ruofei felt that there should be enough wood, so he kept the wood into the spirit map space. Then, Xia Ruofei went into the forest and used the blue travel immortal sword to cut off many tough and thick old vines. He kept them in his space as well. After preparing the materials for the raft, Xia Ruofei strolled out of the forest. He didn't need to use his hands during the whole process. He used his spiritual energy to control the celestial sword to cut wood and vines, and then kept them in the medium. He wondered what Bayuzi would think if he saw Xia Ruofei using his blue travel immortal sword to cut wood. Xia Ruofei kept all the wood and vines in the Archean realm. He wanted to make use of the time flow in the Archean realm to make these materials as dry as possible. In this case, after the raft was tied up and pushed into the sea, the wood and rattan would expand and tighten when it came into contact with water, making the raft extremely secure. 2165 The Gospel of the Survivors. 2. After the raft was built, it was for Puyal and the others to use, so it naturally had to be as strong as possible. Even if they were in danger at sea, Xia Ruofei was confident that he could save them, but it was still troublesome, right? Of course, if he were to encounter a superstorm like the other day, even Xia Ruofei would have no choice but to hide in the spirit map space. If such an extreme situation really happened, Xia Ruofei had no choice but to put Puyal and the rest into the medium. In this way, to ensure that the secret of the spirit map space would not be leaked, Xia Ruofei would not kill them, but he would definitely not let them leave the space. Unless his cultivation reached a certain level in the future and he learned some immortal techniques, he would not let these people leak this secret. Xia Ruofei would not consider such probability. In fact, even if he told Puyal and the others about the risk of never being able to return to human society, they would choose to leave without hesitation. After all, the result would be the same if they stayed. Rather than living here in pain, it was better to take a gamble. When Xia Ruofei returned to the cave, the other survivors had already returned from the campsite. They brought some tools such as saws and chopping knives. There were no smelting conditions on the island, so these were tools used on the lifeboats back then. They were already rusty. One could imagine the efficiency of working with these tools. Perhaps it was because he had not taken any medicine since he was born, but John's effect on Merlin was very good. He began to sweat after drinking it, and his fever went down. Puyal shed tears of gratitude and kept thanking Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei knew that the fever medicine could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. It was useless to just lower the fever. If the inflammation was not eliminated, the fever would return after the medicine wore off. Hence, he took out another box of Longqing oral solution from his backpack and asked Puyal to feed it to John according to the child's dosage. Ying was still so young. Xia Ruofei felt that he should not use antibiotics if he could. It would not be too late to use it when the inflammation could not go down. Anyway, he had plenty of antibiotics such as cephaloid in his space. Alright, let's rest for a day or two, then we'll start building the raft. Xia Ruofei said, I hope John can get better soon. Otherwise, he can't go out to sea in this condition. Puyal was afraid that Xia Ruofei would leave his precious son behind, so he quickly said, Great Divine Immortal, John's body is very good. He hasn't been sick since he was born. I'll definitely get better soon. Xia Ruofei nodded and took out a few bowls of noodles from his backpack. Don't go out to look for food these 2 days. My food storage is quite sufficient. You can rest here today. I'm going to walk around the island. Of course, he didn't want to eat instant noodles with Puyal and the others. There was a lot of good food and wine in the origin space, but he couldn't take them out in front of Puyal and the others. Otherwise, his backpack would become Ding Dong's pocket. If he wanted to enjoy the food, he could only avoid them. Lord Divine Immortal, let's keep this food for now. Puyal quickly said. Once we go out to sea, who knows how long we'll drift. I need to prepare more food. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, I still have a large amount of compressed biscuits in my bag. It's enough for a month's consumption for the few of us. These instant noodles are not easy to carry around. Let's just use them on the island. Yes, yes, yes. Puyal and the others quickly responded, and one of the survivors couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The food from the civilized world, even if it was just ordinary instant noodles, was a rare delicacy. In their eyes, Xia Ruofei looked around the cave. Other than the rusty tools, the survivors had also found some worn-out quilts to keep warm from the collapsed houses. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and threw a lighter to Puyal. I won't be coming back tonight. Pick up more firewood during the day and light a bonfire at night to keep warm and to keep out wild beasts. Alright, Taoist Immortal. Puyal replied respectfully. Xia Ruofei thought that after the effects of the medicine wore off, John might have a fever again. Hence, he explained in detail to Puyal about the precautions for taking fever medicine and the Eastern medicine, Longqing oral solution, before leaving the cave. As soon as Xia Ruofei left, the survivors immediately pounced on the instant noodles, bread, and other food. Puyal's prestige was still very high. He snorted softly, and the survivors quickly stopped. In the end, Puyal arranged for a survivor to go to the nearest water source to get water, while the others went to pick up dry wood to boil water and enjoy the delicious food. Puyal and the rest were enjoying the food. So was Xia Ruofei. He decided to return to the array barrier by the pool because it was absolutely safe inside. He could enter the spirit map space without any worries. The water in the pool had become clear again. If it weren't for the weeds and shrubs that were swaying around the pool, there would be no trace of the battle in the morning. Xia Ruofei first looked at the tree above the pool. It was the fruit that had grown on this tree that had greatly increased Puyal's strength. Xia Ruofei also ate a dark red fruit at the critical moment. However, for a cultivator of his level, the fruit's effect was not that obvious. 2166 The Gospel of the Survivors, 3. It was obvious that this fruit was very useful for strengthening the body of ordinary people and could even improve one's cultivation aptitude. This was because he had just plucked a dark purple fruit and tested it. He discovered that this fruit could nourish the soul, although the effect wasn't obvious to him. If an ordinary person ate it, it would definitely improve their soul greatly, and even improve their cultivation aptitude. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not let go of such a good thing. He plucked all the fruits from the tree and kept them in the cave in the spirit map space. After Xia Ruofei finished picking the fruit, he went back into the pond. He realized that the tree had grown out from the wall of the pond and its roots were holding on to the wall tightly. The purple-blooded spiritual python struggled madly before its death, but it could not destroy the pool. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would find it difficult to pull the tree out of the pool. That was why Xia Ruofei gave up on the idea of moving the tree into the spirit map space. Of course, this was only temporary. When he completely refined the mansion, guarding wooden tablet and returned here, this tree would definitely be taken away by him. Xia Ruofei climbed out of the pool and used his qi to dry his wet clothes. Then, he summoned the spirit map scroll and casually stuffed it in a bush beside the pool. He left a wisp of psyche to be on alert and entered the spirit map space with a thought. Xia Qing had already taken care of the purple blood spirit python's corpse. The snake gall, along with a few other medicinal herbs, including wild ginseng, had been soaked in a 150-kilogram wine jar. The snake skin was also removed. And the large amount of snake meat was not wasted either. Xia Qing removed the snake meat and put several large plastic sorting boxes into plastic sorting boxes. Xia Ruofei bought a large number of large sorting boxes online. He opened the lids one by one and stacked them together. They didn't take up much space, and it was quite convenient to store things in the space. Hence, Xia Ruofei simply took out a big pot and cooked a big pot of spirit snake soup in the medium. He also heated up the braised cooked food he bought before he went out to sea. He opened a bottle of the best drunken 8 immortals and began to eat and drink leisurely in the medium. Xia Ruofei stayed in the origin space and did not go out for the whole day. At night, he slept on the Asma yacht in the sea of the origin space. The next morning, Xia Ruofei, who had slept in the spirit map space that was rich in spiritual qi, returned to the pool feeling refreshed and kept the spirit map scroll. Then, he passed through the barrier and returned to the beach with ease. On the beach about 100 to 200 meters away from the cave where Puyal and the rest were staying, Xia Ruofei used his spiritual power to check and found that Puyol was taking care of John while the other survivors were busy preparing breakfast in the cave. No one came out to look in their direction. Hence, with a thought, he took out all the wood and vines that had been left to dry in the Archean realm for about a month and placed them on the dry sand. Then, Xia Ruofei walked to the entrance of the cave and said, "Joel, you guys hurry up and eat breakfast. Then, the one with the weakest physical strength will stay behind to take care of little John. The rest of you will follow me to build the raft." "Yes. Taoist immortal," Puyol said excitedly, then ordered without hesitation, "David, you stay and help me take care of the child. He's not running a fever anymore last night, so he doesn't need to take the fever medicine anymore. Later, feed him some bread paste. And then feed him the medicine half an hour after dinner. It's that oral solution, 1/3 of a bottle is enough, got it?" 2167 leaving _1 David, who was obviously the weakest, quickly said, "I'll remember. Boss Puyol, don't worry. I'll take good care of John Jr." Xia Ruofei stood at the entrance of the cave and said with a smile, "Our workplace is on the beach, not far ahead. If there's anything, just shout and we'll hear it. Don't worry about Puyol." Puyol rubbed his hands and laughed drily, "Yes. Taoist immortal. Then let's go." The other survivors quickly took all their tools and followed Puyol out of the cave. When Puyol and the others arrived at the entrance of the cave, they immediately saw dozens of huge logs of wood and a large pile of old vines on the beach, not far away. All of them were so surprised that they couldn't speak. If they were asked to prepare so much wood, it would probably take them more than half a month. After all, it was already very difficult to cut down trees with primitive tools, and such heavy logs had to be transported out of the forest. It would be considered good if they could finish one log a day. In the eyes of Puyol and the others, Xia Ruofei was definitely a god if he could prepare so many wooden materials and rattans in one night. Great divine immortal, this, Puyol was dumbfounded. "Did you prepare all this by yourself?" Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Yep. It's too inefficient for you to cut wood on your own." "I'm in a hurry," Puyol couldn't help but sweat. They had been trapped on this deserted island for so many years and couldn't leave even if they wanted to. As long as they could leave this place, even if there was only a little hope, it didn't matter if they had to wait a few more days. But this Taoist immortal clearly didn't think so. "Don't just stand there, hurry up and get to work," Xia Ruofei said. "Yes, yes, yes," Puyol quickly said. The group of people followed Xia Ruofei to the beach and started to work with great enthusiasm. The only requirement for them to build the raft was that it was strong enough. They had no pursuit for beauty or comfort, so they didn't even peel off the bark. Puyol and the other two were busy cutting off all the branches of the wood, then saw off the thinner parts at the top, cutting out about 10 meters of wood. After that, he chiseled a few circles of grooves on the wood, and then wrapped the old vines around these grooves. He tied the wood side by side tightly, and the prototype of the wooden raft was out. Of course, as the tools that Puyol and the others used were relatively simple, these tasks took them an entire day. This was the result of Xia Ruofei's help. Otherwise, they might not have been able to finish it in 2 or 3 days. With Xia Ruofei's participation, the construction of the raft sped up greatly, especially when it came to tying the rattan. Puyol's strength was still passable, and the other 2 survivors could not tie the rattan as tightly as they could. However, Xia Ruofei easily tied the rattan tightly with one hand. After a day's work, Puyal and the others were exhausted. As usual, Xia Ruofei did not stay in the cave with them. Instead, he returned to the boundary of the array and entered the spirit map space to rest. The next day, Xia Ruofei brought Puyal and the rest to modify the raft. For example, they installed a simple mast so that it could be leveled when it was not in use. Then, the other two survivors used some old cloth found in the camp to sew a triangular sail. In addition, Xia Ruofei had gotten Puyal and the rest to nail a simple deck on the raft with the branches they had cut off. After all, the raft would get wet after going into the sea. There was a platform for them to place their supplies, and because they had to take a baby with them, it would be much better to set up a tent on the platform when the sea was rough. After another day of work, the wooden raft was basically completed. Puyal took the survivors to the ruins of the camp where they had lived for several years and dug out everything that might be useful after going out to sea. In addition, they also went to the water source to get a large amount of fresh water. All the containers that could be used were used. They placed all these things on the raft and used thin vines to secure them. This wooden raft had more than a dozen logs lined up side by side, about 5 to 6 meters wide and 10 meters long, which was relatively spacious. On the simple deck, the supplies were stacked in a triangular shape. The concave part in the middle was Xia Ruofei's single tent, which John Jr. could stay in. After a day's preparation, Xia Ruofei decided to go out to sea the next morning. He told Puyal and the survivors to have a good rest tonight, while he returned to the array barrier to rest. As usual. The next day, Xia Ruofei left the boundary of the array at dawn and came to the beach. Puyal and the others were so excited that they didn't sleep for the entire night. They had been looking around at the entrance of the cave since early in the morning. When they saw Xia Ruofei, they quickly walked out. All the things they needed to bring were carried onto the raft yesterday. Puyal carried John Jr. in his arms, and the remaining 3 survivors followed closely behind. They almost ran all the way to the beach. Puyal and the rest came to Xia Ruofei, their eyes full of anticipation. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Is everything ready? Then let's go." "Yes," Puyal said with a trembling voice. He handed John to David, the thinnest survivor, and then took the other 2 survivors to the back of the raft. Yesterday, they had already cut down some branches as thick as fists and laid them under the raft all the way to the sea. 2168 leave_2 Puyal and the 2 survivors used all their strength to push the raft, and it started to move forward. This was their hope to return to civilized society. The 3 of them felt like they had an endless supply of energy. As the wooden sticks reduced the friction below, the speed of the wooden raft became faster and faster. Finally, it rushed into the sea. Puyal and the others followed behind and quickly stepped on the water to jump onto the raft. They then used the suggested oars to stick into the sand, trying their best to stabilize the raft. According to his observations over the past few days, this time was about to be low tide. If it was not fixed, the raft would soon float outside. He chose this time to go out to sea to save some energy. If it was a high tide, they might row desperately, but the raft would still be spinning around the island. David quickly jogged over, handed John Jr. to Puyal, and then climbed up the raft with some difficulty. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei lightly stepped on the ground and landed on the raft 5 to 6 meters away. This unintentional display of his skills had made Puyol and the others full of admiration for him. Xia Ruofei came to the edge of the simple deck and sat down. Let's go. Let's go. Puyol's voice trembled. Let's go. He and the other survivor pushed the oars hard, and the raft began to slide towards the sea. The survivors were both excited and complicated. They looked at the deserted island behind them and thought that as long as they could return to civilization this time, they would never go out to sea again, especially in this damn place. They would never come back for a second time. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the green immortal island. I'll be back. By then, I should have completely refined the residence. Guarding wooden token, Elder Puyol led the survivors to row the oars with all their might, and the raft gradually left green immortal island with the help of the low tide. The small island became smaller and smaller. In everyone's vision, the survivors paddled hard. At this time, someone inadvertently looked back and suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, look! The island! The island! It's gone! Don't joke around. How far did you draw? How could it have disappeared?" "Ah! He's really gone," Puyol shouted. When they looked back, they could no longer see the deserted island that they had lived on for many years. The view of the sea was very good today, and they could see very far away. How could the deserted island disappear? They had only rowed 1,000 meters at most. Xia Ruofei's face was calm, but he was actually very shocked. Elder Puyol and the others did not see it, but he had been paying attention to the situation on the island. He was sitting on the edge of the simple deck with his back facing the direction of the raft. It could be said that he had a clear view of the situation on Green Immortal Island. Just now, Xia Ruofei clearly felt that the space around Green Travel Immortal Island seemed to have been distorted, and then the entire island disappeared from his sight. Xia Ruofei had an epiphany and said, in his heart, perhaps the situation is the opposite. The space we are in is instantly distorted, which is why we can see such a magical scene. In any case, one thing seemed to be clear, and that was that they had now left the range of Green Travel Immortal Island. Moreover, because of the mansion guarding wooden token in his body, Xia Ruofei could still vaguely sense the location of Green Travel Immortal Island. He only felt that the Immortal Island was very, very far away from him. However, no matter what the herb garden was, he could still rely on the trace of the mansion guarding wooden token to find the Green Immortal Island. At this moment, Puyol carefully said, "Divine Immortal, can we see if the positioning equipment you brought is back to normal?" Xia Ruofei came back to her senses and nodded. "All right. You guys continue to row forward." Okay, Puyol said. Quickly, Xia Ruofei took out the GPS locator. As expected, after turning it on, the GPS found the satellite. Xia Ruofei looked at his current position and couldn't help but exclaim, "I'll go." Puyol immediately stopped paddling and ran over to ask carefully, "Taoist Immortal, what's wrong?" Xia Ruofei looked at Puyol and asked with a smile, "I remember you said that the location of the disaster was in the Atlantic Ocean, right?" "Yes, the cruise ship's route was in the Atlantic Ocean," Puyol said. "Joel, can you guess where we are now?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "Could it be not in the Atlantic Ocean?" Puyol asked. "See for yourself." Xia Ruofei turned the GPS screen to Puyol. After Puyol took a look, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. He took another look and then exclaimed, "Impossible. How? How could this be possible? We're actually in the Indian Ocean, and not far from Australia. Mr. Deity, this device isn't broken, right? The equipment must be good. Xia Ruofei said. That's impossible. We were in the Atlantic Ocean, and although we drifted along with the lifeboats, how far could we have drifted? This place is almost half the Earth away from where we were at that time. Puyal's face was filled with disbelief. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Puyal, don't look at this matter with fixed thinking. Have you ever seen an island that just disappeared? Have you ever seen such a huge python? Also, have you ever seen someone as strong as I am? Every time Xia Ruofei asked a question, Puyal would shake his head. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, that's right. There are many things that can't be explained by science. Puyal also felt relieved. He smiled and said, you're right. As long as we can return to civilization, it doesn't matter if it's the Indian Ocean or the Atlantic Ocean. Ha ha ha. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, we're quite lucky. This place isn't too far from the usual sea routes. There might be ships passing by. I hope so. Now that the island has disappeared, we can't go back even if we want to. If we can't find help, we'll starve to death or die of thirst here, Puyal said. Don't worry. With me here, you won't die, Xia Ruofei said. All right, put in more effort. After Xia Ruofei saw their current location, he tried not to use the satellite phone to ask for help. Perhaps he could directly meet a cargo ship passing by. After all, they were not far from the traditional route. His main concern was that using a satellite phone or the internet would leave traces. After all, after he found help for Puyal and the others, he would definitely leave before the rescue ships arrived. If he left any traces, it was likely that people would trace them back, and it would be troublesome. When Xia Ruofei discovered that there was someone on Green Immortal Island, he had already changed his appearance. Even if Puyal and the rest returned to the civilized society, they would never be able to discover his identity. Although Xia Ruofei could use some technical means to cover up the traces of using the internet, he was not 100% sure. So, he decided to try his best not to use satellite phones or the internet. With the GPS positioning, Puyal and the others followed Xia Ruofei's guidance and headed towards the busy cargo route. In the evening, Puyal and the others, who had been paddling for the whole day in turns, were exhausted. Xia Ruofei asked David and the others to rest and eat something to recharge their energy. He called Puyal over and took out 5 handheld flame signals from his backpack and handed them to him. Xia Ruofei said, Puyal, this sea area is very close to the traditional transport route. However, the sea is vast. The probability of encountering ships is very low. These handheld fireworks are very effective at night. You can see them from far away. So, from now on, release a distress signal every few hours, understand? 2169 Leaving without saying goodbye. 1. Okay, great immortal, Puyal said, then asked nervously, didn't you say there was a satellite phone? Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, there's a problem with the satellite phone's solar battery. I didn't charge it today. I'll try again tomorrow after the sun comes out. Tonight, we'll use this distress flare first. Maybe ships passing by in the nearby waters will see it. Okay, I understand, Puyal said hurriedly. All right, go and see John Jr. Xia Ruofei said, everyone should take the time to rest tonight. Just arrange for one person to take turns to stand guard. Yes. Puyol said. He quickly arranged for everyone to take turns to be on duty. Even if he and the 3 survivors were to take 3 hours each, he would not dare to arrange Xia Ruofei to be on duty. After the arrangements were made, Puyol said, Taoist immortal, please rest in the tent. We will be on duty tonight. Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, John Jr. is a little shy. You can sleep in the tent with him. I don't need. After he finished speaking, he walked directly to the front of the raft and sat down casually. Seeing this, Puyol didn't dare to persuade them. He sent the signal flare to each of the 3 survivors and asked them to fire a flare signal for each shift when they were on night shift. Then he put the remaining 2 into the tent and went in himself. As the leader of the survivors, Puyol naturally had some special treatment. He arranged for himself to be in the last class, so he could still have a good sleep when he lay down. In the same way, the first class had a good night's sleep, which was why Dave was the weakest one in the class. The remaining 2 survivors also found a relatively dry place at the end of the raft to lie down and rest. The raft was 5 to 6 meters wide, so it was relatively loose for the few of them. Dave sat in the middle of the raft and started the first shift. In fact, the main reason for arranging for people to be on duty was to be afraid of extreme bad weather or sharks. If everyone fell asleep, they were likely to die in their days. Although it was difficult to escape in the vast sea, at least having someone on duty would allow them to detect danger immediately. Xia Ruofei saw that David was the first to pull out the distress signal. 3 red flares whistled into the sky and brightened the night sky. There was nothing to hide on the ocean, and such flares could be seen from far away. They were basically distress signals. If ships saw them, they would definitely come over to check. After the signal flare was fired, the flames were still spewing white sparks. If it were during the day, a large amount of orange-red smoke could be seen. If a helicopter came over to check, it would be able to find the target immediately. In fact, this kind of fireworks for help was similar to the fireworks during the Spring Festival, but it was better made and of better quality. It also took a longer time to set off than the average fireworks, especially the smoke, which could last for a long time. Xia Ruofei lay down at the front of the raft with the backpack on his head. He looked at the stars in the sky and felt the rhythm of the raft swaying with the waves. Slowly, he fell asleep. That night, everyone on duty would fire a distress flare, so it would ring every 3 to 4 hours. Xia Ruofei did not sleep well. After Puyol took over and set off the fireworks for help, Xia Ruofei saw that the sky was about to brighten and sat up. He sat on the simple deck and muttered to himself. He had been firing flares for help the entire night, but no ship had appeared. It was true that this place was close to the traditional sea route, but the sea was too wide. Ships that traveled by sea all year round might not be able to see other ships on the sea every day. It was normal for no ships to pass by this area for several days. If no ship found him, he could only use the satellite phone to ask for help. Although he still had a lot of these flames in his boundless space, he couldn't always take them out from his backpack. The backpack was huge, but it couldn't possibly have an infinite capacity. Xia Ruofei decided to observe the situation for another day. If there was no other way, he would use the satellite to get online for help. At this moment, Xia Ruofei seemed to hear a toot-toot-toot sound from afar. The sound was very weak, and there was also the sound of waves nearby, so it was a little vague and not very clear. He turned his head and saw that the 3 survivors were all sleeping. Puyol was sitting next to the tent doing nothing. Obviously, they did not hear the sound. Xia Ruofei also quickly realized that his hearing was much better than ordinary. People, s. Now that the sounds he heard were faint, Puyol and the others must not have heard anything. Xia Ruofei listened carefully and realized that the sound was coming from the southeast. It seemed to be getting closer. He listened carefully for a while. It was the sound of a helicopter engine. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but stand up and shout, "Puyol! Hurry up! Signal flare! Immediately release another one." What? Puyol was confused. Lord Deity, I just finished playing. For a while. 2170 leaving without saying goodbye, too, the sound of helicopter engines. Did you hear that? Xia Ruofei asked. It must be a big ship or a military vessel. They saw the distress signal and sent a plane over to check. Hurry up and light the signal flare. Otherwise, the helicopter will turn back when it can't find anything. In this vast sea, a helicopter's range would definitely not be able to reach these waters. The helicopters that could appear were definitely carrier-based helicopters, either large cruise ships with complete facilities or warships. Either way, the chances of Puyol and the others being rescued had greatly increased. Puyol was also excited when he heard that. Although he still did not hear anything, he believed Xia Ruofei's words without a doubt. He quickly went into the tent to look for the remaining help signal flame. Joel held the signal flare tightly in his hand and pulled with his right hand. With a buzz, sparks flickered, followed by 3 bang 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 sounds. 3 signal flares flew into the air. The light from the fire illuminated Puyol's face, which was filled with anticipation. Soon, the sound of the helicopter's engine became louder and louder. This time even Puyol and the 3 survivors could hear the sound of the engine. Obviously, the pilot of the helicopter had also seen the flames, so there was no need to search and move forward. Instead, he flew directly in this direction. After a short while, the flashing anti-collision lights on the helicopter appeared in their field of vision, and the sound of the helicopter's engine became louder and louder. Puyol and the other 3 survivors couldn't help but shout for help on the raft. The 3 survivors waved their hands frantically, while Puyol also kept waving the signal stick that was still spurting sparks. Xia Ruofei was the only one who sat on the simple deck quietly. He went through his disguise again and realized that all the items from the civilized society, such as compressed biscuits, mineral water, and instant noodles, were in his backpack. Other than the tent for John Jr., there was nothing from the modern civilization. The tent was a very popular camping tent he had bought online. The sales of the Skycat agency alone were hundreds of tents every month, so it was impossible to find out his identity through the tent. In other words, he could disappear at any time. Of course, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to dive into the water. Instead, he waited with Puyol and the rest. After all, it was only the helicopter that was coming over, and it was hard to say if the pilot had noticed them. Xia Ruofei would not leave until he was sure that Puyol and the others could be saved. At this time, sunrise had just risen on the sea. A red helicopter was getting closer and closer to the morning sun. Puyol and the others were so excited that they were in tears. The helicopter flew a few rounds above the raft. Considering that the airflow caused by the propeller could easily overturn the raft, the helicopter did not lower its height too much. Soon, the helicopter dropped a positioning buoy. The pilot reached out his hand and waved at Puyol and the others before leaving. These buoys would constantly send location signals to guide ships over. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Puyol, don't worry. The rescue ships would arrive soon. You're saved." "Yes," Puyol sobbed. "Thank you, great divine immortal." "Thank you, David." And the other survivors also hugged each other in excitement. They had been stranded on the deserted island for so many years, and they had just experienced that nightmarish night not long ago. They had almost become the python's food. These people had truly survived a disaster. That kind of excitement was really difficult to express in words. Xia Ruofei said, "Puyol, after you've been rescued, you must know what you should say and what you shouldn't say. You must know in your heart. If you don't want to be a lab rat, don't mention that mysterious island." "I understand. I understand," Puyol immediately said. "Lord Divine Immortal, but our identities can be investigated. We clearly encountered a sea disaster in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, we have appeared in the Indian Ocean. This is hard to explain." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Then tell me that you've drifted to a nameless island with the lifeboat. Tell me about the specific situation of the island, especially the situation in the pool. Also, you must not tell me that you ate the fruit. Otherwise, you might be cut into pieces and studied like a lab rat." Puyol couldn't help but shiver and quickly said, "I definitely won't say anything. I'm the only one who knows about this, so it'll be fine as long as I don't say anything. I'll tell David and the others about the python, but it's best not to mention it. No one would believe me if I told them about the man-eating python that was as thick as a bucket. They might even think that we'd been on a deserted island for too long and have developed mental problems." Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and said, "It's good that you understand. In short, it was less likely for problems to arise if he spoke less. As for the fact that you came out of the island a few years later and ended up in the Indian Ocean, it's just that the island is a little more mysterious, and there's no danger to you." Yes, you're absolutely right," Puyol quickly said. Xia Ruofei continued, "Also, about my situation, I understand. Puyol hurriedly said, "Lord Divine Immortal, we won't say anything. Don't worry," Xia Ruofei smiled. "It doesn't matter to me whether you guys talk or not. However, to save yourself some trouble, you'd better pretend that I'm not here. Later, you and David will have to tell the same story." Puyol revealed a puzzled expression and said, "Lord Divine Immortal, but when the rescue boat arrives, you," Xia Ruofei smiled. "You don't have to worry about that. Just tell David and the others." He didn't tell Elder Puyol that he would leave in a while, and Elder Puyol naturally didn't expect someone to jump into the sea in such a vast area without even seeing the rescue team. Therefore, Elder Puyol didn't think much and quickly followed Xia Ruofei's instructions to find David and the other two survivors. They then started to speak in a low voice. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, went to the tent on the simple deck and stuck his head out to take a look. John Jr. was sleeping soundly. The raft was probably floating on the sea like a cradle. The little guy had been sleeping most of the time and didn't cry at all. Xia Ruofei reached out and touched John Jr.'s little face. He smiled and said, "Little guy, we'll be saying goodbye in a while. I hope that we'll really be able to see you again in the future if we're fated." Xia Ruofei sat on the raft with Puyol and the Rest. After waiting for almost an hour, a ship finally appeared on the sea level in the distance. Although they knew they were saved when they saw the helicopter, they still couldn't help but jump up in excitement when they saw the rescue ship coming. They were waving the clothes they had just taken off as they jumped. The ship stopped a few dozen meters away from the raft, then lowered a lifeboat and rowed towards the raft. Puyol and the rest were standing on the raft and looking forward to it. No one noticed that Xia Ruofei, who was at the bow of the boat, waved his hand lightly and the backpack disappeared into thin air. Then, he turned around at the bow of the boat and silently dived into the sea. As there were supplies and tents on the simple deck, no one on the lifeboat or the cruise ship saw Xia Ruofei enter the water. After Puyol waved his arms around for a while, he turned around excitedly and said, "Taoist immortal, we finally have to." Eh? Taoist immortal. God, when the survivors saw this, they also turned their heads and found that there was no one at the bow. Puyol, David, and the other two exchanged looks and quickly recovered from their shock. Puyol looked at the approaching lifeboats and said in a low voice, "Listen up, the divine immortal definitely doesn't want to see these rescue personnel. Remember what I told you just now. Never mention the divine immortal, or we won't be able to explain it clearly, and it will bring endless trouble." Dave and the others nodded in agreement. As for Xia Ruofei's safety, Puyol and the others, who had seen so many of his magical means, were not worried at all. However, when they saw Xia Ruofei leave so quietly, they were more or less a little disappointed. Xia Ruofei had not gone far. After he dived into the sea, he immediately summoned the spirit map and stuffed it into a gap under the raft's simple deck. This place was completely covered by wooden boards, and couldn't be seen from the sea. Xia Ruofei entered the space and immediately released his spiritual power to observe the situation above. The sea. 2171 A skyrocketing cultivation level. 1. The lifeboat had already approached the wooden raft. Puyol and the other three had already recovered from the shock of Xia Ruofei's sudden disappearance. They kept waving at the people on the lifeboat with an excited look. Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with their performance. This Puyol looked very boorish, but to be able to lead the entire survivor camp, it wasn't just because of his high martial strength, but also because he was a very smart person. As for the other three survivors, in order not to cause more trouble, they would probably pretend that Xia Ruofei had never appeared. Of course, even if they were to spill the beans, they would still be in trouble. Xia Ruofei did not leave any traces behind, so there was no need to worry. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power detected that the lifeboat was approaching. That lifeboat was a bit smaller than a wooden raft. When the side of the boat approached the wooden raft, the crew threw the rope up. Puyol and the others quickly took the rope and tied the raft and the lifeboat firmly together. The crew asked a few simple questions. In fact, Puyol and the others had not been rich for many years. They had not shaved for a long time and their clothes were ragged like savages. In addition, there was no ship around, so the possibility of them being pirates was extremely low. After the routine questioning, the crew took Puyol and the others to the lifeboats. Purju asked Dave and the other two to board the boat first. He then walked over and picked up John Jr., handing him over to Dave, who was on the lifeboat. Apart from a tattered canvas bag that contained a few mementos, she didn't take anything else with her. If she could return to civilized society, these things would basically be trash. No one would want them even if they were thrown on the side of the road. When the crew saw that There was a baby on the raft. They were slightly surprised, but they did not ask much. They only asked Puyol to untie the rope and throw him back into the lifeboat. Then, they reached out and pulled Puyol onto the boat, and the lifeboat began to return to the big cruise ship. As for the wooden raft, it was naturally abandoned at sea. Xia Ruofei's spirit painting was stuck at the bottom of the raft. He could sense that the lifeboat was getting further and further away until it was out of the range of his spiritual power. With a thought, he returned to the outside world from the medium. Xia Ruofei held on to the bottom of the raft with one hand and kept the painting in his body. Then, he went to the other side based on his memory. With the supplies on the deck and the cover of the tent, he threw the painting into the tent. Then, he entered the medium again and immediately came out. This way, he arrived at the tent without anyone knowing. With the cover of the tent, Xia Ruofei could easily observe the situation on the cruise ship through the small, transparent window on the tent. The lifeboat reached the bottom of the cruise ship and was quickly lifted up. Puyol and the others were also picked up on the cruise ship. Xia Ruofei could finally relax. As long as they were not so unlucky and the cruise ship did not meet with a sea disaster, they could be sure that they had been rescued and could successfully return to civilized society and reunite with their families. As for how they were going to explain the disaster in the Atlantic Ocean, only to appear in the Indian Ocean a few years later, that was not something Xia Ruofei could care about. In any case, in the long history of maritime and aviation, similar situations had happened before. Just the mysterious Bermuda Ocean alone had countless missing ships and planes. In history, there was a plane that disappeared in a storm. Everyone concluded that the plane had crashed and no one survived. However, many years later, the plane landed, and the people on the plane only felt that it had been a while. It was also said that a group of soldiers had walked into the thick fog and disappeared without a trace. They had reappeared many years later, but to their senses, they had only been walking in the thick fog for a short while. Whether it was time travel or space travel, the experts would always find various explanations, such as wormholes and so on. In short, Xia Ruofei did not need to care about what Puyol and the rest were going to face next. The cruise ship quickly lifted its anchor and sailed away. With the sound of the whistle, it gradually disappeared from Xia Ruofei's sight. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally resolved one thing. He had always felt guilty towards these survivors. After all, if he had not opened the array barrier, so many innocent survivors would not have died in the snake's stomach. This time, he could help Puyol and the other lucky ones to return to civilized society. It could be considered as compensation to them. Xia Ruofei was lying on the wooden raft that was drifting with the waves. Under him was a soft sleeping bag. The tent was filled with the unique fragrance of a baby. After resting for a while, he sat up and took out the golden core from the space with a flip of his hand. After Puyol and the others left, no one would disturb Xia Ruofei on the vast sea. He decided to absorb the golden elixir first. As for why they were on this simple raft instead of the comfortable big yacht, the reason was simple. The last time Xia Ruofei had stored the yacht in the medium at the critical moment, he felt that his mental power was a little beyond his control. He still had lingering fears when he thought about the feeling of his head splitting open. He really did not want to experience it again. 2172 A skyrocketing cultivation level. 2. Although he had to bring the Asma yacht to the outside world, or else there would be no way to return to land, he would drag it for as long as he could. He was not in a hurry anyway. According to Xia Qing, he should be able to directly absorb the pure energy in the golden core. Xia Ruofei adjusted his state and sat cross-legged in the tent on the raft. He held the golden core in his hands and silently circulated the great Tao technique. As soon as the technique started, Xia Ruofei felt a huge amount of energy flowing into his meridians. If ordinary cultivators cultivated at midnight and dawn, absorbing the poor spiritual qi was like an intermittent stream, then cultivating with spiritual crystals was like a wide river. If he used origin crystals, it would be like a surging river. However, whether he used spirit crystals or origin crystals, they paled in comparison to absorbing the golden core. Absorbing the energy of the golden elixir gave Xia Ruofei the feeling that the energy was like an endless wave, or like a large river during a flood. He didn't need to absorb it deliberately as it just gushed into his body. Xia Ruofei's foundation in cultivation was very solid. His meridians were also very wide and tough. However, when he absorbed the energy of the golden core this time, he actually felt that his meridians were slightly swollen and even ached. It was obvious that the energy had reached the limit that his meridians could withstand. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat and he quickly slowed down his absorption. Even so, his cultivation speed was still many times faster than when he usually used spiritual crystals to cultivate. Normally, after one circulation, the true qi in the dantian would increase by a little. Unless one deliberately checked, the total amount of true qi would actually change very little. However, it was completely different today. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that his genuine qi had increased by 10% after he had only circulated his qi according to the technique. Xia Ruofei was shocked by the absorption rate. This meant that there was basically no loss of energy, and the amount of energy absorbed would be converted into true qi. It was simply a little unbelievable. Although the spiritual energy in a spiritual crystal was very pure, it would always be consumed during cultivation. Moreover, a large amount of spiritual energy could only be transformed into a trace of true qi. The energy of this golden core was actually primordial qi, which was even one level higher than true qi. Therefore, after being absorbed, it could basically be converted into true qi. In this way, how could the cultivation efficiency not be high? Xia Ruofei had only cultivated for a short while and he could already feel that the genuine qi in his dantian was almost full. This meant that his cultivation had already reached the peak of refined qi level 6. Xia Ruofei didn't stop. He continued to use the Great Tao technique. His dantian continued to produce true qi. Since it had reached saturation, the true qi in his dantian began to compress. Without much effort, Xia Ruofei felt the true qi in his dantian suddenly shrink. The originally full dantian became empty again. Although the amount of true qi that had been compressed seemed to have decreased, the energy contained in each wisp of true qi was several times more than before. He felt refreshed, and his entire person felt like he was floating. In this short period of time, his cultivation had already broken through to refined qi level 7. Moreover, he almost didn't feel any bottlenecks. The process of breaking through was even more smooth, with no obstacles at all. Just like that, he naturally reached the realm of refined qi level 7. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and looked at the golden elixir in his hand. It was only one circle less. At most, only 1/10 of it had been consumed. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. The energy of the golden elixir was too pure. The cultivation effect was much better than he had expected. He even thought that if he had 8 or 10 golden cores, not to mention breaking through to the golden core stage, even the original infant stage would not be a problem. However, Xia Ruofei knew that it was unrealistic. On one hand, the cultivation environment was so bad. According to Taoist priest Bai Yuzi, even the masters above the Yuanying stage had left Earth to look for opportunities, and the ones left behind were all low-level cultivators. In such an environment, how many golden core cultivators could there be? Where would there be so many golden cores for Xia Ruofei to hunt? Secondly, even if there were so many golden core cultivators, would they stupidly swallow Xia Ruofei into their stomachs like the purple-blooded spiritual python and then let Xia Ruofei cut open their stomachs? Under normal circumstances, Xia Ruofei would not be a match for a cultivator in the golden core stage. By then, it would not be him who would be hunting for the golden core of others, but others who would come and steal his treasures. Besides, Xia Ruofei was clear that haste makes waste in cultivation. It was fine to absorb a golden elixir. But if he cultivated by absorbing the golden elixir, his foundation would not be strong enough. Even if he could improve his cultivation, it would not be worth it. Xia Ruofei was only distracted for a short while before he immediately went back to his cultivation. He slowly absorbed the energy of the golden elixir and consolidated his cultivation. The raft continued to move up and down with the waves, and time passed. When Xia Ruofei started cultivating, the sun had just risen from the sea. As the sun slowly rose to the center and then slowly sank into the sea in the west, night fell. Xia Ruofei was still sitting in his tent, not moving. The golden core in his hand had already shrunk to the size of a tennis ball. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's body was exuding a sharp aura. For the whole day, Xia Ruofei had been absorbing the energy of the golden elixir without stopping. His cultivation had just gone from refined qi level 6 to refined qi level 7, and by the afternoon, he had broken through again. Similarly, he did not encounter any bottlenecks and directly entered the realm of refined qi level 8. He was probably the cultivator who had stayed at Lianqi level 7 for the shortest amount of time, less than a day's time. After breaking through to refined qi level 8, the energy in the golden core was still not exhausted. Hence, after Xia Ruofei had consolidated his cultivation, he continued to absorb energy in one go. One thing he was sure of was that after absorbing the moonlight for more than 1,000 years, the purple-blood spirit python was definitely at the peak of the golden core stage, although it was still at the golden core stage. If he had just entered the golden core stage, he would only be one level higher than Lianqi level 9. Although it was a big realm difference, it was impossible for the golden core to contain so much energy. Xia Ruofei could not feel the passage of time when he was cultivating. When he had absorbed all the energy in the golden core, he found that the sky outside was already full of stars. With a flip of his hand, he took out his phone from the mountain and sea realm spatial space to look at the time. He realized that it was already past 8 in the evening. At the same time, Xia Ruofei checked his cultivation. Refined qi level 8, and his dantian was almost full. In other words, he was not far from breaking through to refined qi level 9. If the golden elixir had 10% more energy, Xia Ruofei felt that he could definitely reach Lianqi level 9 in one go. However, one shouldn't be so greedy. To be able to cultivate directly from refined qi level 6 to the peak of refined qi level 8 in one day was already a great opportunity. It was absolutely something that could only be encountered by luck and not sought. Xia Ruofei was still very excited even though he had not eaten or drunk anything for the whole day. The feeling of absorbing energy like a whale and his cultivation base rising at a speed visible to the naked eye was simply too wonderful. As long as his cultivation level improved one more step, he would be at refined Qi level 9. This was also the last stage of the Qi refining stage. Once he reached refined Qi level 9, he would not be far from forming a golden core. Xia Ruofei still remembered Bai Yuzi's words. If he wanted to completely refine the mansion, guarding wooden token, he had to reach the nascent soul stage. He had not even condensed his golden core, so how could he talk about his nascent soul? Hence, Xia Ruofei suddenly felt that there was a long way to go. However, he had already cultivated for a day, so he was not in a hurry to continue using spirit crystals or origin crystals to cultivate. Instead, he took out the spirit map scroll with a thought. There were still 25 world stones in the spatial ring. It was time for the spirit map to absorb them all. 2173 Spiritual Power Breakthrough. 1. Just as Xia Ruofei was about to control the spirit map to absorb the world stone in the space, he suddenly stopped. After a whole day of cultivation, not only did Yingying's true energy cultivation successfully break through to the peak of refined Qi level 8, but it seemed that her spiritual power cultivation also broke through. All this while, Xia Ruofei's spiritual power cultivation had been higher than his true Qi cultivation. When he was still at level 6 of the Qi refining realm, his true Qi cultivation had already reached the spirit evolution realm, which was equivalent to the late stage of the Qi refining realm, which was the standard of level 8 or 9 of the Qi refining realm. Just now, when Xia Ruofei took out the spirit map scroll, he used his spiritual power and realized that his spiritual power had unknowingly broken through to the spirit gathering realm. This was equivalent to the cultivation of the golden core stage. In the Qi refinement stage, the cultivation of spiritual power was divided into 3 stages: spiritual movement, spiritual palpitations, and spiritual evolution. They corresponded to the Qi refinement stages first to 3rd levels, 4th to 6th levels, and 7th to 9th levels, respectively. If he continued to improve, his spiritual power would enter the spirit gathering realm, which was equivalent to the cultivation of the golden core stage. After that, there would be the spirit form realm that corresponded to the nascent soul stage and the saint spirit realm that corresponded to the primordial soul stage. In other words, Xia Ruofei's cultivation had not reached the golden core stage yet, but his spiritual power cultivation had already crossed a large realm and reached the spirit gathering stage. This made Xia Ruofei both surprised and happy. The spirit gathering realm, as its name suggested, meant that when one's spiritual power reached this realm, there would be a fundamental change in the soul. Xia Ruofei sensed it and immediately found the wonder. He could clearly feel the Niwen palace where his soul was located. In other words, he could completely see what was inside his Niwen palace. This was impossible when he was in the spirit evolution stage. He only truly experienced the existence of a soul when he was in a deeper level of joint training with Songwei. But now, as long as he concentrated, he could immediately feel the state of his soul in his Niwen palace. When one's soul became more condensed and powerful, one would reach the spirit gathering realm. Correspondingly, the change in the quantity of his mind power had led to a qualitative change. Every strand of mind power had become more condensed, and the range of his mind power had also increased by more than 10 times. Xia Ruofei expanded his spiritual power to the limit and realized that he could clearly sense everything within 5 to 6 kilometers. His spiritual power's penetration had also increased. In the past, when he encountered walls, metal, or some liquid, his spiritual power would be hindered. However, this hindrance was much smaller now. There were still many changes. For example, he could use his mental power to achieve an effect similar to teleportation. Now, this ability had been greatly enhanced. Xia Ruofei examined the many changes brought about by the breakthrough of his spiritual power with great interest. He was overjoyed. He even wanted to try to take the yacht out of the space to see if it would still be like the night when he had to store the yacht in the space in an emergency during the storm. He had a splitting headache from overload. However, Xia Ruofei held back his impulse. He decided to let the space absorb the world stone first. This time, he had obtained a total of 25 world stones. In addition to the few world stones that remained after the space's upgrade, he had let the space absorb them. If his judgment was correct, the realm could at least upgrade another level this time. Putting aside the many changes brought about by the upgrade of the space, Xia Ruofei was very clear that every time the space was upgraded, his compatibility with the space would increase accordingly, and his control over the space would be strengthened. In this case, it would be easier to store and withdraw items in the space. Xia Ruofei felt that he should wait until the realm was upgraded. It would be much easier to take out the yacht then. Therefore, he reached out and picked up the spirit painting scroll. Then, his mind moved slightly. In the spirit map world, the 25 world stones that were suspended in an independent space cage immediately broke free from the cage. One of the world stones glowed faintly and began to fade and become brittle at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a mysterious energy of the laws permeated the surroundings of the world stone. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with this energy. It was the energy of the laws off space. This aura quickly blended into the entire space. 2, 3. One by one, the world stones released all their essence under the power of space, turning into unremarkable waste stones. Even though he was mentally prepared, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel apprehensive when he saw that there was no change after the spirit painting had absorbed 20 world stones. He clearly remembered that he had absorbed about 14 world stones before the space started to upgrade. Could it be that he was going to double it this time to 28? Then the world stones on hand would not be enough. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given the White Realm Fox so many, Xia Ruofei thought to himself. If the White Fox knew Xia Ruofei's thoughts, it would definitely remember that the distribution of the shares was already very unfair to the stomping Chin Chin. Do you think that you haven't exploited me enough? Of course, the White Realm Fox was in a deep sleep-like state and did not react to the changes in the outside world. If it was awake and saw the delicious world stones being absorbed by the spirit map space, it would definitely be heartbroken. Other than being worried about not having enough world stones, Xia Ruofei had another hidden worry. The amount of world stones that the spatial zone could absorb was increasing. This time, it was already over 20 world stones. Wouldn't it be over 40 next time? And the next time? 2174 Spiritual Power Breakthrough. 2. The world stone was something that could only be found by luck and not by searching for it. He didn't know where to find it next time. After the space had been upgraded to this level, it would be impossible to upgrade by absorbing jade. The amount of jade needed would be massive. Perhaps in the later stages, it might not even be enough to absorb an entire jade mine. if he wanted to upgrade his spatial dimension, the only way was to absorb world stones. The good thing was that Xia Ruofei had found the realm stone in the green Turing immortal abode. He had some guesses that the realm stone might not be a particularly precious item in the ancient cultivation world. Otherwise, Taoist priest Bai Yuzi would not have placed them together with some miscellaneous items. Or there was another possibility. There were very few cultivators who cultivated the laws of space. Even Bai Yuzi did not know the main function of the world stone. Perhaps it was because there were other uses for the world stone, so he kept it. No matter which possibility it was, it all meant one thing. If they could find more ruins left behind by cultivators, it was very likely that they would find more world stones. If he could find an immortal's cave left behind by a cultivator who specialized in the laws of space, he might be able to find even more boundary stones. According to what Bai Yuzi said, cultivators above the nascent soul stage had left Earth to search for opportunities. There should be quite a number of them. It was impossible for so many cultivators at the nascent soul stage and above to have descendants and juniors from their sections. There were bound to be a few who were alone, or like Bai Yuzi, who left their immortals' caves to the fated ones even if they had a sect. Xia Ruofei felt that he should visit more famous mountains, great rivers, or overseas in the future. His main goal was to find the cave abodes left behind by the ancient cultivators. As Xia Ruofei's imagination ran wild, the spirit map continued to absorb the world stone. Finally, when the 24th world stone was absorbed, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the space rules in the spirit map world had become a little chaotic. Xia Ruofei had some experience with this. He knew that this was a sign of the realm's upgrade. He was full of anticipation as he observed the situation in the realm. Sure enough, as the 24th world stone was absorbed and fell to the ground, the spatial rules in the spirit map world seemed to have reached a bottleneck. They were constantly compressed and changed in the chaotic flow. Finally, after all the laws were compressed to the extreme, they seemed to have broken free of a shackle and rapidly began to reorganize. Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that the space rules in the spirit map world had become clearer. At the same time, within the mountain and sea realm, the mountains were growing with a loud rumble. The land was rapidly expanding outwards, and the sea was also continuously extending outwards. This scene was as if the creator was using his endless magic power. It was also because of the breakthrough in his spiritual power that Xia Ruofei could clearly sense the spatial membrane wall of the entire mountain sea realm expanding outward. It was like a balloon that had been blown up, continuously expanding its boundary. The process of upgrading the spirit map world did not take long, and the dust settled in a short while. In the process of restructuring and perfecting the space rules, wisps of rule aura passed through the white sector Fox's body, and the light on its body seemed to be even brighter. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power swept over the little fellow and realized that its vitality had become even more vigorous. However, it still showed no signs of waking up. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, could it be that the upgrade of the space has affected the realm fox as well? Please don't cause it to go berserk. In the space, the only remaining world stone was still floating alone. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and did not control the space to continue absorbing it. It was foreseeable that he would need at least 30 to 40 world stones for the next upgrade. Absorbing one more world stone would not have much of an effect. He might as well save it for a rainy day, in case the White Realm fox went crazy from hunger again. He couldn't just watch this little guy starve to death. Although Xia Ruofei was very strict with the white fox. He was actually a soft-hearted person. If this little fellow's life was in danger, Xia Ruofei would definitely not be so heartless as to ignore it. With a thought, he immediately constructed a stable small space and wrapped the only realm stone in it. He then placed it high up in the space. Even if it was a backup dry food for the white realm fox, he had to hide it well and not let it find out. Otherwise, this little fellow would definitely pretend to be pitiful and keep asking for it. Xia Ruofei was only using his mind to maintain contact with the spirit map space in the outside world. He checked on the upgraded space and did not enter it. He wanted to retrieve the Asma yacht first. This was because his top priority was to return to land as soon as possible. Originally, he was still in the East Sea, and it would not take much time to return to land. However, a storm brought him to the Green Immortal Island, and when he left, he was already in the Indian Ocean. If they returned to the Three Mountains from here, they would most likely not have enough fuel. Xia Ruofei looked at the general location on the GPS and felt that it was closer to Australia than to China. He had to plan the shortest route as soon as possible. Even if he couldn't return to the Three Mountains, he had to at least reach a port in the country so that he could refuel at the port. After all, his yacht was directly registered as a Chinese citizen. He did not apply for a visa from another country, so it was impossible for him to enter the territorial waters of another country. Even if he had the authority to enter the territorial waters of other countries or even ports, he could not go. According to the yacht's theoretical range, it was impossible for him to drive to any port nearby from the Three Mountains. The reason why he could sail such a long distance was entirely because he had stored hundreds of tons of fuel in his space. However, his departure from the Three Mountains was recorded. By then, Xia Ruofei would not be able to explain. Therefore, he could only try his best to reach a port in the country, and it had to be a port that the yacht could open from the Three Mountains with a full tank of oil. After replenishing the oil, he could return to the Three Mountains. This would require the yacht's positioning system and main control computer to assist in planning a route. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and focused on the yacht floating in the sea of space. He was a little nervous. After the realm had been upgraded, his mental connection with the realm had become closer, and his control of the realm had obviously improved. In addition, his spiritual power had broken through a major realm. Logically speaking, he should have the ability to control and take out the yacht. However, when he thought of the feeling he had when he put the yacht into the realm that night, he could not help but feel a lingering fear. This wasn't just a problem of overusing one's mental strength or having a headache. If one overused their mental strength, it could cause permanent damage to their soul. That was why Xia Ruofei had a close call the last time. Now that things had come to this, he couldn't back down. After gathering his courage, he finally made up his mind. With a slight thought, he controlled the yacht and moved it out of the space. Xia Ruofei felt as if his spiritual energy was being sucked away by a high-power vacuum. It was only for a moment, but he felt like he was losing strength. Fortunately, the yacht soon appeared outside, about half a meter above the sea. It landed with a bang, setting off a wave, causing the raft to shake and drift away from the yacht. With a thought, Xia Ruofei kept the tent in his space. The tent was still intact, and it was not a good habit to waste. At the same time, he tapped his feet on the simple deck of the raft and leaped up lightly, landing smoothly on the rear deck of the Asma yacht. Looking at the luxurious and comfortable yacht, Xia Ruofei felt as if it was a lifetime ago. The traces left by the storm that night were still there. Some tables, chairs, and sofas that were placed in the open were not cleaned up. Xia Ruofei did not have the time to deal with these minor details these few days. He went straight into the cockpit, connected the power, and turned on the main computer. 2175 curve back to China. 1. Xia Ruofei checked his exact location through the satellite positioning system on the yacht, and could not help but smile bitterly. He was now in the depths of the Indian Ocean. If he wanted to return to China, he would have to make a detour around the Malacca Strait and then pass through the South China Sea. In theory, the nearest supply point was in the South China province. However, after simulating the route and calculating the fuel consumption through the main computer, he found that the 100 tons of fuel he had stored was not enough. He did some calculations. At the most economical speed, they might not even reach the Strait of Malacca. The 100 tons of fuel would be consumed, which was less than 2/3 of the voyage. According to the calculations of the main control computer, the current fuel could only reach the Maldives at most. Although he could definitely replenish his supplies in the Maldives, it would not be of much use. A Chinese yacht that was generally used for offshore navigation suddenly appeared in the Maldives without any entry documents. Wouldn't it be arrested immediately? Xia Ruofei's eyes couldn't help but move down the map. Since it was impossible to return to the country directly, he had to think of another way. From where he was now, the distance between the Maldives and Australia was about the same. It seems like I can only go to Australia. Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly in his heart. After all, they were unfamiliar with the Maldives, and Australia had Tang Etienne. She believed that with Tang Etienne's status in the Chinese society in Australia, it wouldn't be difficult to help him settle this matter. After making up his mind, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate anymore. He quickly set the route on the main control computer and activated the autopilot system at the most economical speed. He headed in the direction of Persia. The yacht sailed forward, cutting through the waves. Xia Ruofei sat in the cockpit and pondered for a while. He took out the maritime satellite phone and connected it to the satellite. He found Tang Etienne's phone number and dialed it. The call was hung up after 2 rings. Xia Ruofei was stunned when he heard the busy tone from the receiver. He thought for a moment, then found Jennifer's number and dialed it. This time, it went relatively smoothly, and the call was connected very quickly. Hello? Jennifer's voice came from the receiver. Xia Ruofei immediately smiled and said, Jennifer, it's me. Xia Ruofei. As soon as Xia Ruofei opened his mouth, Jennifer recognized his voice. She said in surprise, Xia, you haven't contacted us in a long time. Is this your new number? Xia Ruofei replied, No. My phone has no signal now. This is a satellite phone. Number. Jennifer, how's Harren doing? Although he wanted to find Tang Etienne as soon as possible, Tang Harren was his disciple after all. He naturally had to care about him when the call went through. Jennifer laughed and said, He's very good. He had grown a lot taller. I've been following your instructions every day. And cultivating. By the way, he misses you very much too. If he knows that you're calling, he'll be very happy. But he's in school now, Xia Ruofei said, It's okay. I'll call you again during my rest time next time. Jennifer, I'm looking for Brother Tang for something, but I couldn't get in touch with him on the phone just now. Are you with him now? Isaac went to the company, maybe in a meeting. Jennifer said, he must have seen an unfamiliar number and hung up. Xia, I'll contact him immediately and ask him to call you back. I'll have to trouble you then. Xia Ruofei said. It's no trouble at all, Jennifer said quickly. Are we just going back to this number? Yes, I am. Xia Ruofei said, I'll keep in touch and wait for Brother Tang to call me back. Okay. Jennifer said, then. I'll help you contact them right now. Thank you. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, he placed the Haisher satellite phone on the dashboard and used the phone to connect to the internet on the yacht's Wi-Fi. He hadn't gone online for a few days, so he immediately received a lot of WeChat messages. There were messages from Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, Feng Jing asking when he would return to the company, and even from Song Rui and his other friends. After all, since he had gone out to sea, there had been no news of him except for the message he had posted on Weibo that day. Everyone was more concerned about him. Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with warmth. He quickly replied to everyone on WeChat. He mainly said that there was no cell phone signal at sea and the internet was intermittent, so he did not see everyone's messages immediately. He also told everyone that he should be returning in a few days so that they did not have to worry. He had just finished replying to WeChat when the maritime satellite phone on the driver's seat rang. Xia Ruofei immediately reached out for it and picked it up. Are you au fait? Tang Etienne's uncertain voice came from the phone. Xia Ruofei replied, it's me. Big Brother Tang, were you in a meeting just now? I'm sorry for disturbing you, I'm sorry. Tang Etienne quickly apologized. I saw that. It was a number I didn't recognize, so, I'm fine. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Big Brother Tang. I need your help with something, speak. Tang Etienne said without hesitation, your brother Xia's matters are my matters. It's like this, I might be coming to Australia in the next few days, Xia Ruofei said. 2176, curve back to the country, too, Tang Etienne immediately said happily, that's great. Howren also often talks about you, his master. When will you be there? I'll arrange for a car to pick you up at the airport, Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, Big Brother Tang, I didn't come by plane this time. I can't explain the details in a few words. Let's put it this way. I didn't enter the country through the proper channels, Tang. Etienne was stunned for a moment, then he lowered his voice and said, Are you au fait? Is there something that is inconvenient for you to enter the country? Don't worry, I still have a lot of brothers in Australia. I can help. You solve both the legal and illegal matters, that's not it. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Big Brother Tang, it's like this. I did come to Australia to settle some things, but I don't need to trouble you. I can handle it myself. However, I need you to help me get a legal identity. It's best if it's an Australian Chinese identity. No problem. Just leave it to me. Tang Etienne said. For some reason, I'll disguise myself. I'll send the photo to your email in a while. I'll leave the identity to you. Oh, I also need this identity to enter China directly. Is that okay? Xia Ruofei asked. Of course, no problem. Tang Etienne chuckled. I'll make you an employee of our company and send you to work in China. I have friends in the embassy, you don't even need to go there yourself, I can get the visa. That's great. Xia Ruofei said, Big Brother Tang, I'll be at POLH in about 3 to 4 days. I want to return to Huaxia as soon as possible, Tang. Etienne pondered for a moment, then said, 3 days is enough. Ruofei, if you're not in a hurry to go back, I'll have someone wait for you in Persia and take you directly to Sydney. Harren misses you a lot. Time is a little tight this time. I'll go see him next time if I have the chance. Xia Ruofei said after some thought. All right then. Since you're in a hurry to go back, then how about this? After I've settled your identification documents, I'll transfer my private plane to Persia, and you can fly back to the country directly from there. Tang Etienne said. Xia Ruofei really wanted to return to Huaxia as soon as possible, so he didn't stand on ceremony with Tang Etienne. He said, that's fine. Thank you, Big Brother Tang. Why are you being so polite with me? Tang Etienne laughed. Ruofei, please send me the photos as soon as possible. All right. Xia Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei immediately changed his appearance and took out a single-lens reflex camera from the space to take a few photos. As the background of the photos was on a yacht, Xia Ruofei took out his laptop and downloaded the photos. He used the Photoshop software to remove the background and only left the portrait. Then, Xia Ruofei sent the original files to Tang Etienne's email. This way, he could adjust the background color of the photo whenever he wanted to make the ID. After sending the photos, Xia Ruofei used the maritime satellite phone to call Tang Etienne. The next few days would be a lonely voyage. In order to save time, the yacht did not stop almost every day. Just like that, it followed the set route and let the automatic driving system control the yacht to move forward. Only when the fuel was almost used up would Xia Ruofei stop to rest and reorganize. He would also take out an oil barrel from the medium to refuel the yacht. On the third day, as they were close to Australia's territorial waters, Xia Ruofei became more cautious. He first filled the yacht's mailbox on the international waters. By the time the yacht reached Australia, 90% of the fuel had been consumed. There were less than 10 tons of fuel left. Then, Xia Ruofei disconnected from the autopilot and switched to manual control, carefully sailing toward Persia. Because after entering Australian waters, the Coast Guard's ships could appear at any time. A yacht of unknown origin and nationality would definitely be investigated. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to avoid the inspection as much as possible and get as close to the coastline as possible. Therefore, he had chosen a section of the coast that was unpopulated. This place was densely covered with reefs and was not suitable for ships to sail at all. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power could cover a larger area, which helped him avoid the inspection of the ship. After going around in a circle, Xia Ruofei finally got close to the shore. Night had just fallen, and he could already see the outline of the coast. The chart showed that the reef area was just ahead. If the yacht continued to move forward, it was likely to hit the reef or get stranded. Hence, Xia Ruofei stopped the yacht. He first tidied up his things, putting the GPS, cell phone, satellite phone, and other items into a small bag and kept it in his interspace. In order to prevent being located, he even turned off his phone and took out the battery. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the deck and changed into a sharkskin swimsuit from the medium. He looked back at the coastline in the distance, then jumped into the sea in a beautiful arc. At the same time, with A thought from Xia Ruofei, the 30-meter-long yacht suddenly disappeared from the sea. Xia Ruofei shook his head to get used to the dizziness caused by the huge consumption of his mental power. Then, he swam towards the shore. The sea in this area was full of reefs and high cliffs, so there were basically no patrols. Xia Ruofei swam for a full hour before he landed on solid ground at the bottom of the cliff. Even though he had excellent physical strength, he couldn't help panting slightly when he swam to the shore at low tide. In order to get ashore under the cover of the night, he could only choose this time. It just so happened that it was low tide time, and most of his physical strength was used to resist the power of the receding tide. Xia Ruofei took a break and took off his sharkskin swimsuit at the bottom of the cliff. Then, he quickly changed into a set of clean clothes and took out the small bag that contained the satellite phone. Xia Ruofei dialed Tang Etienne's number with the satellite phone. This time, Tang Etienne picked up quickly. Ruofei, have you arrived at Persia? Big brother Tang. My location is, Xia Ruofei gave an address. He had already chosen a landing point, so he didn't need to check the GPS. Xia Ruofei said, there's a cliff here. We should be on Route 67 after crossing the cliff. I'll be waiting by the road later. All right, Tang Etienne said. The car will be here soon. You can wait by the road. Xia Ruofei had contacted Tang Etienne after confirming the landing point, so the people he had sent were already on standby nearby. After Xia Ruofei put the satellite phone away, he carried his backpack and agilely climbed up the cliff. This cliff was hit by the sea water during high tide all year round. There were many holes on the cliff. Xia Ruofei used these holes and the protrusions on the cliff to borrow strength. He was like an agile monkey as he quickly climbed up the cliff. After a while, he arrived at the top of the cliff. Xia Ruofei looked around and saw a road not far away. He ran over and easily climbed over the guardrail. Then, he walked along the road for a while and found a kilometer sign. So Xia Ruofei called Tang Etienne and told him where he was. With this kilometer plate, the people sent by Tang Etienne would be easy to find. Xia Ruofei waited for about 20 minutes before he saw a Toyota Alpha commercial car driving over slowly. The car stopped beside him. The driver rolled down the window and looked at Xia Ruofei seriously. Then, he asked in Chinese, "May I ask if you're Mr. Tang Fei?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment before he realized that Tang Fei was the name Tang Etienne had applied for his new identity. Hence, Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It's me. Did Big Brother Tang send you here? You've worked hard." 2177 The Master and Disciple Meet. 1. At this moment, the electric door of the Alpha van slowly opened. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. With the help of the light in the car, he saw Tang Etienne sitting on a seat with a smile on his face. Jennifer was beside Tang Etienne. A small head peeked out from the space between the two seats. Who else could it be but Tang Haren? Xia Ruofei was dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "Big Brother Tang, why did you come in person? And Jennifer and Haren, why are you guys here?" Although Porter was in Australia, just like Sydney, the distance between the two places was more than 4,000 kilometers. It would take at least 40 hours to drive and nearly 5 hours to fly. Xia Ruofei thought that it was already troublesome enough to ask Tang Etienne to help with the identification documents and use the plane. He didn't expect that his family would actually come all the way from Sydney. It was really a long journey. Tang Yitian wasn't used to Xia Ruofei's changed appearance. He stared at him for a while, but Xia Ruofei's voice didn't change. They also knew Xia Ruofei's magical means, so they knew that the person in front of them was definitely not a fake. Tang Yitian laughed. Haoran really wants to see you. You're in a hurry to return to China, so we had to rush over. Xia, let's get in the car first. Jennifer said happily. Yes, we'll talk in the car. Tang Yitian also said quickly. Jennifer took the initiative to sit with Tang Haoran in the back row and gave up her seat to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei went around the front of the car and got in from the other side. He first turned to look at Tang Haoran and said with a smile, Haoran, why didn't you say hello to your master? This child is already shy after not seeing her for a few months. Tang Haoran was very used to Xia Ruofei's changed appearance. Even if Xia Ruofei did not look the same as before, the sense of intimacy and familiarity would not change. If he was walking on the street and no one told him that this person was Xia Ruofei, he might not be able to recognize him. But after knowing it, that feeling immediately matched. Tang Haoran laughed in embarrassment and said, Master. Xia Ruofei reached out and ruffled his hair. He laughed and said, this kid. Without Master by your side, will you be lazy in your cultivation? Master, I'm very serious every day. Tang Haoran said, I'm about to reach refined Qi level 4. Xia Ruofei looked at Tang Haoran in surprise and said, oh. Really? Then I'll test you later. Ruofei, I have a holiday villa in Persia, so let's stay there for the night. Tang Yitian said with a smile. Even if you're in a hurry to go back, you shouldn't have to rush back overnight, right? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. That's not necessary. Since we're here, we'll follow Big Brother Tang's arrangements. If Tang Yitian's family hadn't come, Xia Ruofei would have flown back to China overnight. However, they came from thousands of miles away. It would be too unreasonable if he left after meeting them in a hurry. After Xia Ruofei got in the car, the driver started the car and drove forward. Obviously, Tang Yitian had already ordered them to go back to the holiday villa after picking up Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei and Tang Yitian's family chatted in the car. After about 40 minutes, they arrived at a seaside resort. The villa was not very big. It was a small 3-story building. However, even though a sparrow was small, it still had all the essentials. The villa's courtyard faced the sea, and the soft beach was not far from the door. There was a small garden in the backyard. After the chauffeur dropped Xia Ruofei and Tang Yitian's family off, he drove away. There were no staff or bodyguards here. With Xia Ruofei around, there was no need to worry about safety. Tang Yitian also knew that the fewer people knew about Xia Ruofei's visit to Australia, the better. Even the driver was an Australian who didn't understand Chinese, and he was Tang Yitian's trusted subordinate. Tang Yitian arranged for Xia Ruofei to stay in a large guest room on the second floor. Xia Ruofei returned to his room, put down his bag, and restored his original appearance. Then, he went downstairs. He didn't change his appearance in front of Tang Yitian and the others. Although he was a god-like figure in Tang Yitian's family's eyes, Xia Ruofei still wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible. This method of directly controlling his muscles and bones to change his appearance was indeed a bit terrifying. As soon as Xia Ruofei went downstairs, Tang Yitian said with a smile, "Are you au fait? It's much more comfortable this way." Xia Ruofei laughed. "Looks are just a facade. Brother Tang, you really don't have to come all the way here. I often come to Australia. I'll naturally visit you when the time comes. No way. Tang Yitian said. I know you're in Australia, so I have to meet you. Besides, you're Haoran's master. If little guy knows that you've come to Australia, but I didn't bring him to meet you, wouldn't he blame me? Tang Haoran nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice and said, Master, your method of changing your appearance is so interesting. Can you teach me? Why do you suddenly want to learn this? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. I want to become like Jabsun, said Tang Haoran. 2178 The master and disciple meet again, too. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Why? Jebson is a boy in there. Class, Jennifer said with a smile. Alan, why do you want to look like Jebson? He often bullies other children. I want to tease him. Tang Haoran said. Xia Ruofei and Tang Yitian looked at each other and burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei asked, Haoran, is this kid bullying you too? He wouldn't dare to bully me, master. Tang Haoran said proudly. He might be the biggest in the class, but 10 of him can't even beat me. Tang Yitian coughed and said, Haoran, I didn't teach you kung fu for you to fight. You can't bully the weak. Xia Ruofei looked at Tang Haoran with a smile. He wanted to hear his reply. I won't bully anyone. Tang Haoran puffed out his chest and said. I still remember what master said. And when Jebson bullies other little students, I'll stand up to stop him. At first, he wanted to teach me a lesson, but after I taught him a lesson, he no longer dared to bully other students in front of me. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Woof. Even little Haoran knew how to be chivalrous. Not bad, not bad. Tang Haoran looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Master, can I sleep with you tonight? Xia Ruofei looked at Tang Yitian and Jennifer with a smile, then said, Sure. I still want to test your cultivation. In addition, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can also ask me. How about we master and disciple talk by candlelight tonight? Yay! That's great. Tang Haoran was so happy that he jumped. Tang Yitian and Jennifer naturally didn't have any objections. They were overjoyed. Haoran, Jennifer said with a smile, since you're going to sleep with master tonight, why don't you go wash your face and brush your teeth now? I know. Tang Haoran replied. Jennifer brought Tang Haoran to wash up while Xia Ruofei sat in the living room and chatted with Tang Yitian. For a while, Xia Ruofei suddenly thought of his identity and couldn't help but ask, That's right, big brother Tang. I'll use this identity to enter China, and this person will only have an entry record and then disappear. Will it cause you any trouble? Tang Yitian thought for a while and said, This shouldn't be a big problem. If you really can't do it, then we'll do it this way. When you return to Sanshan, you can go to the beach in that disguise. We'll just report that you went missing and said that you didn't come back after swimming in the sea. After a certain number of days, we'll be sure that this person is dead, and all the identity records will be erased. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but giggle. He was going to go to the sea too, because he had left the 3 mountains on a yacht back then. In the end, he still had to drive that yacht back to the dock. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei would not be able to explain why such a big yacht had disappeared just like that. Then it's decided. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll contact you when the time comes. Tang Yitian nodded, then asked, Ruofei, are you really not going to visit Paradise Farm this time? Xia Ruofei shook his head and said, "This is illegal entry. It's not convenient. And I'm in a hurry to go back. Bye. The way, Big Brother Tang, you didn't tell Leon Chichao that I'm in Australia, did you?" "No, no. You already said that you entered the country through an abnormal method. Why would I go around telling people?" Tang Yitian said, "Apart from Jennifer and Howren, no one knows that you've come to Australia. Even the people who helped with the identification documents don't know your true identity." "That's good. I'm confident in Big Brother Tang's work," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them chatted for a while. Since Xia Ruofei had to fly to China the next morning, they didn't stay up too late and went upstairs to their room. Tang Yitian even went to Xia Ruofei's room and told Tang Howren to be obedient and not disturb Xia Ruofei's rest. After Tang Yitian and Jennifer went back to their room, Xia Ruofei called Tang Howren over. After checking, he found that his cultivation had really reached the third level of the refinement stage and he should not be too far away from a breakthrough. This showed that the little guy was really diligent and didn't relax for a day. Xia Ruofei was naturally very satisfied. He told Tang Howren about the practice of the Blazing Sun Sutra. After his cultivation and spiritual power had improved, his understanding of cultivation had also improved. Although the cultivation experience of the Blazing Sun Sutra came from the Jade Talisman of inheritance, his understanding of this cultivation technique and the cultivation experience were different. After he was done, Xia Ruofei answered some of Tang Howren's questions about cultivation. When he saw that it was already 1 in the morning, he told Tang Howren to go to bed. The next morning, while Xia Ruofei was still asleep, he saw Tang Howren get up. He opened his eyes and saw that Tang Howren was already sitting cross-legged on the bed. He was holding a spirit crystal in his hand and starting to cultivate. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. As a master, he didn't have as much perseverance in his cultivation as Tang Howren. He didn't disturb Tang Howren and quietly got out of bed to wash up. Then, he took out origin crystals and started cultivating. 2 hours later, the master and disciple woke up from their cultivation state. Xia Ruofei said, "Howren, not bad, not bad. He's been training very hard." Tang Howren smiled embarrassedly and said, "Master, please teach me the method to change my appearance." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. "You still remember that? Your current cultivation is still too low. When your cultivation reaches the required level, I will teach you." In fact, if he was at refined Qi level 3, he could definitely practice Xia Ruofei's method of changing his appearance. However, Xia Ruofei was worried that after he passed it to Tang Howren, the little guy would be too playful and play with people everywhere. He thought that it was better to wait until he grew up and matured. "All right then," Tang Howren was a little disappointed and said, "I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation. Try to meet the requirements as soon as possible. That's the right way to think." Xia Ruofei laughed. Then, he took out a spiritual crystal from the medium and handed it to Tang Howren, saying, "I see that you're cultivating so hard. Take the spiritual crystal first, in case you use up the one you have." "Master, I feel that there's a lot of spiritual qi in the spiritual crystal. No need to give me a new one," Tang Howren said quickly. "If I give it to you, just take it." Xia Ruofei said, "It's for cultivation anyway, so it won't go to waste. What if I'm not by your side after you've used up all your spirit crystals? Take this as a backup." Xia Ruofei had obtained 200 origin crystals this time. From now on, he would definitely use origin crystals as his main source of cultivation. For Tang Hauren's current cultivation, using the spirit crystal to cultivate was just right. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not feel bad about giving it to his own disciple. Tang Hauren took the crystals from Xia Ruofei and said, "Thank you, master." Xia Ruofei smiled and touched his head. "No need to be so polite with master. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth." When Xia Ruofei brought Tang Hauren downstairs, Jennifer had already prepared breakfast. After Xia Ruofei had breakfast with Tang Etienne's family, the Alpha van from last night arrived at the holiday villa. "Ruofei, the arrangements at the airport have been made. We won't be sending you to the airport. I wish you a smooth journey," Tang Etienne said. Tang Etienne knew that Xia Ruofei had to keep a low profile on this trip. He and Jennifer were a famous Chinese tycoon in Australia and a superstar. Once they appeared at the airport, it was impossible to keep a low profile, so they decided not to go. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Then, let's meet again." Tang Hauren revealed a reluctant expression and said, "Master, you have to come to Australia often to see me." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, "Definitely. My good disciple is in Australia. And master has a business in Australia, so he'll come here often in the future." Tang Hauren nodded. Xia Ruofei waved goodbye to Tang Etienne's family and got into the Alpha van. They left the holiday villa and headed towards the Poles Airport. 2179 A smooth return. 1. Xia Ruofei had been delayed at Green Immortal Island for a few days and had sailed on the sea for a few more days. He wanted to get back as soon as possible. After all, that yacht was only suitable for sailing in the coastal waters. If he went out to sea for more than 10 days and did not return, his family would be worried. Therefore, he didn't stay in Persia for a long time. He hurriedly met with Tang Etienne's family and immediately set off on his return journey. Tang Etienne's private jet was already ready at the airport. The flight route had been applied for 2 days ago. It was to fly directly from Porter to the Three Mountains of China. Xia Ruofei got a full set of identity documents, which were all real and effective. Tang Etienne still had a lot of power in Australia. He quickly passed through the customs security check in the business aircraft building and went directly to the tarmac. The biggest advantage of a private jet was that time was relatively free. Although the route was planned in advance, it could still be adjusted according to the passenger's situation. After Xia Ruofei boarded the plane, the crew was quickly approved to leave. In less than 10 minutes, the plane had already taxied off on the runway. Such efficiency was impossible to achieve by taking a civilian flight. After more than 10 hours of flight, Xia Ruofei finally returned to the Three Mountains. The flight crew would rest for a day in Sanshan and return to Sydney, Australia the next day. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, used Tang Fei as an Australian Chinese to handle the immigration procedures. As he did not return using his own identity, Xia Ruofei naturally could not ask the company to arrange for a car to pick him up. After he left the airport, he took a taxi and arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel in the city. Tang Etienne had already booked a room for Xia Ruofei. After Xia Ruofei entered the hotel, she used Tang Fei's identity to check in. Thanks to the development of the internet, Tang Etienne had arranged everything in Australia. Besides booking the hotel, he even signed Xia Ruofei up for a 1-day tour. This tour group set off from Sanshan City and went to Pingtan. They went out to sea by boat at the dock and spent half a day on a nearby tourist island before returning. Xia Ruofei rested in the hotel for a while. The phone he used as Tang Fei rang. The hotel informed him that the one-day tour group was about to set off. So he packed his things and went downstairs. The tour guide gathered all the members in the hotel lobby and everyone got on a bus to go to Pingtan. After arriving at Pingtan, they took a boat out to sea. Xia Ruofei was in high spirits along the way and the members gradually became familiar with each other. They knew that this Mr. Tang was a Chinese man who was born and raised in Australia and was not good at Mandarin, so no one talked to him. When they arrived on the island, Xia Ruofei had a meal with everyone. Just as the tour guide was about to bring everyone to snorkeling, Xia Ruofei found the tour guide and told him that he was not going to move with the tour group or return on the boat. At night, he was going to stay on the island for a day and then return on his own. The main thing was that Xia Ruofei was planning to disappear from this island, and he could not ruin the tour group. If he disappeared while he was with the team, it would involve a lot of troublesome problems. The tour guide did not ask further. After confirming that Xia Ruofei was leaving the tour group early, he took out a standard disclaimer for Xia Ruofei to sign. After that, Xia Ruofei stopped following the group. He strolled around the island for half a day and even had dinner at the food stalls by the sea. Then, he walked along the sea, looking no different from a leisurely tourist. However, as Xia Ruofei continued to walk forward, he gradually came to a sparsely populated beach. Night had fallen. Xia Ruofei looked left and right to make sure that no one was paying attention to him. Then, he jumped into the sea while standing on a rock. It just so happened that the tide was low, so Xia Ruofei easily swam in the direction of the tide towards the outer sea. After a while, the small island was left far behind. Night shrouded the sea in the summer and visibility was very low. After Xia Ruofei swam for 1 or 2 kilometers, the lights on the island were already faintly visible. There weren't any ships nearby, so it could be said that no one knew. Xia Ruofei stepped on the water and drifted with the current. He expanded his spiritual power to the maximum and confirmed that there were no other boats within a few kilometers. He took a deep breath and took the Asma yacht out of the realm. The yacht hit the surface of the sea, causing huge waves. Xia Ruofei swam half a circle around the yacht and easily climbed onto the yacht through the affinity platform. Now, even if the Australian, Chinese, Tang Fei was missing, the overbearing President Xia Ruofei's yacht trip was coming to an end. Tang Etienne would naturally take care of the rest of the work. Xia Ruofei stood on the deck of the yacht and took off his wet clothes. He used the bath towel on the yacht to clean his body and changed into the clean clothes that he had taken out from the interspace. Then, he threw the wet clothes into the washing machine on the yacht. Then, he controlled the muscles and bones on his face and quickly returned to his original appearance. He quickly walked to the cockpit and started the engine without turning on the lights. He steered the yacht in the direction of the 3 mountains. However, he did not return to the yacht harbor immediately. After all, it was already very late. Furthermore, he did not know when he would return to the sea after this trip. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to spend the night at sea and return the next morning. He drove the yacht to the sea near the 3 mountains, stopped the boat, and then went to the luxury bedroom in the cabin to rest for the night. 2180 A smooth return. 2. The next morning, the sun rose slowly, sprinkling golden light on the sea. Xia Ruofei only woke up when the sun shone through the window. He washed up and went to the deck of the bridge. Looking at the sparkling sea, Xia Ruofei felt relaxed and happy. This trip out to sea could be said to be very fruitful. The biggest harvest was naturally green Travel Immortal Island. That magnificent immortal abode must have become the place that Xia Ruofei was constantly thinking about. The wooden token in his body was constantly being refined. Compared to after he broke through to the golden core stage, the refining speed should be much faster. Other than the realm stones and origin crystals he had obtained on the enchanted island, the spiritual python golden core was also a huge surprise. It allowed Xia Ruofei's cultivation to reach refined Qi level 8. His spiritual power had also broken through a major realm and reached the spirit gathering realm, which was equivalent to a golden core cultivator. It could be said that this trip to the sea had completely transformed Xia Ruofei. In addition, he had also collected a lot of marine creatures in the sea, including the rare blue lobster. Those marine creatures were now living freely in the sea of the spirit map space, but in time, they would continue to reproduce and strengthen their group. When the blue lobster was caught, there were many young lobsters attached to it. If they were lucky, a group of blue lobsters might even appear in the sea of space. Xia Ruofei was in a good mood. He shouted at the sea for a while, before returning to the lower cabin in satisfaction. He took out bread, milk, and eggs from the medium space and made himself a simple breakfast. After breakfast, Xia Ruofei went to the cockpit and found the yacht dock on the main control computer. He set the auto-pilot route, then lifted the anchor and set off on the way home. After almost 2 hours of sailing, Xia Ruofei could already see the yacht peer in the distance. There were also some ships around him. He switched to manual driving mode and contacted the pier through the small radio on the yacht, telling them that he would be docking in a while. As for the yacht club, they were actually a little worried about the Paradise cruise going out for so many days. Especially since the yacht's owner was driving the yacht out to sea alone. Even if Xia Ruofei had a yacht driving license, he was not a professional yacht driver and was all alone. If anything happened to him at sea, there would be no one to take care of him. After the yacht set sail, there was no news from it, nor did it contact the yacht club. Everyone was naturally very worried. Therefore, when the staff on duty received the news that Paradise was about to dock, they were very excited. They quickly called Qin Lan to inform her that Xia Ruofei was definitely a big customer and that Qin Lan was usually the one who followed up on his matters. Xia Ruofei was getting more and more familiar with the yacht. He drove the yacht back to his exclusive berth with ease. A staff member was already waiting there. He took the cable that Xia Ruofei had thrown over and fixed the yacht to the dock. By the time Xia Ruofei returned to the shore, Qin Lan had already arrived at the dock in the electric car. "Mr. Xia, you're finally back," Qin Lan said the moment they met. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something urgent, Manager Qin? You've been out for so many days, and there's been no news from you. Our club staff are all worried about you," Qin Lan said in a coquettish manner. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Actually, I didn't go far. I'm still in the nearby waters. And most of the time, they stopped the ship to rest. It's just that the scenery on the sea is very beautiful and leisurely. So many Days have passed unknowingly. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back, Qin Lan said, Mr. Xia. You can't disappear like this next time. Everyone was worried to death. This time, we tried to call you through the radio, but there was no response. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, I'm still not very familiar with the radio station. In fact, he didn't even turn on his phone. He only turned it on when he was about to return to the port. Thank you for your concern, Manager Qin. Xia Ruofei smiled. I'll leave the yacht to you. We'll be away for a few days this time. You have to clean it up and take care of it, don't worry, Qin Lan said. Xia Ruofei and Qin Lan arrived at the club in an electric car. His night 15 off-road vehicle was parked there, and there was a layer of dust on it. Mr. Xia, Qin Lan said, we have a free car wash service here. When we received the news of your return, we wanted to help you wash your car. But you didn't leave the car key, so, I'm fine. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll find a car wash later. It'll be the same. That's so troublesome. There's a professional car wash center right next to us. It's dedicated to club members' service. Qin Lan said, just give me the car keys. You can also go in and have a cup of tea and rest. Then I'll have to trouble you, Xia Ruofei said. He put his hand into his pocket and took out the car key from the medium and handed it to Qin Lan. Qin Lan immediately called a staff member over and gave him a few instructions before handing him the car keys. Then, she enthusiastically led Xia Ruofei to the club's reception hall. Through the floor, to ceiling glass, he could see the car washing situation next door. In fact, this yacht club also provided maintenance services for luxury cars. After all, those who owned yachts were basically rich people, and they must all drive luxury cars. As for the car wash, it was a free service for the club members. Qin Lan personally accompanied Xia Ruofei to wait in the hall. She asked with a smile, Mr. Xia, how did it feel to go out to sea this time? Are you satisfied with the performance and comfort of the Asma yacht? Not bad, Xia Ruofei said. I've made the right choice by buying this yacht. Then, please help me promote it. If your friend needs to buy a yacht, I'll give him the biggest discount, Qin Lan said. I will. I will. Xia Ruofei laughed. In fact, although he knew a lot of rich people, there were not many local people in Sanshan. People like Tang Etian, Tang He, and Ma Xiong from Hong Kong had all bought luxury yachts a long time ago. As a business manager, Qin Lan built up her network through this. She did not care how sincere Xia Ruofei was. Even if there was only a 1% chance, it was enough for her to put in 100% of her effort. After all, the commission for selling a yacht was quite high. Qin Lan accompanied Xia Ruofei the entire time and did not handle any other business. After the car was washed, she personally sent Xia Ruofei to the door and waved goodbye to him. Her service could be said to be quite good. Xia Ruofei drove away from the yacht club and headed straight for the villa area. He gave Ling Qingxue a call on the way. Ling Qingxue teased, you're finally willing to come back? I thought you found an immortal island on the sea and then flew away with the ferry on the island. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I really did find a mystical island. I'll bring you around when I have the chance in the future? I guarantee that you'll never leave. Virtue. Ling Qingxue lowered her eyes and said, obviously not believing Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. Why don't you believe me when I'm telling you the truth? Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore, you'll know in the future. Qingxue, are you in the office? Then why not? Ling Qingxue said resentfully, you went out to sea without me. Xia Ruofei looked at his watch and said, then I'll come to the company to pick you up. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some groceries first. We'll have lunch at my house. I'll cook for you. All right then. I want to eat kuan fish. Ling Qingxue said happily. I'll get the farm to send one over immediately. If we want to eat it, we'll eat it alive. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation. This is more like it. Ling Qingxue said, see you later. Come here a few minutes earlier. I don't have much to do today, so I should be able to leave early. All right. Xia Ruofei said. After he hung up, he turned the steering wheel and was ready to buy some ingredients at the nearby Walmart. At this moment, his heart suddenly moved. He felt that the white fox in the space seemed to have moved. Xia Ruofei smiled and mumbled to himself, this little fellow is finally going to wake up? 2181 The Awakening of the Realm Fox. 1. Xia Ruofei parked the car by the side of the road and entered the spirit map space to observe the white realm fox's condition. Now, it was still wrapped in a white cocoon of light. Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy could not penetrate it completely. He could only vaguely sense the white fox's condition. The little guy was stretching his forelimbs as if he was stretching. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Did this guy really take a long nap? It didn't feel like anything had changed. At this moment, the white fox seemed to have opened its mouth. Could it be yawning? Xia Ruofei said in his heart. However, the next scene made Xia Ruofei's eyes widen. The white fox opened its mouth and sucked. The white cocoon of light around it started to turn into rays of light and was sucked into its mouth. There's such an operation? The white cocoon of light was very thick, and the rays of light seemed to be peeling off from the surface of the cocoon. And then they were absorbed by the realm fox. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be amazed. However, it seemed that the white realm fox would not come out for a while. At this rate, it would take a long time for it to finish eating the entire light cocoon. Xia Ruofei was still thinking about picking up Ling Qingxue. After some thought, he decided to put this matter aside and drive to buy some groceries. Xia Ruofei started the car again and drove to the nearby Walmart. He bought some organic pork and ribs. As for the vegetables and the Chinese perch that Ling Qingxue had personally ordered, they were all readily available in the interspace and did not need to be bought at the supermarket. Soon, he walked out of the supermarket with a bag of groceries and drove back to the Jiangbin Villa community. It had been more than 10 days since anyone had lived in the villa, and there was a layer of dust on it. After all, this was not the farm. Even if Xia Ruofei was not at home, Yi Lingyun would arrange for people to clean it regularly. Xia Ruofei placed the groceries he had bought from the supermarket into the refrigerator. Seeing that it was still early, he went to the garage and took out a mop, a rag, and other tools to start cleaning. Although it was easy to hire a part-time cleaner, Xia Ruofei enjoyed the process of cleaning by himself. Besides, he was full of energy. Although the villa was huge and there were many corners, he could do the cleaning very quickly. After cleaning up the courtyard and the first floor, Xia Ruofei looked at his watch. He felt that it was about time, so he put his tools aside, and drove to the courtyard. He headed straight to the headquarters of Ling G F and B. As Xia Ruofei drove, he sent his thoughts into the spirit map space again to observe the white sector fox's condition. He realized that it was still tirelessly absorbing the white threads of light in the cocoon of light. In such a short time, the cocoon of light seemed to have become thinner. However, it should not be finished anytime soon. Just then, his phone rang. Xia Ruofei's phone was connected to the car's Bluetooth after he got into the car. He glanced at the display on the car's LCD screen and saw that it was a call from Ling Qingxue. He pressed the answer button on the multi-function steering wheel. "Wife," he said with a smile. "Ruofei, I'm done here. Have you come over?" Ling Qingxue asked. "He's already on the way." Xia Ruofei turned to look outside and said, "We'll be there in 2 traffic lights." "That's great." Ling Qingxue said, "I'm going downstairs." "All right." Xia Ruofei said, "There's a bit of traffic on the road. If I'm not there by the time you get down, you can wait for me by the road." "Okay, I know," Ling Qingxue said. Xia Ruofei drove on the road that was starting to get stuck in traffic. After about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the headquarters of the Ling's restaurant. He turned the steering wheel and entered the building. From afar, he could see Ling Qingxue standing on the steps of the first floor, looking around. Xia Ruofei smiled, honked the horn, and drove the car over. The Night 15 SUV was too eye-catching. When Ling Qingxue heard the horn, she turned her head and immediately noticed it. She immediately revealed a sweet smile and quickly walked towards the car. Ling Qingxue was wearing a black business suit with a cream-colored shirt with a little lace. Her hair was also tied up, and she looked like a white-collar elite. She opened the door of the passenger seat, held the handle with one hand, and got into the car easily with a little force. The chassis of the Night 15 was so high that even a girl with less strength would have a hard time getting on it. Ling Qingxue could tell at a glance that this was the result of her cultivation. "My wife, you're so beautiful today," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, "You mean I wasn't pretty before? How did you get the meaning of this?" Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, "My wife has always been so beautiful, but she's even more beautiful today." "He looks good." Ling Qingxue pursed her lips into a smile and said, "All right, your desire to live is quite strong, it's a must," Xia Ruofei said with a smile as he started the car. After Ling Qingxue fastened her seat belt, she turned around and sized Xia Ruofei up. Then, she said, "You're good. You didn't get much tan after being out at sea for so many days." "Hee hee. I'm sleeping in the cabin most of the time," Xia Ruofei smiled. "You'll know when you have time next time. It's actually very quiet at night on the sea." The yacht bobbed gently with the waves. Sleeping on the big soft bed feels like being in a cradle. It's as if you're a baby. Sleeping is so comfortable. 2182 The Awakening of the Realm Fox, 2. Stop. Ling Qingxue said. "Stop. Stop. Don't tempt me. I won't be able to focus on my work if I do this. It's okay to go out for a day or two occasionally," Xia Ruofei said. "We don't have to go to the sea far away. They would just take a walk around the coastal waters and stay at sea for a night. They would return the next day. You can't possibly be so busy that you don't even rest on the weekends." "As long as I have time on the Weekends, it's enough. I won't delay anything. Then. Why don't we see if you're free this weekend? Ling Qingxue asked, a little tempted. Xia Ruofei said, I must have time. Wife, I even got a yacht driver's license. Isn't it? So that no one will disturb us when we go out to sea? Let me tell you, on the vast sea, you'll feel like there's only the two of us left in the world. It'll be a world for the two of us. Ling Qingxue couldn't help but reveal a look of yearning as she said, then I'll arrange the work in advance. Let's go on a yacht this weekend. This is right. Xia Ruofei said, it's a good balance between work and rest. The two of them chatted as they drove to the riverside villa area. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days, so they had a lot of topics to talk about. Xia Ruofei had always been a good listener. He did not feel annoyed at all when he heard Ling Qingxue talk about her company matters, including her assistant's breakup. Ling Qingxue was also very interested in what Xia Ruofei had seen and heard at sea. She kept pestering Xia Ruofei to tell her about it. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei's experience on the sea these days was very rich. Even if the part on Green Immortal Island was excluded, there were still many things to talk about. This included casting a net on the affinity platform to fish, as well as catching blue lobsters. Wow! There really are blue lobsters. Ling Qingxue's eyes widened when she heard that. I've seen it on the internet before. I thought it was dyed. It's really a blue lobster. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's dark blue all over. It's this big. After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he took his hands off the steering wheel and gestured the size of his hands. Then, he quickly tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Did you bring it back? Ling Qingxue asked. I've eaten it. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, he'll definitely be dead if he doesn't reach the shore. I caught him and steamed him on the yacht the day I caught him. Ah, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but pout, looking very regretful. Qingxue, if you want to eat blue lobsters, let's go out to sea to catch them next time. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. It's a very small probability to be caught even once. I've heard that this variant is very rare. Ling Qingxue smiled and said, if I can really be caught by you twice in a row, then you can really go buy a lottery ticket. No. Even the probability of winning the lottery is lower than this. That's not for sure. Why don't you take a look at your husband's character? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, as long as you have confidence in me, I will definitely catch another blue lobster for you. I don't believe it. Ling Qingxue thought about it and still felt that the possibility of this was too low. Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes and smiled. Then, why don't we make a bet? A bet? How to bet? What are we betting on? Ling Qingxue asked. Let's bet on whether I can catch a blue lobster this weekend. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, didn't you say that the probability is extremely low? How was it? Do you dare to bet? What do you want to bet on? Ling Qingxue said. I can't figure it out in such a short time, Xia Ruofei said. How about this? If I can catch the blue lobster, it's my win, right? Then you have to agree to one of my requests. What if you can't catch him? Ling Qingxue asked. I'll agree to a request of yours. Xia Ruofei said without hesitation, you can also make a bet now. As long as it's within my means, there's no problem. Ling Qingxue giggled and said, I'm in a situation where I won't lose. Ruofei, you're losing to me on purpose. Aren't you? Then. If you can't catch it, I'll punish you. You're not allowed to leave the 3 mountains for a month. You have to accompany me every day and make me a wild Chinese perch every day. You have a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of getting sick of it after eating it for a month? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, this request isn't too much, I agree. Ling Qingxue said excitedly, I'll say this first. It must be caught from the sea on the spot. Otherwise, it doesn't count. What if you didn't eat the blue lobster you caught last time and put it in the refrigerator to freeze? When we get out to sea, you can take it out and say you won. That won't do. Do I look like that kind of person? Xia Ruofei said, don't worry. It was definitely fished out from the sea on the spot. You can be there to supervise and witness the entire process. The blue lobster that Xia Ruofei had caught the last time was being raised in the space ocean. Moreover, many young lobsters attached to the blue lobster were also fished up. Xia Ruofei was almost certain to win the bet. If he felt that it was a pity to sacrifice such a huge blue lobster for the bet, he could set up the time array flag at the Archean realm and let Xia Qing use the water of the space ocean to breed 2 young lobsters in the array. The time array flag and the time flow of the Archean realm could reach 2,000 times the normal speed. There were still a few days before the weekend, so he had more than enough time to ripen a few lobsters. If he won the bet and got Qingxue to agree to one of his requests, it might come in handy one day. Xia Ruofei laughed in his heart. Ling Qingxue tilted her head and thought for a while. She felt that there was no flaw in this matter. It was simply impossible for Xia Ruofei to win. Hence, she said, I'll bet on it. I don't believe that you're so godly. Are you, Ruofei? You can't go back on your word if you lose. 1 month. Not even 1 day. Less. Furthermore, you are not allowed to leave the 3 mountains no matter what happens. No problem. Xia Ruofei said, do you want to make a pinky? Ling Qingxue laughed and said, childish. The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they returned to the riverside villa area. After entering the house, Xia Ruofei let Ling Qingxue rest in the living room, while he went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Xia Ruofei felt lucky that he had cleaned up the first floor in the morning. Otherwise, there would be dust everywhere when he entered the house, and there would be no place to sit. Ling Qingxue also enjoyed the feeling of being taken care of by Xia Ruofei. She obediently did not cause trouble in the kitchen and turned on the television to watch a blockbuster. Xia Ruofei was busy in the kitchen. He first retrieved a long river beluga from the ocean in the spirit map space. This Chinese perch could be said to be completely wild. It grew in such a unique environment like the spirit map space and was absolutely fresh. Even Xia Ruofei had great expectations for the taste of this Chinese perch. The method of making pomfrets was not complicated and Xia Ruofei had already learned it. Very quickly, he had processed and steamed the pomfrets. Then, he released his mental power to observe for a moment and found that Ling Qingxue was still focused on watching the television. He took out some peach garden vegetables from the medium, then took out some organic mountain black pork, ribs, duck, and other ingredients from the refrigerator. He began to prepare them skillfully. For a time, the sound of knives cutting the anvil rang out, as well as the occasional sound of pots and pans colliding, and the sound of the pressure cooker blowing out. All kinds of sounds converged into a symphony full of life. Xia Ruofei was wearing an apron and humming a song as he busied himself in the kitchen. He was in a very relaxed mood. This Chinese perch should be almost done, Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself. You can turn off the fire and let it keep warm. The ribs should be slightly crushed. Qingxue likes to eat rotten ones. At this moment, Xia Ruofei heard a childish voice in his head. Xia. Xia. Xia Ruofei. 2183, by Qingqing, 1, who's there? Xia Ruofei was so shocked that he almost knocked over the lid of the pot. However, Xia Ruofei quickly realized that the voice did not come from the outside world. It was a telepathic message. He immediately realized that the sound was coming from the spirit map space. When he used his mind to check the space, his jaw almost dropped. The sound actually came from the White Realm Fox. To be more precise, it was no longer a White Realm Fox. After absorbing the light cocoon, the color of its fur had changed. At first glance, it was still white, but if one looked closely, one could see a trace of golden light in its white fur. Especially under the light, it was even more golden, looking very beautiful. Are you Ruofei? Who are you talking to? Ling Qingshue's voice could be heard from the living room. Ling Qingxue, who had already started on the path of cultivation, had better hearing than ordinary people. Even though the television in the living room was quite loud, she could still hear Xia Ruofei's voice. It's nothing, I just received a harassment call, Xia Ruofei quickly replied. Oh. Ling Qingxue said, is lunch ready? I'm a little hungry. Immediately. Xia Ruofei said, wife, if you're really hungry, there's an egg yolk pie on the coffee table. Eat first. But don't eat too much. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat lunch. I know. Ling Qingxue said sweetly, Ruofei, thank you for your hard work. After dealing with Ling Qingxue, Xia Ruofei immediately used telepathy to tell the white fox, little brat. You gave me a big scare. How come you can talk all of a sudden? Amazing. The white realm fox lazily laid on the grass, raised its front paw, and sent a message to Xia Ruofei. I don't know either. After sleeping for a while, I woke up and realized that I could transmit my voice to you. Great, I finally don't have to make hand gestures anymore. You're so stupid, you can't understand a sentence even after making several hand gestures. Xia Ruofei's face darkened. What are you gesturing at? You still have the cheek to call me stupid? The white realm fox looked disdainful and said, Xia Ruofei, you're so stupid. See how smart I am? I've learned your human language by sleeping. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's nothing wrong with you saying that, but this should be your talent. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with your intelligence, you're being unreasonable. The white realm fox was not convinced. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, little guy, you've given me a big shock. Right, since you can speak, then can you also transform into a human like the legends say? The white realm fox's face darkened and it said, you refuse to admit that you're stupid. I can only transmit my voice to you now, and I can't use your human voice. As for transforming into a human, you're really thinking too much. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that the white boundary fox's joints were still intact, which meant that its body structure had not changed. In that case, its vocal cords could not make human sounds. No wonder it could only use telepathy. The white fox revealed a proud expression and said, however, according to my inherited memories, I can transform into a human after my cultivation improves a little more. Wouldn't that waste countless world stones? Xia Ruofei asked. To be honest, Xia Ruofei felt that the white realm fox's behavior was ridiculous. It only ate realm stones as food. Was it really a good idea to use such a rare resource as food? The white fox immediately bared its teeth in dissatisfaction and said, "What do you mean by defiled? I think it's a waste of a heavenly treasure to let your small space absorb the precious world stone." Fine. From the looks of it, everyone had the same opinion on the matter of the world stone's value. They just felt that the other party was wasting world stones. Xia Ruofei said, "Fine, fine, fine. I won't argue with you about this. Anyway, let's work together in the future. If we find the world stone, we'll split it 30 to 70. Didn't you say 4 to 6 last time?" The white fox immediately said. "That's under the condition that you make a contribution." Xia Ruofei said, "If it's like what happened in the Green Touring Immortal Abode, I'd feel like I've lost out on a 30 to 70 split, okay? You're going back on your word." The white fox was furious. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "I've already distributed it fairly. Ask yourself, how much effort did you put in the last time we searched for the realm stone? Moreover, I'm already trapped in Green Travel Immortal Island. As long as I search seriously, I can still find that immortal mansion and those world stones. In other words, it's the same whether you're here or not, right?" In fact, Xia Ruofei was being a little unreasonable. If not for the white realm fox's super long sensing distance, he might not have discovered the uniqueness of Green Travel Immortal Island and might have found a way to leave the immortal island very quickly. If that happened, he would naturally miss the opportunity to obtain the realm stone. Of course, there was a higher possibility that Xia Ruofei would explore that island. In that case, it was highly possible that he would eventually find the world stone on his own. Seeing the white fox's indignant look, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, all right. Since I've agreed, I'll give you at least 30%. If your contribution is outstanding in the process of searching for the world stone, I'll give you 40%. It's even possible to split it evenly. Everything depends on how much you've contributed. I can guarantee you that I'll definitely not go against my conscience and covet the world stone that should belong to you. 2184 by Ching Ching. 2. I don't think you have a conscience, the white realm fox muttered. However, in the presence of a human. No, the civet had no choice but to lower its head. In the end, it still accepted Xia Ruofei's explanation and said unwillingly, that will depend on your performance next time. If the distribution is unfair, then we'll go our separate ways. There's no follow-up cooperation. All right. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, by the way, do you have a name? I can't just keep calling you little guy, can I? Name? I really don't have any. The white realm fox tilted its head and said, I'll have to think about this. What are you thinking? I think Little White is a good name. Xia Ruofei laughed and then scratched his head. That doesn't seem very appropriate. You're no longer pure white, how about? You're called Xiao Jin? Can you not be so old-fashioned? I'm warning you. The white fox said with a look of disgust. You're not allowed to call me Little White. Or Little Gold. I'm not called that. I have to think of my own name. All right. You can take it for yourself. Xia Ruofei said, let's see how good you can be. Then I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to cook. Wait. I've thought it through. The white realm fox cried out, isn't that puppet of yours called Xia Qing? From now on, I'll be called by Qing Qing. That's a nice name, Xia Ruofei almost burst out, laughing. Luckily, he managed to hold it in. Otherwise, Ling Qingxue would have hurt him again. He held back his laughter and said, by Qing Qing? Isn't this name too girly? Mother, your head. The white realm fox was a little angry. I've decided. This is my name. You're not allowed to randomly name me, do you hear me? Good, good, good. Since you like the girly style, then I'll call you by Qing Qing. I have no objections. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, then you can stay by yourself for a while. It's fine to sleep, it's fine to cultivate, just don't cause any destruction. In my space. I'm going to cook, I despise you. You actually eat such low-end food. The boundary fox by Qing Qing waved its forelimbs upwards, showing a disdainful look. I'm looking down on you. He's actually eating rocks. Xia Ruofei retorted. Then, without waiting for Bai Qingqing's counterattack, he sealed off the connection between the spirit map, space and the outside world and began to focus on preparing lunch. In a short while, a sumptuous and delicious lunch was prepared. In addition to the steamed Chinese perch, there were 3 dishes and a soup, which was more than enough for 2 people. Xia Ruofei brought the soup into the dining room and said, Qingxue, it's time to eat. Don't look at it for now, go wash your hands, and bring out 2 bowls of rice. I know. Ling. Qingxue answered crisply. She turned off the TV, stood up, and walked to the kitchen. Xia Ruofei brought out all the dishes, and the last one on the table was the plate of steamed Chinese perch. Ling Qingxue put down her bowl and sniffed. She smiled and said, it smells so good. I really miss the taste of Chinese perch. Then eat more. Xia Ruofei pinched Ling Qingxue's tender cheeks affectionately and said, this whole strip is yours. You're so good to me. Ling Qingxue also enjoyed Xia Ruofei's love. She smiled sweetly at Xia Ruofei and said, don't forget about the bet. This weekend. When I think about being able to eat Chinese perch every day, my mood immediately brightens up. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, wife, militarist Yun, he planned for defeat before he won. Have you ever thought about what would happen if you lose? There's no what if. Ling Qingxue said with certainty, this kind of thing is impossible. Unless the sea is yours. Xia Ruofei laughed in his heart, I'm sorry, my wife. My house is full of fish, all right. Xia Ruofei said, since you're so confident, we'll see who's stronger this weekend. Wife, let's eat. Let's eat. Since Ling Qingxue had to go to the company in the afternoon, the 2 of them didn't drink in the afternoon. However, the 2 of them enjoyed the food that Xia Ruofei had personally cooked while chatting about topics that they were both interested in. Even without the wine, they felt quite good. After the meal, Ling Qingxue rolled up her sleeves and said, Ruofei, you've worked hard cooking. I'll clean up the dishes. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue with a burning gaze and said, wife, there's no hurry to wash the dishes. We haven't seen each other for more than 10 days. You know, the sea is vast, and I've been alone at sea for more than 10 days. I'm almost sick from holding it in. Ling Qingxue's fair face couldn't help but turn red. Then, she burst out laughing and said, why is your mind filled with unhealthy thoughts? It's broad daylight. Xia Ruofei had already reached Ling Qingxue's back in one step. He hugged her slender waist from behind, put his mouth close to her ear, and said, "How is this an unhealthy way of thinking?" The ancestors had said that food and sex were part of it. And this was the natural instinct of human reproduction, okay? If no one ate human food, then wouldn't humans go extinct? You're the only one with so much twisted logic. Ling Qingxue laughed as she twisted her body. Don't blow on my neck, it's itchy. The two of them had been together for a long time. Naturally, Xia Ruofei knew Ling Qingxue's sensitive areas like the back of his hand. After a while, Ling Qingxue gave up on being reserved and only said weakly, "Ruofei, let's go to the bedroom, this is good." Xia Ruofei kissed Ling Qingxue as he mumbled. Soon, the two of them fell onto the sofa in the living room, hugging each other. After more than an hour, Ling Qingxue walked out of the villa, accompanied by Xia Ruofei. Her hair was still a little messy, and her face was flushed. When she walked, she felt that her steps were a little light, and her legs were weak. This was because Ling Qingxue had to return to the company before 2:30 p.m., so Xia Ruofei had held back. If he had been allowed to do as he pleased, Ling Qingxue would probably not be able to get out of bed for a long time. She sat in the passenger seat of the night 15 off road vehicle and took out her makeup mirror to fix her makeup. She glared at Xia Ruofei, who was grinning evilly, and said, "You still have the nerve to laugh? It's all your fault." Xia Ruofei quickly started the car and turned to Ling Qingxue with a smile. "My wife. Just now, you kept saying so comfortable and quick, hey. You're still talking?" Ling Qingxue's face turned red in embarrassment. She couldn't help but hit Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I won't say it, okay? Women are really unreasonable, it's all your fault anyway." Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "Big pervert. Big bad guy. Big stinky pig." Xia Ruofei accepted all the titles that Ling Qingxue gave him. He smiled and said, "Wife, do you want to come to my place for dinner tonight? I'll make you another Chinese perch. Also, we can continue to discuss the topic that we didn't finish this afternoon." "What topic?" Ling Qingxue asked as she touched up her makeup. "It's an important topic regarding human reproduction." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "You," Ling Qingxue said angrily, "no. We can even cultivate together." Xia Ruofei continued to tempt him. "You're really not going?" Ling Qingxue hesitated for a moment before saying, "I won't be going over tonight. I've already promised my dad that I'll have dinner with him today. And I'm going out to sea with you this weekend, so I have to tell him in advance." Xia Ruofei knew that Ling Qingxue was not coming out tonight. He said regretfully, "All right then. Then let's meet again tomorrow." He drove Ling Qingxue back to the Ling GF&B headquarters, and then, instead of going back to the company in the afternoon, he drove straight back to the Jiangbin villa. After parking the car, Xia Ruofei went straight to the bedroom. Upstairs, locked the doors and windows, closed the curtains, took out the scroll, and entered the spirit map space with a thought. 2185, just a little bit more. 1. The world fox that had just given itself the name by Qingqing was seriously trying to understand the spatial rules of the spirit map world. After the upgrade of this space, the rules seemed to have evolved a lot. Bai Qingqing carefully comprehended and felt that she had gained a lot of new insights. Xia Ruofei suddenly appeared beside Bai Qingqing, giving it a shock. After Xia Ruofei entered the medium, he stared at Bai Qingqing unblinkingly. It felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but transmit his voice. Hey. What are you looking at? Xia Ruofei laughed. I've lived for more than 20 years and have seen all kinds of beasts. This is the first time I've seen one that can speak. Shouldn't I look at it with admiration? Bai Qingqing bared her teeth at Xia Ruofei and transmitted her voice. Is there anyone who looks up to me with such a wretched expression? Besides, I'm not dead. Do I need you to look up to me? Little brat. You have quite the temper. Xia Ruofei chuckled. We're business partners. Don't be mean to me, okay? You've already said that we're business partners. Don't you feel embarrassed to scam my world stones? Bai Qingqing said, brooding. Hey. Why can't we let this matter go? Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't cheat you of your world stone. I can't accept such false accusations. Bai Qingqing snorted and did not want to dwell on the matter. After a moment of silence, she asked, then when? Are you prepared to set off to search for the world stone? I think there are a lot of opportunities. On the sea. Maybe we can find a cave abode like the Green Immortal Abode, Xia Ruofei said. I won't be going out for a while. I still have my own business. He couldn't go out all day. Let's rest. For a while. Bai Qingqing mumbled, what's there to manage in the mortal world? What's the use of earning more wealth? Cultivation is the most important. What you said makes sense. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, but I have my own considerations. You don't have to worry about it. Although Xia Ruofei had become a cultivator, he had grown up in the secular world and had only been in contact with cultivation for 1 or 2 years. How could he not have any nostalgia for the wonderful world and be like those senior cultivators who had hidden from the world? Furthermore, Paradise Corporation was not just his career. This company was related to the livelihood of thousands of employees. How could Xia Ruofei give it up so easily? Bai Qingqing glared at Xia Ruofei and said, this is such a waste of time. My cultivation efficiency is high. It won't be delayed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, as for finding the world stone, I always thought that it would depend on luck. As long as we are fated with the world stone, we will eventually find it even if it is far away. There is no rush. Humph. You can't be taught. Bai Qingqing had completely given up on the idea of changing Xia Ruofei's perception. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Bai Qingqing. That's her name, right? I didn't get it wrong, did I? If you can't wait, you can totally break up with me and go out to find world stones yourself. As long as you can leave this space, I will not stop you. Bai Qingqing thought to herself, I would like to leave you and look for him myself. However, how could world stones be so easily found? Moreover, the laws of space here are so profound that I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to come back after I leave. I'm not going out. In fact, Bai Qingqing agreed. With the combination of her and Xia Ruofei, the two of them could be said to be a strong combination. On Bai Qingqing's own, no matter how fast she was, it would be difficult for her to cover all the places. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei could easily search everywhere with advanced transportation. In addition, it was impossible for Bai Qingqing to reach places like the Azure Immortal Abode in the vast sea. She could only go out to sea with Xia Ruofei on a boat. It said unhappily, I'm too lazy to go out. I'll just stay here with you. That's what I'm looking for. Xia Ruofei laughed. After all, Bai Qingqing's ability to sense the world stone was a huge help to him. Xia Ruofei continued, enough. Then do as you please. As long as you don't cause any damage. In the space, it'll be fine. I'll be off. Bai Qingqing couldn't be bothered to talk to Xia Ruofei anymore. It waved its front paw and lay on the ground again. It closed its eyes and started to sense the spatial laws, as if it was asleep. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not argue with Bai Qingqing. He looked at it with a smile, and then suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Xia Ruofei appeared at the foot of the mountain in the Mountain Sea realm. After several space upgrades, this unremarkable little hill had now become a mountain of 10,000 feet. Xia Ruofei's figure flashed, and he arrived at the cave halfway up the mountain. He had come today to see if he could break the protective enchantment of the Heaven Jade Talisman. Initially, Xia Ruofei thought that he would not be able to open the enchantment of the Emperor's Jade Talisman in a short period of time. After all, he had only managed to break through the enchantment of the Earth Talisman before he explored the ancient tomb. It had not been long since then. However, after absorbing the golden elixir of the purple blood spirit python at the Green Immortal Island, Xia Ruofei's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. More importantly, his spiritual power had broken through a major realm and reached the spirit-gathering realm. Spiritual power was a very important factor in breaking the protective barrier. 2186, just a little bit more, too. It was precisely because his spiritual power had reached the spirit-gathering realm that Xia Ruofei was more or less confident. Hence, he wanted to come and give it a try. Even if he couldn't succeed, he could at least experience how big the gap was. That was what he was thinking now. After Xia Ruofei entered the cave, he immediately strode towards the stone platform. Now, there were only 2 green protective enchantments on the stone platform. One of them contained the Heaven Jade Talisman, and the other contained a jade box. Xia Ruofei did not know what was in the jade box as his spiritual power could not penetrate it. However, since it was placed in the last barrier, it was obvious that the item in the jade box was more precious than the heaven, earth, and man talismans in the eyes of the original owner of the spirit map space. Xia Ruofei was still looking forward to the jade box. However, he did not think too much about it because he knew that it was impossible to open it in a short period of time. The strength of the protective barrier increased gradually. With his current cultivation, he would probably have a hard time opening the barrier of the Heaven Jade Talisman. He did not even need to think about opening the jade box now. Xia Ruofei came to the stone platform and stood still. He looked at the Heaven Jade Talisman and couldn't help but feel envious. He knew very well that the Heaven Word Jade Talisman would definitely contain the 7th to 9th levels of the Great Tao technique. Only by obtaining the Heaven Word Jade Talisman would the Great Tao technique be considered complete. Although Xia Ruofei, who was in the aura refining stage, could only practice the first level of the cultivation technique, this did not stop him from having a strong desire to get the complete Great Tao formula cultivation technique. After all, as long as he broke through to the golden core stage, he would be able to cultivate the 2nd and even 3rd layers of the cultivation technique. According to his experience with the previous 2 jade talismans, other than the last part of the Great Tao chant, there should be other inheritance content in the jade talismans. For example, the Earth character Jade Talisman contained an extremely profound inheritance of array Tao knowledge. And what kind of inheritance content would be in this Heaven Jade Talisman, which was 1 level higher? Xia Ruofei was also full of anticipation. He took a deep breath and stretched out his hand, slowly pressing it on the green protective barrier. Then, his mental energy surged wildly. And a large amount of invisible spatial power immediately gathered in his hand, launching wave after wave of attacks at the protective barrier. The green light of the protective barrier grew brighter and the barrier began to sink in under Xia Ruofei's pressure. Xia Ruofei could feel that the protective barrier was extremely tough. In the process of breaking it, the reaction force he had to bear was also increasing exponentially. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Gradually, Xia Ruofei's palm sank into the light film of the barrier. The veins on his forehead began to show, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In fact, after Xia Ruofei's space was upgraded, his compatibility with the entire spirit map space had increased again. Naturally, the amount of invisible spatial force that he could use with his spiritual power had increased. Moreover, his spiritual power had broken through a major realm. Hence, Xia Ruofei felt that he still had some energy left in his spiritual power. However, his body could not withstand so much spatial power. One must know that when breaking the array, the spatial force had to pass through Xia Ruofei's body as a medium to act on the light film of the array. As the power of space grew stronger, the pressure Xia Ruofei had to bear grew as well. He gritted his teeth and persevered, but he gradually felt that his body had reached its limit. Suddenly, he heard a light cracking sound, and a sharp pain came from his palm. Xia Ruofei's heart trembled. He decisively withdrew his spiritual power and the invisible spatial force gradually dissipated. Xia Ruofei's face turned bitter. He could already feel the cracks in his palm. My body is still not strong enough, Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself with a bitter smile. With a wave of his hand, a box on the stone table beside him opened by itself, and a spirit heart flower petal slowly floated towards him. Xia Ruofei released his spiritual power and sucked the petal into his palm. At the same time, he put his palms together. The moment the petals of the spirit heart flower came into contact with a human body, they immediately melted like snowflakes coming into contact with sunlight. They completely integrated into Xia Ruofei's body, leaving no residue behind. At the same time, Xia Ruofei could feel that his injured palm was healing at an extremely fast speed. Actually, Xia Ruofei could also take the spirit heart flower petal solution. The effect would be the same. However, the area of his injury was on his metacarpal bone, so he could directly absorb the petals of the spirit heart flower in his palm, and the effect was even better. This was also because he had already saved up quite a number of spirit heart flower petals during this period of time, so he didn't use them with a whoosh-whoosh sound. Xia Ruofei felt that his injuries had healed in a short time, and his body had returned to its best state. As for his spiritual power, he had not used all his strength just now, so he naturally did not need to recover much. With a little rest, his spiritual power would recover to its peak. It seems like I need to be at least at the peak of Lianqi level 9. To get this Heaven Jade talisman, Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself. I might even need to be at the Golden Core stage. He couldn't help but look at the last jade box. If even the protective enchantment of the Heaven Word Jade talisman was so difficult to break, what about the protective enchantment of this jade box? To what extent did it have to be? Could it be that only those at the original infant stage could break it? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but have such a thought. However, he couldn't think that far for the time being. Since he couldn't do anything about the two protective barriers for the time being, he didn't think too much about it. Anyway, the things were in the space and couldn't fly. As long as his cultivation was enough, he would naturally get them. It was just like the mansion, guarding wooden token that had been absorbed into his body and was constantly being refined. Although he might not be able to completely refine it in a short time, it was only a matter of time. They were already in his bag, so there was no need to be anxious. Xia Ruofei left the cave in a flash. Then, he hopped onto the all-terrain vehicle at the foot of the mountain and started to speed through the vast land of the mountain sea realm. In fact, Xia Ruofei's compatibility with the space was already very high. As long as he willed it, he could appear anywhere in the space. However, he still enjoyed the feeling of driving an all-terrain vehicle and patrolling his own territory. Xia Ruofei did not intend to drive around the space. Since the space had expanded to a large area, it would take a lot of time to drive around. He drove the all-terrain vehicle to the beach, and in a flash, he appeared on the Asma yacht. Xia Ruofei started the engine of the yacht and drove it out. With the expansion of the space, the ocean finally felt boundless. It was no longer like before, where one could vaguely see the space membrane in the distance just by standing on the beach. Xia Ruofei stood on the yacht and looked at the vast ocean in front of him. His heart was filled with emotions. He thought back to when he had first obtained the spirit map, and it had only been a mere move of land. Later, as the spatial zone had upgraded, its area had also become larger and larger. Later on, an even larger spatial zone like the mountain and sea realm had even appeared. By now, the mountain and sea realm had already expanded to the point where one could not even see the spatial membrane walls with their extreme vision. Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. The next moment, he disappeared together with the yacht and appeared at the end of the space sea. The space membrane was right in front of the yacht. With another thought, Xia Ruofei returned to the beach, leaving the yacht far away. He looked in the direction of the yacht and realized that he could not see it. Of course, he could easily sense the yacht's location. Then, Xia Ruofei used the invisible force of space to gently push the yacht towards the shore. Xia Ruofei could feel that the distance between him and the yacht was getting shorter. Then, Xia Ruofei's eyes lit up as the yacht appeared in his sight. To be more precise, the upper part of the yacht, which was the top part of the deck, appeared in his field of vision. 2187 caught on the spot. 1. Xia Ruofei continued to use his spatial power to push the yacht forward slowly. In his field of vision, the yacht gradually came into view. In ancient times, due to the limitation of knowledge, the theory of a round sky and a round earth had dominated the world for a long time. As some phenomena were noticed, people gradually realized that the earth under their feet was not flat, but likely to be a sphere. One of the most representative examples was that in the boundless sea, if a ship sailed over from a distant place, the first thing it would see would be the mast on the ship. This meant that the ocean wasn't flat, but had a certain curvature. Now, such a scene had also appeared in the sea of space, which meant that after the space continued to evolve and upgrade, the land and sea were also not flat. Xia Ruofei's body flashed and he appeared on the yacht. He mumbled to himself, in other words, if this space continues to evolve, it will become a planet? If it was in the outside world, outside the earth was the endless deep space and the boundless universe. If this space became a planet, what was beyond it? Can we continue to expand? Xia Ruofei's mind could not help but explore the space membrane. The tough space membrane was like a balloon. As the space was upgraded, this balloon kept getting bigger. Xia Ruofei could not see clearly what was happening outside the balloon. He could only vaguely feel countless space turbulence. He was sure that if he were to enter such an environment, he would probably be turned into dust in an instant. It would be useless even if his cultivation broke through a few major realms. As long as he entered, he might not even be able to hold on for a breath. Xia Ruofei stood on the yacht and looked at the sea and the coastline in the distance. The anticipation in his heart grew stronger and stronger. The spirit map world seemed to have only revealed the tip of the iceberg to him. Xia Ruofei did not dare to imagine how far it could evolve. Ha ha ha. Why do you care so much? Xia Ruofei laughed heartily. I just have to do my best to find the world stone. As long as this space can continue to upgrade, I'm willing to find all the world stones on Earth. When the world stones on Earth are used up, I'll search for them in the universe. Taoist priest by Yuzi can escape into the starry sky, so can I. His heart was filled with endless pride. Of course, he was able to have such confidence because of the resources he had. With the spirit map space as a blessed land, a large number of spiritual crystals, origin crystals, and top-notch cultivation techniques, it was not difficult for Xia Ruofei to reach the nascent soul stage. He laughed and restarted the yacht, speeding towards the coast. After returning to the outside world, Xia Ruofei sorted out his gains. The 200 origin crystals, along with the small box, had already been placed in the Mountain Sea Realms cave, together with the spirit crystals. Xia Qing had also finished processing all the usable materials on the body of the purple blood spirit python. As for the remaining internal organs and bones, Xia Ruofei had already thrown them away when they were at sea. In addition, he also obtained a precious mansion guarding wooden token. This mansion, guarding wooden token, was still in the process of being refined. After it was kept in his dantian, Xia Ruofei had divided a trace of his spiritual energy to control it. Other than when he was in deep sleep, the refining process was ongoing all the time. However, his current cultivation was still very low. Even if his spiritual power had broken through to the spirit-gathering realm, which was equivalent to the golden core stage, he could only rely on painstaking efforts to refine the house, guarding wooden token. Xia Ruofei sensed for a while and realized that after these days of continuous refining, the progress of the mansion, guarding wooden token had almost reached 1%. At this speed, it would take a few years to complete the refining. Of course, Xia Ruofei could also use the time array flags to stack the time while he was at the Archean realm. This way, he would only need a few days of time in the outside world to refine the mansion guarding wooden token. However, he would definitely not do that. Although only a few days had passed in the outside world, Xia Ruofei had to stay in the formation for a few years. This was unacceptable to him. Moreover, he wasn't waiting for the green Turing immortal abode to save his life, so he didn't feel any sense of urgency. He felt quite good refining it day by day. Xia Ruofei felt that he would go crazy if he were to stay in the small array formation of the Archean realm for a few years. Moreover, if he were to use the time acceleration in the formation to implement it whenever he needed it, wouldn't he age very quickly? Hence, Xia Ruofei chose to refine it step by step and did not think about any shortcuts. In addition to the mansion, guarding wooden token, he also had a flying sword in his dantian. The blue immortal sword was undoubtedly a very important trump card for Xia Ruofei. With it, even if Xia Ruofei were to face an opponent who was stronger than him, he would have more confidence. Ordinary cultivators would never expect Xia Ruofei to have a flying sword. Under unexpected circumstances, it was absolutely possible for the weak to win against the strong. After taking stock of his gains, Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered that he had harvested a few fruits by the cold pond above Green Turing. Immortal abode. There were more than 10 dark red and dark purple fruits in total. Xia Ruofei had already tried it. The dark red fruit could improve one's physique and even directly produce true qi in one's body. It was similar to the scarlet fruit in wuxia novels, where eating one fruit could increase one's cultivation by decades. On the other hand, the dark purple fruit was used to nourish the soul and was very beneficial to the improvement of mental power. 2188 Caught on the spot. 2. Ruofei's cultivation. But Xia Ruofei quickly mumbled to himself, I can't use it, but Qingxue and Weiwei can. This fruit would definitely be of great help to them. By the way, Howren will also need it. How could I forget to give it to him when we were in Australia? Forget it. I'll just keep it for now. He would give it to him the next time he went to Australia. It's not necessarily a good thing for the child to grow too fast. Xia Ruofei kept the fruits in a small box in the cave. He was going to let Ling Qingxue consume the fruits first. As for Song Wei and Tang Howren's portion, he would keep it for now. However, Ling Qingxue said that she wouldn't be coming over tonight and wanted to have dinner with Ling Xiaotian, so he could only wait until tomorrow. Since this matter was not urgent, Xia Ruofei naturally would not make a special trip to the Ling residence. Even though Ling Xiaotian was very enthusiastic towards him and supported him to be with Ling Qingxue, he was still a little restrained when meeting his future father-in-law. Xia Ruofei looked at the time. It was almost 3 in the afternoon. In order to break the barrier in the space, he had almost exhausted all his strength. Although he had recovered after using a petal of the spirit heart flower, he was still mentally exhausted. Therefore, he simply washed up and lay on the bed to rest. Xia Ruofei slept until 5 o'clock. When he woke up, he was refreshed. After 2 hours of deep sleep, his spirit had almost completely recovered. He first divided a wisp of spiritual power and continuously injected it into the mansion, guarding wooden tablet, continuing to refine the wooden tablet. Then he got up and went downstairs to prepare dinner. Xia Ruofei heated up the unfinished lunch and took out a Chinese perch from the medium to steam. In the afternoon, Ling Qingxue had a special liking for this steamed beluga. The entire beluga had been completely wiped out by the two of them. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei did not eat much. Most of the time, he was still picking up food for Ling Qingxue. Having dinner alone at night, he could finally enjoy the most delicious food in the world. Xia Ruofei enjoyed his dinner. With his current cultivation, he could go without food for a few days without any problem. When they ate, their appetites were also much larger than ordinary people. The main thing was that his body was countless times stronger than an ordinary person's, so his absorption was naturally much better than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, during the meal, not only did he finish the pomfrets, but there was also almost nothing left of the other dishes. Xia Ruofei cleaned the table and washed the dishes. He touched his bloated stomach and smiled in satisfaction. Even though he had become a cultivator, Xia Ruofei still enjoyed the happiness of the world. His 3 meals a day were more like a ritual. Xia Ruofei often thought that if one's ability to enjoy good food had deteriorated, what was the point of having a high cultivation? At least for now, he had no interest in reclusive cultivation. After packing up, Xia Ruofei strode out of the villa. Like most ordinary people, he prepared to take a walk after dinner to digest his food, even though his strong absorption ability meant that he did not need to take a walk to digest his food. The interior environment of the villa area was very quiet. The design of the villa was also well arranged, and the rooms were very far apart to ensure the light and line of sight of each household. At the same time, some garden designs were used to ensure the privacy of the residents. Xia Ruofei walked along the clean roads of the district, feeling a sense of leisure and comfort. Unknowingly, Xia Ruofei had reached the townhouse area on the other side of the hill. I wonder how the renovation of Sister Che's villa is going, Xia Ruofei said to himself. He continued walking toward Feng Jing's villa. Just then, an uncertain voice came from behind him. Are you Ruofei? Xia Ruofei's body froze. He slowly turned around and saw Feng Jing standing not far behind him, looking at him with a faint smile. Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and waved at Feng Rao. Sister Che, what a coincidence. Feng Jing was still wearing her work suit, which made her look very capable. She glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, Mr. Chairman, when did you return to the Three Mountains? You're getting more and more mysterious these days. I can't even see your head or your tail, Xia Ruofei laughed drily. I only came back in the evening. She had just arrived home. I'm a little tired, so I didn't call you because I thought I'd see you guys at the office tomorrow. As the boss, he had been away for more than 10 days. Now that he was back at the Three Mountains, he had to hide for another day. Furthermore, he was caught red-handed by Feng Jing. Xia Ruofei felt very embarrassed. I'm just asking, Feng Jing chuckled. Look at how nervous you are. You're the boss of the company. How would I dare to interfere with your schedule? The more Feng Jing said this, the more awkward Xia Ruofei felt. He quickly changed the topic. By the way, Sister Che, what are you doing here? I'm here to check on the renovation progress. Feng Rao shrugged. I'm so busy in the company during the day that I can't leave. I can only come back to take a look. After work, she's definitely complaining about being busy and not being able to respond to her. Xia Ruofei secretly thought. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said with a smile, Sister Che, didn't you hand over the renovation to Uncle Liang's company? He'll take care of you personally, so you don't have to worry. That's true, but it's still such an expensive house. Feng Jing smiled and said, this is basically all I have, and I've even paid a bonus in advance. Although I trust CEO Liang, I can't help but come and take a look after work. After all, this is my house. I can't just be a hands-off shopkeeper. A hands-off shopkeeper. Xia Ruofei's expression froze for a moment. He thought to himself, he was definitely alluding to me. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei and suddenly burst into laughter. All right. I'm not talking about you. Look at how guilty you are. How did I become a thief? Xia Ruofei immediately said, besides, how am I guilty? I'm doing my job properly, do I need to feel guilty? Yes, yes, yes. Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei coyly and said, Mr. Chairman, do you want to accompany me to check on the renovation progress? All right. I'm honored. Xia Ruofei laughed. The two of them walked side by side towards the townhouse nearby. On the way, Feng Jing habitually reported to Xia Ruofei about the company's recent situation. Feng Jing was very familiar with the company's operations. Even though she didn't prepare in advance, she had all the data in her head and could easily report it to her. Oh right, there's something I haven't had the time to report to you. Feng Jing said, I couldn't get through to you these few days when you were out at sea. What's the matter? Xia Ruofei asked. It's about the matter that you promised Xiaonan TV to record the show. Feng Jing said, Xiaonan TV's leader, what do you mean I agreed to it? Xia Ruofei interrupted Feng Jing and said, you were the one who agreed to it, okay? Fine, 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 Feng Rao chuckled, I'll take it as a promise, okay? Didn't I still ask for your opinion and get your consent? Alright. Alright. Xia Ruofei said helplessly, and then? The recording time for the first episode has basically been set. It'll be at the end of this month. Feng Jing said, it's only been about 10 to 20 days. Xiaonan TV has contacted us many times, hoping to discuss the recording of the show with you in advance. 2189 A small internet celebrity, 1, stopped in his tracks and smiled. Since I've already promised him, I must go. It's just recording an episode of the program, so there's no need to go through all that trouble. I'll just go over directly when the time comes. Your popularity on the internet isn't any lower than those hot, young male stars. Feng Rao grinned. How could Xiaonan Satellite TV dare to be negligent? I definitely have to communicate with you first. Is it that exaggerated? Xia Ruofei laughed bitterly. It's not an exaggeration at all. Feng Jing laughed and said, all the internet celebrities these days have tender skin and tender flesh, but you turned the tide and saved a plane. If you were a little bigger, you'd definitely be the representative of a tough guy. In addition, you're so young and have a net worth of hundreds of millions. This isn't something that those young hunks can compare to. You can be said to be a clear stream in the world of internet celebrities. Xia Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? And a clear stream. I think it's a mudslide. Feng Jing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xia Ruofei's popularity on the internet was maintained not only because of his unique attraction and continuous topics, but also because of her. She had always insisted that Xia Ruofei maintain a certain amount of exposure and had even appointed a person in the company to maintain Xia Ruofei's social media account. Although Xia Ruofei presented himself in front of the public and was not like some celebrities who carefully created their image, he still needed to keep showing off his image to maintain his popularity. For someone like Xia Ruofei who did not log into Weibo for days, did not post any new posts, and did not interact with his fans, if there were no full-time operations staff to maintain his account, his popularity would have started to drop. Ruofei, I'll get President Dong to contact Xiaonan TV. If you have any requests or taboos, you can let me know. I'll pass them on to Dong Yun, said Feng Jing. Xia Ruofei replied casually, I don't have any requests. I don't think of myself as a celebrity. I don't have that many bad habits. I'll just be myself. All right. Feng Rao said readily, then you can go to Beijing 1 or 2 days earlier. The festival team will definitely need to discuss the program flow with you in advance. All right. Xia Ruofei said, I'll be staying at the Three Mountains for a while. Remember to remind me when the time comes. Yes, yes. Feng Rao nodded and said, let's go. Let's go in and take a look. The two of them walked up the steps. The townhouses were built against the mountains. There were 4 families in a row, and each family had a front yard. The middle was separated by a high wire fence, which was covered with plants, making it look like a green wall. Feng Rao had bought the one at the end of the courtyard, which was much larger than the two in the middle. Feng Rao took out her keys and opened the door. She walked into the courtyard with Xia Ruofei. The last time he was here, the yard was still full of weeds. Now, Xia Ruofei saw that the weeds had been cleaned up, and the ground was neatly piled with some decoration materials. Feng Jing smiled. There was originally a parking space on each side of this place, but I can't use two. If my friends come here occasionally, they can park in the community, so I asked CEO Liang's renovation company to change this parking space. We'll use a grape rack made of anti-corrosion wood and a stone table below. It's good to enjoy the cool in the summer. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. It's pretty good. If you want to see the scenery or feel the river breeze, go to the balcony. If you want to be quiet, you can make tea under the grape trellis. It's so nice. Because the house was built against the mountain, it was actually built on solid concrete piles. There were 2 floors below it. So there was a small covered bridge between the front yard and the entrance of the villa. The two of them passed through the yard, walked over the covered bridge, and arrived at the entrance of the villa. As the house was still under renovation, they didn't need to take off their shoes. After Feng Jing opened the door, the two of them walked straight in. With the light in the room, Xia Ruofei looked up and down and said, "Sister Che, Uncle Liang's renovation company is quite efficient. They had already started to paint the walls. The water and electricity are all laid out?" "Yeah." Feng Rao nodded with a smile. "We finished the wiring. Other than the water and electrical circuits, we've also installed floor heating on the first and second floor." Not bad, Xia Ruofei said as he watched. Although the renovation wasn't completed yet, he could basically see the layout of the design. The first floor had a kitchen, dining room, and an open, concept living room. The living room was connected to a large balcony that faced Min River. Feng Rao smiled and pointed at the balcony. "I'm going to make a circle of fabric sofas here. Friends can have a barbecue, party, and chat here. It's very convenient." Xia Ruofei touched his nose and asked, "A cloth sofa on this open-air balcony? What if it rains?" Feng Rao chuckled and said, "It's just a platform made of anti-corrosion wood and lacquer. The cushion can be moved away at any time. Can't you just take it out when you need it?" "Stupid." "I see," Xia Ruofei laughed. Feng Jing didn't usually talk this much, but she really liked this house. She couldn't stop talking about the design of the house. After all, she was the one who personally participated in the renovation plan and made several changes before coming up with it.